Blue light and smoke can be seen against the background of high-rise buildings. Invasion of the dungeons, as discovered 5 years ago. Chaos in the streets, people, cars falling underground, panicking, people asking for help and in a very bad situation. A boy appears, dressed in black with black hair, holding a jagged blade. The company, in which there is a boy with a blade, goes to the big blue portals. A blue-eyed brunette with determination on his face, standing against the background of an infinite number of human skeletons. On a mountain of human remains, with a huge scythe, stands the main living skeleton. A brunette, a blonde in a snow-white outfit, and a man in a strict suit look at the mountain of skeletons and stare at the main skeleton with a scythe. Red spheres appear in the place of the eyes of the skeletons. They begin to revive and stand up. They sharply attack people who got to the portal. People are preparing for protection. Some people use a magical golden barrier that protects them from skeletons. A boy in a snow-white outfit uses magical power and cuts off the heads of skeletons with a blue burst of magic. A brunette with a blade deftly and quickly destroys living skeletons one by one. Crowds of skeletons continue to attack people. The brunette stares intently at the main skeleton, who raises his scythe. The hero of this era sharply attacks a huge skeleton, aiming directly at the blue sphere in the chest. Determination and strength on the brunette's face as he prepares to strike hard with his dagger. The guy hits the blue sphere of the huge skeleton with several powerful attacks. On the bony face of the skeleton, a lesion and pain are burned. The sphere in the chest begins to break. The brunette defiantly looks at the defeat of a huge skeleton with a scythe. The action is transferred to a quiet street, along which a girl walks and says that all these stories do not concern her. Brown hair with bangs to drunken brown eyes, cheeks reddened from alcohol. The girl is holding her bag. Holding her head, the girl remembers the corporate party at work and says that her colleagues drink and do not see the measure. The girl speeds up and snorts from the memories. 2-story houses under the warm light of street lamps, a brick wall and a large iron gate. The brown-haired woman quickly reaches the iron gate and opens it. The heroine's name is Sun Moa. The girl descends the concrete stairs. Song Moa enters her room and turns on the light. The girl works in the office, in the Hunting Civilian Relations Agency. The room lights up. The girl tries to take off her shoes. The room is filled with many shelves and tables. Tortured Song Moa sighs and tries not to collapse from exhaustion. Throwing down her backpack, the girl heads for her bed. She tells that she usually calms down the hunters and takes their side, and so on in a circle. Falling face down on the pillow, the girl falls asleep almost immediately. Song Moa picks up the phone. She wants to set the alarm and go to bed right away, without even changing her clothes. She continues the story that she is an ordinary girl, nothing special. Without putting down the phone, Song Moa falls asleep with it in her hand. A dark cave, in the middle of which sits a huge insect that looks like a jumping grasshopper. Light pink flowers grow in the cave. Sun Moa sits behind a stone, covering his mouth with his hands, hiding from the monster. A beaten and dirty girl, covering her mouth with her hands, is afraid, and reasons that she is as far away from this kind of work as possible. The insect-like monster moves away from the frightened Song Moa. The girl cautiously looks out from her hiding place. A frightened Song Moa checks to see if the monster has left her, and hopes very much that she is now safe. Sun Moa, leaning against a stone, sighs and thinks that she must have gone to sleep on her bed, but that she forgot in this cave. The girl, resting her hands on her knees and bowing her head, does not understand why she is here. She knows it's definitely a dungeon. Song Moa begins to think about how she ended up here. The entrance to the dungeons is very expensive, so it is unlikely that she was kidnapped, and it is unlikely that someone harbored such a grudge against her, because she always bows when she bumps into someone on the street. The girl's face changes. She begins to guess what it could be. Bright rays of red-orange color create a hole. Song Moa thinks it's a messy breakup. The brown-haired woman grabs her head with her hands and thinks in fear that this is the first time that a person has been dragged into the gap. Moa's dream creates a logical chain that a girl without fighting skills, alone in a dungeon, is equal to death. The brown-haired woman begins to panic and say that she is finished. Song Moa's eyes become even bigger, and his face turns blue with fear. Continuing to sit by the stone, the girl thinks that hunters with combat skills fought on the same instincts, and in the middle of the battle, they woke up. A local grasshopper approaches the girl's hiding place. The brown-haired girl understands that she will have to fight this monster. Danger bypasses Song Mo and walks away. The girl sweats on her face. Song Moa sighs with relief and thinks she is safe again. The big stone continues to hide the girl, who bowed her head to her knees. In the background, there is a lot of grass and flowers of bluebells. The girl is barely holding back tears, and you can see on her face that she is very scared and in a hopeless situation. A flower appears in the eyes of a brown-haired girl. The girl begins to guess what kind of plant it is. Approaching the flower, the girl remembers that a potion is made from this material. She also says that among the loot in the dungeon, they are considered very expensive. The girl remembers a woman who, holding a flower petal, says that one petal is worth a lot of money. The girl looks into the distance and realizes that there are many of these flowers. She calls it a field of money. Taking hold of her stomach, the heroine wonders how long she has been here, as well as what she wants to eat and drink. The girl's stomach grumbles. Vidar skagstinkvazuraugs, aicha. Dakar fury deverkurksars, borkisenswainkori tikosa warrior girl understands that if her stomach continues to growl, it will attract a monster, so she needs to run away from this place. Sun Moa, kneeling down, reaches for the flowers. After plucking a flower, a blue window immediately appears in front of the girl, which tells her something. Various windows inform Song Moa that she has completed this or that task. The girl is very surprised and does not understand what is happening. A bright golden aura appears around the girl. Song Moa's hair rises to the mountain. Her mouth opens wide in surprise. She says she woke up. The golden aura begins to disappear and move towards the girls. The heroine looks at her hands, on which droplets of aura remained. She pretends to be surprised. Clutching the flower in her fist, the girl begins to cry with happiness and say that she will be able to get out of the dungeon. The joyful girl opens the system and begins to look at her characteristics. However, joy replaces disappointment and surprise. Song Moa has no bonuses in the characteristic column, and only low-ranking skills and one hidden skill. Song Moa doesn't understand why everything is like this. Song Moa doesn't understand why nothing has changed, why she hasn't developed any fighting skills. The girl reassures herself that she has a hidden skill that needs to be discovered. A hidden skill is revealed, but it turns out that it helps to collect high-quality herbs. Song Moa is surprised, but doesn't understand why she has such a hidden skill. The girl bows her head to her knees and abandons all her hopes. She thinks it's over. Gathering her spirits, the girl gets up and decides that she needs to try. Song Moa's hands begin to emit a golden aura. With a golden hand, the girl plucks the flower again. Opening her inverter, she says that she has collected a flower. Something catches her attention. Noticing a purple sphere in her inventory, the heroine decides to pick it up. The magic sphere turns out to be the core of Evathonis, of the highest rank. The girl notices that such a core of the lowest rank costs 50 million. Squeezing the core of Evathonis in her hand, the girl gathers determination. The girl's hand is shaking, her face is blue, and there are drops of sweat on her cheeks. She is delighted to have such an expensive thing in her hand. Song Moa slaps her cheeks and shakes her head. The girl distracts herself from thoughts about money and says that this is not the time for this. First, she needs to get out of the dungeon. Sun Moa continues to collect flowers, crawling crabs on the grassy lawn. With a serious face, the heroine thinks that the hunter's shop will not open in the dungeon, so she cannot get the stone of return. If the girl had known, she would have bought it earlier. Sung Moa angrily continues to collect items and thinks that now she needs everything she can to survive in the dungeon. Keeping the inventory open, the girl continues to crawl and collect items because sitting still will not help. The girl gets tired and wipes her forehead from sweat. She pokes at the plants, but she tries very hard. Small golden spheres come out of the girl's hands. After hard work, the girl gets up and looks at her hand with surprise. She notices that her inventory already has quite a lot of different kinds of materials. Songmo's inventory is filled with various high-ranking items that are very expensive. The girl sat back in her hideout and reasoned that she got so many high-rank items thanks to a hidden skill. She notes, raising her hand, that this skill gives her a 100% chance of getting the best materials when gathering. The girl is exhausted and very hungry. She doesn't understand what to do with her items now, so she decides to eat one kernel. Songmoa realizes that this core costs a lot of money, but she leans to the side to eat the core anyway. The girl sharply throws the sphere into her mouth and throws her head back with her eyes closed. A blue window pops up in front of the girl's face. She, covering her mouth with her hand, looks into the window with interest. After eating the core, the girl received a 5-minute dexterity bonus. Songmoa notices that this is an ingredient for a potion, which in turn would give more bonuses. The girl actively begins to eat another core, thinking that she will gain more dexterity. Songmoa realizes that the dexterity parameter is getting bigger, but the idle time is not increasing. With a determined look, the girl thinks that she has another chance to get out of the dungeon. Resting her hand on the ground, the girl tries to stand up. She is very tired and hungry. Songmo has several ways to get out of the dungeon. One is to kill the main boss of the location and exit through the gate, and the other is to use the return stone. Songmoa notices that she can't create or find the stone of return, and the shop won't open in the dungeon. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl realizes that she will be able to get out only through the first way. Holding up her finger, the girl recalls the third method that hunter Seo Ji-han found when he was surrounded by monsters. Seo Ji-han, a brunette boy, in a black suit and black fingerless gloves, after killing the Skeleton King, he got his scythe. Songmoa, clutching her stomach and sitting in her hiding place, laments with sadness in her voice that she doesn't have the same strength. The brown-haired girl's thoughts are interrupted by a monster. The girl excitedly turns her head in his direction. Songmoa clings to a stone and hopes that the monster will not notice her. The insect is approaching the girl's hiding place at this time. The girl is worried. She does not know if she will be able to defeat the monster without fighting skills and weapons because she does not know how to fight. The insect monster bypasses the girl's hiding place, so the brown-haired girl decides that she will try to defeat him next time. However, Songmoa's plans are changed by the treacherous grumbling of her stomach, which makes the girl very nervous. Because of this grumbling, the monster finds the girl's hiding place and looks down on her, placing his paws on the stone. The girl opening the inventory is indignant at her stomach because she fed him kernels for a lot of money, and he continues to grumble. Songmoa quickly begins to eat all the items from the inventory that she recently collected. Different cores and other items give her different bonuses to her stats. The girl's meal is interrupted by a monster. The girl turns blue from fear. The monster's blow destroys Songmoa's hiding place. The girl flies away in the other direction, avoiding death. Songmoa, getting down on one knee and continuing to chew the kernels, says she ate all she had. Various windows pop up around the girl, showing her bonuses. The insect monster begins to approach the frightened girl to make another attack and kill her. The insect begins to scream and spray green slime from its mouth. The girl gets up from the ground and gathers determination. She starts walking towards the monster. The monster looks at Songmoa and waits for his prey. Songmoa comes close enough. She is still afraid of the monster, but she has no other choice. A frightened and excited girl, but with determination on her face. The girl begins to analyze her chances and think how she can better deal with the monster if she is not a fighter. Ada. A scraze. A huge monster starts attacking with its paw. Thanks to the dexterity cores, the girl evades the attack, thus saving her life. Songmoa notices that her body feels very light. She is surprised that she was able to dodge such an attack. The insect monster strikes blow after blow. The girl dodges, because for her it is a battle for life. Songmoa notices that the monster's paws are stuck in the ground, so this is her chance to strike. She prepares to crouch at the monster. The girl decides to use all her strength to hit the monster. Because this may be her only chance, Songmoa delivers a powerful kick directly to the monster's head. The monster doesn't die, but gets even angrier. The girl understands that the insect is tougher than it seems, so an ordinary blow will not be enough. Songmoa begins to think. A stone catches her eye, and so she runs to it. Piercing a hard boulder with her fingers, the girl tries to lift it. Gathering his strength, Songmoa throws a stone straight into the monster's face. The insect monster reacts to the girl's attack and simply cuts the stone with its sharp paw. Songmoa is surprised because the monster cut the hard rock like tofu. The monster attacks again. The girl dodges and begins to think more actively because she only has 1 minute left until the end of the bonuses. Songmoa notices that hitting the monster doesn't work, neither does the stone attack. The insect monster attacks again. The girl successfully dodges. The monster approaches. He prepares to strike again with his claw. Songmoa notices something. The girl notices that the monster's paws resemble human shoulders, so they can be attacked from behind. Songmoa decides to attack the monster's claws from behind to break them. After dodging an insect attack, it prepares to attack. The girl picks up a small stone and thinks that it is suitable for realizing her idea. Songmoa screams for the monster to finally die. She throws a rock straight at the joint of the monster's claw and thinks she will be fine. Stone after stone flies at the claws of the monster and tears off its paws. The girl doesn't stop throwing stones because she has very little time left. The monster falls on its back from the damage. The girl climbs on top of the monster and prepares to finish what she started. Having firmly grasped the monster's limb, the girl easily tears off its paw. The insect screams in pain. Songmoa swings the monster's claw at himself and screams for him to die before the other monsters appear. The girl pierces the monster's head with its pincers. The monster lets out a dying cry. With a pincer in its mouth, the monster is chained to the ground. It dies and trembles in its last seconds of life. The girl, wiping herself from the remains of the monster, hopes that he is definitely dead. Songmoa hears a sound, as if something is approaching her. She worries about it. She decides to collect the remains of the monster. Her hands begin to glow with a golden aura. Songmoa reasons that she needs to hurry before someone else gets here. The girl is surrounded by several monsters of the same type. Songmoa opens his inventory. Songmoa takes out the return stone and holds it in her hand. The girl smiles because she can get out of the dungeon. The heroine says goodbye to the monsters and begins to use the stone of return. The monsters begin to attack in order to kill the girl before she is moved. Moa's dream is enveloped in a golden aura with rays. After being moved, the girl finds herself on her bed, but her hand and bed are covered in blood. The bloodied girl lies and writhes from the damage. She says that she is in a lot of pain. Songmoa, barely turning around and reaching for the phone, asks to call the emergency services in time. Feduas, Vangrafuria. Because of the blood, the phone doesn't accept the girl's fingerprint. The heroine is very angry and tries to unlock the phone. Twisting in pain, the girl says that the rich could just drink the healing potion, but one bottle costs $1 billion. Tidos requires tacosagavruder, stolas, wauntranari tsawantrax aquarepere. Tangshirting, pain does not completely cloud the mind of the girl, and therefore an idea comes to her head. Songmoa opens the hunter's shop and looks at the assortment of different potions. Holding her hand on the wound, the girl is glad that her company explained what she needed. Upon entering the store, the girl is asked her nickname. Songmoa writhes in pain and thinks about her nickname. Songmoa explains that each hunter in the shop has a nickname because this is what guarantees anonymity. A drop of sweat on a girl's cheek, she can't think of a nickname to write for her. Songmoa's bloody finger is typing something on the shop screen. The girl understands that her hidden skill is to collect grass of the highest level, so the nickname should be similar to collecting, looting. The girl chooses her nickname and calls herself Luther. She asks for the shop to open sooner. Songmoa realizes that 1 billion is for a bottle for treatment, so she decides to sell all the items she collected today. In the inventory, she selects all her items. The system asks the girl if she is sure that she wants to sell all her items. Songmoa confirms. The items have started to be sold. The girl doesn't know if she will have time to sell everything and get the money. She stops feeling her limbs. She realizes that she should have chosen a nickname faster. Songmoa, holding her stomach, begins to miss her mother and younger brother. The girl starts to get very nervous and begs for the items to be sold faster, because she might die. The light in Songmoa's eyes begins to leave her body. She becomes very cold, and her body begins to turn pale. The items are sold. With the last of her strength, Songmoa goes to the store and buys a healing potion. The system asks if the girl is sure that she wants to buy this mid-morning potion. The girl confirms. After receiving the potion in his hands, Songmoa actively and quickly begins to drink it to remedy his critical situation. The system reports that the wounds are beginning to heal under the effect of the potion. A green aura of treatment surrounds the heroine. She becomes lighter and warmer. From the adventure in the dungeon and being on the verge of death, the girl begins to fall asleep while her body continues to heal the wounds. Morning comes. The alarm that Songmoa set at night starts to work. The girl wakes up and sits down. Her bed is stained with blood. Songmoa bows her head and says that she hates waking up for work. The girl decides to get out of bed and take a morning shower. The girl's clothes are stained with blood. She turns on the faucet to wash herself and wake up better. The girl says she will leave work early. Seeing her bloody face in the mirror, the girl, clutching her cheek, looked in fear and did not understand what had happened. Songmoa returns to her bed and sees that it is also covered in blood. In a frightened voice, she says that it was not a dream after all. Continuing to be surprised, the girl realizes that she has woken up after all. She cannot believe it. Sitting on the bed, the girl says that this cannot be, and opens the hunter's shop. Drenched in a cold sweat from surprise, the girl cannot believe that she was able to wake up. She looks at her inventory and realizes that all the items have been sold. Clutching her face and being in shock, the girl watches that all the items were sold for 2.5 billion, and she became a billionaire at the age of... The bright sun enters the girl's window and illuminates the room. Songmoa can't believe it and repeats that she has more than 2 billion in her account. The girl immediately transferred all the funds in cash. Holding wads of money in her hands, the girl looks at them in surprise. Continuing to sit on the bed in front of the open shop, Songmoa says that the shop allows exchange, so there are quite a few ways to withdraw funds. Redness appears on the girl's cheeks from joy, and her eyes shine. She understands that she can convert all funds into dollars or gold. Songmoa decides that it is better to leave the funds in won for the time being, and it is possible to transfer them to gold and other currencies later. The girl decides to close the shop and complete the exchange setup. A joyful girl literally glows because she is now very rich. A happy girl goes to work. Going to work, she has a lot of thoughts because before she lived paycheck to paycheck, and now she has a cash cushion. She is wondering whether to tell her mother that she won the lottery and send her 1 billion or not. Songmoa decides that 1 billion for winning the lottery is too much, so she will only give 500 million to her mother and spend the rest of the money carefully. The girl arrives at work bowing. She greets her colleagues. A brown-haired girl is asked if she is ill by any chance. The girl replies that she is a little sick. Full gray-haired man in glasses is the leader of Team 1, Kim. He says that the girl did not warn anyone and that she is definitely sick. Next to the gray-haired man stands a tall brunette with expressive, sharp facial features. The girl says that she simply forgot to warn. In her mind, she thinks that the potion was very effective and that her colleagues even joke about her. The tall man scathingly addresses Kim and says that he was very worried about the girl. The gray-haired man sarcastically says that his friend is kind. The brunette puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and tells her to keep warning about the illness, and this time they forgive her. He wishes her good work. Outwardly, the girl sincerely thanks her colleague, but inside she wants to stab him for such impudence. The girl approaches her workplace and is greeted by a brunette colleague sitting next to her. The brunette with the square is the assistant manager of Team 2, Kim So-hoon. She asks the heroine if everything is okay with her because she was worried. Song-moa, holding the back of her head, says that everything is fine and apologizes for not telling. Kim So-hoon waves and smiles and says that everything is fine and that happens to everyone. Sun-moa says that she is letting the team down with such actions, but the brunette assures that everything is fine because she said that the heroine is sick. Song-moa is indignant in her mind because she almost died yesterday. Sun-moa, looking out from his workplace, asks where the general manager is. The brunette, awkwardly scratching her cheek with her finger, says that the manager worked for her, so she stayed until dawn and will come later. Song-moa is very surprised and jumps up. Song-moa, folding her hands in a lock and raising them to her face, sincerely begins to apologize and asks to overwhelm her with work because she is ready to do everything for her mistake. A brunette with a checkered shirt encourages the girl and says that everything is fine, you just need to give it your all, because the girl still has work left. The girl lowered her head and thanked. Sorting through various papers, Song-moa thinks about telling the general manager about the dismissal, although the girl is embarrassed, but it shouldn't affect the decision. After going through the papers, the girl picks them all up and is indignant why there are so many requests to buy items, and there is nothing easy to work on. Song-moa, returning to her colleague, says that she will not go to lunch because it will take her 4 hours to answer these questions. The brunette is indignant because she is worried about the girl and says that first is food, then work, and also says that she will buy her porridge. Song-moa says no need. Kim So says that it is necessary, and also that the meeting will end soon, so Song-moa needs to go see the store manager before he is too busy. Sun-moa, taking a stack of papers, thanks the brunette and says that he will give her the cash now. The girl from the square interrupts and tells the brown-haired girl to hurry because she has a lot of work. Standing in front of the elevator, the brown-haired girl thinks about her colleague, because earlier she thought that the girl treated her coldly, but in fact she is very caring and will not leave anyone hungry. Entering the elevator, the heroine continues her thoughts and doesn't know whether she should tell her colleague about her awakening. Then Song-moa could become a store manager. Leaning to the side in thought, the brown-haired woman continues her thoughts and says that mostly hunters need return stones, and workers only need to keep records of deals. The elevator arrives at the right floor, and the girl gets out of it with a mountain of papers in her hand. Rushing to the store manager, the girl thinks that she will have a lot of problems if everyone finds out about her skill, because she, a hunter-gatherer, can simply be used and thrown away. The girl enters the office and smiles. She greets herself and says that she is from Team. The store manager, sitting on a chair with his feet on the table, did not even move. This infuriates the heroine, and she thinks that it is very rude. Song-moa smiles lovingly and asks if the boy had breakfast. She also thanks for the help, because they have a lot of items today. The boy, having closed and put the book on the table, is indignant and says that it is only morning, and there is already so much darkness. The girl laughs and supports. In her mind, the girl is indignant and thinks that the boy is the king of drama, because he only needs to find buyers, and he thinks that he is so important. A book with a red cover and the title Dungeon Monsters attracts the girl's attention. Song-moa reasons that it's a bestiary, and the insect she was with is also written in it. A guy with golden hair and a t-shirt with exposed muscular shoulders notices that the girl is looking at the bestiary. He asks her if she wants to know anything about monsters. Song-moa, pointing a finger, asks if the boy knows about the monster, with the body of an ant and the legs of a praying mantis. The boy, having opened the system, says that it is the king of insects of a lower rank. The girl asks if the monster has a name. The guy answers that only bosses have names. Golden-haired continues to tell and says that the king of insects is common, poisonous, and flying, and they are also divided into ranks depending on the drop of objects. What rank is an item of the same rank as the king of insects? The boy, having taken out various items from his inventory, drops them into a basket. The girl looks at this process. The shop manager pushes a basket with items and gives them to the girl, and in turn thanks her. Songmoa mentally calls the boy a clown and says that she has already seen the insect king. Indignant and sad, Songmoa approaches her workplace with her head bowed and reasons that she was almost killed by a lower-ranked monster, so it's better not to enter the dungeon anymore. Sunmoa's thoughts are interrupted by a brunette who has returned with lunch. The girl with the plaid, giving a thumbs up, smiles broadly, and hands Songmoa her lunch. The girl, sweating on her face, awkwardly thanks her colleague for lunch and asks her to reset her bank card number. The brunette, smiling widely, tells the heroine not to worry because she is already a veteran of sending items and she will do it in half an hour. Songmoa awkwardly says that she is very embarrassed. After agreeing to lunch, Songmoa sits with a box of food and says that the brunette is impossible to convince. Songmoa scoops up the mouth-watering and hot porridge handed to her by Kim So-hoon. The girl eats porridge with an appetite and says that it is very tasty because today she did not eat anything. Songmoa's lunch is interrupted by a girl who approaches the heroine. Sunmoa anxiously recognizes the general manager and wants to get up. A dark-haired woman in a blue t-shirt interrupts her and tells her not to get up. Sweet Girl Team 2's chief manager is Shin Se-yoon. She apologizes for interrupting the girl's lunch, so she wants to warn that she is leaving soon. A woman sits down across from Sunmoa and asks the frightened girl if she is feeling better. Songmoa is embarrassed and bows her head. She apologizes for not informing the manager. She also says that her colleague said that Miss Shin worked until dawn and came to work in the morning. The general manager calms down the frightened girl and tells her not to worry because everything is fine. She informed the management that Songmoa did not inform Miss Shin, so everything is fine. Almost crying, Songmoa says that Manager Lee has already told everyone that the girl didn't warn anyone. Miss Shin is surprised by such words. Miss Shin, leaning her elbow on the table and her palm on her cheek, sighs and says that if she needs help, Songmoa can ask. Songmoa is worried about the general manager's words and says that there may be bad rumors about Miss Shin. In her mind, the girl is surprised that the main manager cares about her more than her direct supervisor. Miss Shin puts her hands on her stomach and smiles and says that it happens. Sunmoa gathers her strength to talk about her awakening because it's now or never. Songmoa decides that she needs to tell everything, so she begins to approach the general manager. The girl's words are interrupted by the shaking of the table and the cutlery on it. Frightened girls do not understand what is happening. Songmoa notices that the building seems to be shaking. The shaking intensifies and almost knocks Miss Shin and Sunmoa off their feet. The tremors are getting worse and worse, which worries Songmoa a lot. People in the building start to panic and scream. Songmoa rhetorically exclaims that it's an earthquake. Miss Shin starts to leave and says she will check the situation and asks Songmoa to hide under the table. The girl panics. She doesn't know what to do. Listen to the manager and hide or do something. Songmoa grits her teeth and trembles with fear. She faces a difficult choice. The girl dismisses thoughts about the hiding place and sets out to meet Miss Shin. She thinks she shouldn't just sit and wait. The girl's path is blocked by a blue light. Songmoa looks at the source of light in great surprise. Sunmoa, covering himself with his hands, realizes that it is not an earthquake, but that the gate has opened right in the building. The girl realizes that she does not have time to run away, so she decides to take the return stone. The girl returns, and the gates to the dungeon begin to transport her. A dungeon with blue particles of light opens before the girl. Songmoa cries and says that she has been dragged into the dungeon again. She cannot believe it. Thager stag or feats, adikar, benuras, size gurenis grof. Fikrai girl looking over the wall notices that this dungeon is different from the one at night. Not far from the heroine, cries for help are heard. This catches Songmoa's attention. Looking at the shadow, she sees a monster stalking a person who is screaming to be saved. The heroine hides behind a stone and worries. She thinks that everything is much worse than she thought. The girl doesn't know if she needs to run away because she might attract extra attention, but she won't wait for help. Songmoa mentions the store managers. She thinks they must have come here too. The girl kneeling down carefully examines the territory. She reasons that no matter how bad the managers are, they are still awakened hunters, so they are unlikely to leave people in danger. Songmoa decides to come out of hiding and find the hunters, but as soon as she comes out, a monster kills a person before her eyes. The king of insects killed a man. The girl tries to hide back in her hiding place. Unexpectedly, someone takes Songmoa's hand. The girl is surprised by this. Songmoa was frightened, but she is glad that she did not scream out of fear. She cannot see who grabbed her hand because it is very dark. Breaking away from the monster, Songmoa decides to rest. She reflects that even without knowing who saved her, she trusted, because staying still would be a mistake. Save the heroine, Miss Shin. With a finger to his lips, the head manager is happy that Songmoa is alive and asks her to follow her. Songmoa follows Miss Shin, who lights the road with a lantern. The heroine is happy that the general manager is alive. She wonders if Miss Shin has found the store managers. Miss Shin leads the heroine to a small group where there is Assistant Kim, her manager, and a tall brunette. A brunette with brown hair is arguing with two men about something. Miss Shin approaches the brunette and asks what happened. Kim tells them they were being chased by a monster, and she helped them hide. When everything went quiet, Kim told the men they were hiding here with the general manager. The men do not agree with the fact that the brunette considers this shelter only for Kim and Shin, because now they are all in danger. The gray-haired man begins to say that they were the first to find this shelter. Songmoa rages and clenches his fists. Songmoa, clinging to the assistant, does not understand why they are so ungrateful, and says that Kim saved his life with him, and they want to take away her shelter. A man with expressive facial features, holding out his hand, says that he is the leader of her team, so it is better for the heroine to follow what she says. All the girls are in shock. They are outraged by the boy's words and want to hit him for it. Ira, the girls decide not to be silent and say that no one cares what his position is. The argument is interrupted by a monster approaching the company. The men start running for shelter. The assistant tries to stop them and says that they have no right to go inside. A tall brunette knocks a girl down and tells her to get out of his way. The brunette falls, and a worried Miss Shin runs up to her. Miss Shin asks the injured assistant if she is all right. Songmoa is very angry. The editor-in-chief picks up Miss Kim and asks her to stand up carefully. The assistant tells Songmoa to run for cover, no matter how much of a freak they are, but she will be let through. Songmoa refuses to go, but the assistant takes her there by force and says that there is no time to refuse. Men throw the heroine out of hiding. The girl falls on her back. The girls don't understand why men are such jerks. They start to panic while Songmoa is lying on the ground. The heroine notices a stone and thinks that they can hide behind it. Songmoa gets up and realizes that they have no time to think and must act. The heroine takes Miss Shin by the hand and tells them to hide faster. Hiding behind a rock, Songmoa cautiously looks and surveys the area. One of the girls says that they are here for everyone to see. The Neskodriko Sturl, Eingdworks, Drunter, searches for its prey and carefully examines the territory. Approaching the stone, the monster placed its praying mantis paws and carefully looks into the girl's hiding place. Frightened girls try not to give themselves away and sit silently screaming with their mouths in their hands. The attention of the monster is attracted by the men, who also try not to be killed by the monster. Leaving the lair of girls alone, the insect king approaches the men. The monster squeezes the brunette's neck with its paw. The boy screams for the monster to get off of him. The girls hear the boy screaming in pain. Songmoa breaks into a cold sweat, covers her mouth with her hand, and tries not to even breathe. A gray-haired man lies dead on the cold ground. The brunette's bloody hands try to reach for at least some kind of rescue. He barely speaks and asks for help. They frightened girls understand that if they had hid in that shelter, they would have died the same way. The girls breathe a sigh of relief and say that they are very lucky that they did not become the monster's prey. Songmoa begins to think that he is not so lucky. The monster starts dragging corpses. The girls need 3 return stones, and that's 3 whole monsters, and the managers are unlikely to help. Songmoa decides to look for managers and collect various resources along the way. Miss Shin takes Songmoa's hand and asks where she is going. The heroine says that they cannot sit here forever, and they need to seek help. The head manager refuses the girl and says that they have no choice. They have to wait. Ms. Jane is very worried and tries to calm the heroine, saying that it is best to stay in the shelter and wait for the hunters. Assistant Kim says that when the gate opened last time, the hunter unit had to wait a whole week. Songmoa is very worried and says that they won't be able to last a whole week in the dungeon. Ms. Kim assures the heroine that many people got into the dungeon, so help will come faster this time. Songmoa realizes that her plan will require her to tell her colleagues about the awakening. The girl closes her eyes. She does not want to tell, but she has no other way. Having gained determination, the girl opens her eyes and begins to speak. The girl once again understands that for the sake of salvation, the girls must know the truth if they want to survive. The heroine says that she wants to tell him something. The female assistant, holding her index finger to her lips, apologizes for interrupting Mo. Excited Kim says she heard something, like some blows. Songmoa rejoices and says that maybe there is a fight going on there, and only hunters can fight, so they are store managers. Songmoa decides to tell about her secret later. After all, she is a gatherer, not a warrior. The heroine says that they need to find hunters because hiding behind a stone will not work forever. The heroine adds that they may encounter monsters, but if they stay here, they may lose their last chance for salvation. After going on a journey, Songmoa notices something and is very surprised. The heroine says that she does not want to scare her colleagues, but it seems to her that there are no more traces of the battle. Miss Kim calms down and says that these are skill marks, not monsters, so they must be hunters. Songmoa carefully examines the area and notices something. Miss Shin and Kim are whispering about something. Large craters and cracks in the stone ground. But there are no corpses of monsters. The heroine thinks that she could get something out of them. But there is a possibility that the stones of return have already been taken from them. 3 girls are staring intently at one place. Miss Kim, extending her finger forward, points to something. A brunette in glasses and a light brown-haired man in a suit wave at the girls and ask them to come closer. Songmoa quickly approaches the boys and asks where they have been hiding for so long. The boys say they were with the store manager. Behind the stone sits a golden-haired store manager. The guy in the suit introduces himself as Kim Seol-chu's assistant and says that they met with the general manager, Shin Se-yoon. The bespectacled brunette, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, says his name is Soo-min-soo and he's happy they're alive. The company gets to know each other better, and their conversation is interrupted by the store manager, who says that they like to talk. Holding the wound on his stomach and closing his face, the golden-haired boy says that they decided to meet before death. Everyone looked at the wounded boy in silence. Songmoa, covering his mouth with his hand, thinks that the boy could have chosen better words, although she understands that he protected the boys at the cost of his life. The enroll manager starts walking towards the boy. Songmoa asks what she is doing. Ms. Kim sits next to the wounded man and asks how he feels and whether he has lost a lot of blood. golden-haired knocking Kim's hand away, says that he is still alive. The angry boy says that he cannot continue fighting. There are no return stones, so it is all over. Also, the store manager adds that he fought off one wave of monsters, but they may come back, or even someone stronger. Ms. Kim asks the boy if he has any potions. Golden-haired aggressively replies that there is nothing and orders them to leave here. The brunette in glasses, taking the hand of the golden-haired man on his shoulder, says that they will not leave the boy here. The store manager is outraged and tells them to screw it up. Contorting his face from pain and hopelessness, the golden-haired man simply asks to leave him. They were langsterius tseler. The boy calls the workers stupid and doesn't understand what is wrong with them. The brunette picks up the manager while he is indignant. The blonde says that they can find another manager, but the brunette assures them that they won't leave him here. Songmoa realizes that even without the boy, they don't have much of a chance, so leaving him here doesn't make sense. The girl says that it will be better to stay together. Songmoa, supporting the wounded man, tells them to hurry because there is no time. The boy says that if they die, it will not be his fault. Strong pain from the wound falls on the golden-haired man. Holding on to the wound, the boy asks to be thrown. Everyone refuses and continues to lead the boy. Goldenhair tells them to hear the monster coming. Sun Moja turns towards the monster in fear. A large yellow monster, similar to a beetle, appears in front of the company. A golden beetle sees its prey and prepares to attack it. The company is very scared. The store manager says that it was necessary to flee while there was a chance. A huge C-rank insect prepares to kill boys and girls. Songmoa is very frightened and cannot believe that hunters are fighting such monsters, because he is 10 times bigger than an elephant. Golden and pointed daggers begin to fly out of the monster's mouth. The manager shouts for everyone to come to him. The boy uses a magical barrier for protection. The manager's defensive skill makes him feel worse, and he starts coughing up blood. Everyone is afraid and doesn't understand what to do with him. With the last of his strength, the boy stands up, wiping the blood with his hand, and says that he can hold the monster so that the others can escape. It is better that a few people survive than they all die here. Songmoa turns away from the monster and looks pityingly at the golden-haired man. The manager asks where the girl is turning if the monster is right in front of her. The hunter realizes that he will not have enough strength. He says that the monster will attack now, so everyone needs to run to the count of 3. The monster roars and prepares for a new attack. The guy starts counting down the time. Everyone prepares to escape. The count reaches 3, but in an instant, a large and sharp weapon appears in the monster's belly. Unknown cuts a monster in half in a matter of seconds with a single blow. The unknown man turns out to be the hunter Seo Ji-han. Standing on the monster's corpse, the boy with the scythe asks if there is anyone alive here. Songmoa recognizes the hunter and calls his name. Theoji looks at the number of people he just saved. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Assistant Kim falls to her knees and says that they survived and that they thought they'd wait a whole week for rescue. A brunette with glasses asks the store manager if he is all right. The guy in the suit is happy because they were saved in such a short period of time. Songmoa approaches Miss Shin and says that this is not a rescue group, but just one hunter. The hunter is called Watchful Eye. Seoji throws an object to the girls and asks them to catch it. The general manager catches the blue stone. Seoji says they can use it. The hunter points a finger at Songmoa and orders her to finish the job. Songmoa doesn't understand what the boy means. The assistant notices that after these words, the boy immediately disappeared. The brunette and the guy in the suit are delighted with the hunter. They say that the gossips were not lying, and he looks like an idol. Assistant Kim says that the gossip is even an understatement, because this return stone is worth a lot. The Dextrigrafos dan Ikosker Stigras. Dursturier. Linktrowix. The general manager notices that the return stone is reusable, but her face changes to sadness. Songmoa asks Shin what happened. The guy in the suit asks if there are any problems, and Kim doesn't understand why the stone is calculated for such a quantity. As a cry cranked store, Ms. Shane shows the return stone and says that it is only enough for 5 people. Song Moa understands that this is a problem because their company consists of 6 people. A brunette in glasses, extending his hand, asks to hand over the stone of return to him. The head manager asks why she has to give the stone away. Brunette explains that they need to go right now because the golden-haired guy could die. If Shin can't decide who goes, then he will. Kim's assistant protests and asks why exactly. He will decide, the editor-in-chief, clutching a stone in his fist, turns to Kim and says that the guy is right. Sir. Shush. Miss Shin begins to activate the return stone. The general manager opens the gate from the dungeon. She says she will stay here. Everyone is shocked by the manager's statement and asks why she made such a decision. Smiling, Miss Shin says that the portal is open for 5 minutes, and she will wait for the rescue team here, so she asks not to worry about her. The company continues to wonder. It's a pity they have to leave one person here. Kim covers her mouth with her hand, and Song Moa bows her head in pity. Continuing to smile, Miss Shin asks not to worry and to go to the portal. The brunette bows her head and apologizes. 2 guys carry the manager of the store through the portal. Assistant Kim holds the hand of the general manager and does not want to leave her alone. Song Moa, bowing her head, thinks about what she should do, because Shin will definitely not survive alone, but the gate will close soon. Kim starts crying on Shin's chest. Song Moa reasons that the assistant only stayed at her job because of the general manager, because she always took care of them. Song Moa remembers Miss Shin treating them to warm and fragrant coffee. Song Moa realizes that she doesn't want to survive at the expense of someone else's death, so she turns to Miss Kim and Miss Shin. Theodor Strunit Staufrea. Obviously, the girls, standing right in front of the gate, do not understand what Moa wants from them. The heroine apologizes and pushes the 2 girls straight into the portal. Standing in front of the portal and straightening his back, Song Moa is proud of his act. The girl smiles at the girls until the portal closes completely. Song Moa watches as her chance for salvation closes before her eyes. She ponders what she will do next. Clenching his fists and rejoicing, Song Moa praises himself for his courage and his brave act. However, the heroine's momentary joy is replaced by hopelessness because she is alone in a dungeon with monsters. The girl, holding her palms to her cheeks, reasoned that if the hunter went that way, it means that the monsters were killed there. She looks into the dark passage and sighs sadly. Song Moa slaps her cheeks and tries to pull herself together. She assures herself that she will be fine. The girl carefully moves along the chosen path. The girl thinks that the hunter looked good, so she is unlikely to be refused. Song Moa doesn't really want to show her hidden skill, but she has no other choice. In the imagination of the heroine, she goes on a tether to a hunter with a scythe and carries various objects in torment. The girl hopes for luck that the guy will not turn her into a slave gatherer. Song Moa concludes that working with such a person will even be beneficial. The girl notices that the passage on the left is closed. The girl looks closely at the holes on the walls and says that the same marks were left after the C-rank monster. She thinks that the hunter went to the right. The girl has been wandering for an hour, but has not met a single monster on her way, she thinks. So G is incredible. Also, Song Moa thinks that the hunter immediately collects items from monsters. She was hoping for at least one monster corpse. The girl's attention is attracted by the violet flower, Evitonis. She is glad that she has finally found it. Song Moa starts collecting. She thinks she needs items just in case. And the girl also eats some kernels to speed things up. Chewing kernels, the girl notices that there were no plants in the previous part of the dungeon, but now there are quite a lot of them. If she goes further, maybe there will be more of them. Thagos dry crench story. Thus the girl looks at the other end of the cave and sees even more Evitonis. Song Moa decides to collect some more items and continue on his way to the hunter. After walking a little further, the girl finds herself in a huge meadow with flowers. In this clearing, Songmoa meets Seo Ji-han and is very surprised. The girl wonders what kind of open location this is and why it looks so suspicious. A very unusual place. Seo Ji-han does not notice the girl and continues to stand in a fighting stance with a scythe behind his back. A girl addresses him. The hunter didn't move and continued to stand as he was, leaving the girl alone. The girl is a little shy and thinks that the hunter did not hear, but simply felt the presence of the girl, and he is fine. Songmoa has no choice, so she decides to eat the flowers. Maybe, if she eats them all, she will be able to defeat one lower-ranking beetle. The girl continues to pick and eat flowers and thinks that the hunter will figure it out himself. In an instant, the girl's face changes to surprise. She feels sick. Sitting down, the girl realizes that she cannot breathe. She loses strength. The system informs the girl that the king of insects has appeared. He imposes the onslaught effect on people. Thedros Teriskaris 1, Autofrofer. Duset, the girl standing cross-legged, does not have the strength to fight this effect and squirms. Gathering his strength, Songmoa decides to look at the hunter to see if he can withstand this effect. Seo Ji-han confidently spins his weapon and does not feel the effect on himself. A giant blue beetle with wings emerges from under the ground. Kyrgyz, Lord of Insects. Songmoa, holding her head in her hands, clings to the ground and says that Seo Ji is sick because he alone wants to defeat a boss that even an army of hunters cannot cope with. She thinks that the best hunters are crazy. Sweating from the onslaught effect, Songmoa remembers that Seo Ji-han only fought the team once, when the first ever boss was defeated. Songmoa thinks that the hunter became number one because of that battle, but it must have been because of the support of the team that he won. Seo Ji-han starts fighting Kyrgyz. The girl can't understand how the guy defeated the first boss. The insect lord opens his mouth and lets out a stunning scream. The girl doesn't understand how an insect can make such a loud sound. Songmoa is scared because her body stops listening to her. She cannot escape. The system reports that the insect's cry increased the effect of the onslaught effect to the paralysis effect. The girl can't breathe. Seo Ji-han's scythe draws out dark shades of magic. After getting into a combat stance, the hunter prepares for an attack. Leaping high into the air, Seo Ji raises her scythe and flies straight at the insect lord. With a loud and lightning strike, Seo Ji hits Kyrgyz right in the head. Kyrgyz survives the hunter's attack and begins to prepare his attack. Raising his mouth upwards, he creates a blue magic sphere and fills it. When a large insect attacks, Seo Ji-han quickly dodges using a scythe. The hunter's eyes fill with determination and rage. He puts his weapon behind his back and prepares a new attack. Seo Ji-han spins with the scythe and delivers a devastating blow to the scythe. Kyrgyz takes massive damage from a hunter's attack. It screams in pain and flies into a wall. Songmoa, lying on the flowers, thinks that Seo Ji is fast, but he doesn't have enough strength to kill the monster. She doesn't know if it will all end and thinks that she will most likely die. After flinching from the hunter's attack, Kyrgyz flies up again and uses a new attack. The girl is worried and scared. Songmoa is crying and does not understand why the bug shows new attacks. The girl is very scared. The orb on the monster's horns grows larger and stronger. Seo Ji-han prepares to dodge the attack. The girl, looking with one eye and clinging to the ground, says that the monster will strike now. The monster takes out a huge blue beam of strong energy. It prepares to kill the hunter. Seo Ji-san is surprised by the monster's attack and quickly thinks about what move to make next. The hunter jumps to the side, almost avoiding the attack of Kyrgyz. The girl, holding her head with her hands, looks scared at the fight between the hunter and the insect. Songmoa is glad that she was able to survive, because such an attack did not leave a wet spot after her. The girl is worried about Song Ji-han and looks out of hiding to see what happened to the boy. The insect hit the hunter, but Seo Ji-han, holding on to the scythe and standing on his knee, looks alive. Seo Ji-han raises his head and in his eyes you can read the readiness to continue the fight. The hunter stands, firmly grasping his scythe. He shows the monster that he can still fight him and win. Sanmoa, lying on the flowers and leaning on his hand, thinks that the hunter has a special skill that absorbs attacks and strengthens the hunter himself. The girl notices that the black aura from the hunter's scythe is this special skill. Seoji-han runs to attack the monster again, his eyes set on defeating and killing the monster. Kyrgyz flies up to the mountain, shouts and prepares for a counterattack. Seoji-han catches up to the monster and prepares to hit it. Kyrgyz launches a paw attack. The hunter counterattacks Kyrgyz's blow and sends it into the wall. The girl is delighted by Seoji-han's attack and thinks that the blow almost sent the monster into space. Seoji-han, standing on a stone wall, holds his hand to his chin. Songmoa wonders if this hunter is even human. Sunmoa guesses that the hunter's weapon is the scythe of Kyrgyz, the spirit lord, the only boss defeated. The girl remembers the battle of Song-ji-han and the team with this boss. Sadness appears on her face. The girl lowers her head and clenches her fist. She is jealous because she also wants to be so strong. The girl looks at Soji with her huge eyes and says that she would like another skill because she only has collection. She thinks that with another skill, she could at least escape. At this time, Seoji-han takes out some scroll from his inventory. The girl thinks the guy is going to ult or something. The boy, taking one end of the scroll in his teeth and the other in his hand, tears it. After that, a blue aura appears around the hunter. The blue aura makes Soji even faster and stronger. In an instant, the boy charges towards the monster to deliver another attack. The monster uses the startling scream again, but Seoji-han continues to run towards Kyrgyz. Sunmoa, sweating, gathers her strength and wants to run away, because she will definitely not survive this. In an instant, the girl's plans change. She is paralyzed again, and her face becomes surprised. She turns and sees a huge and formidable monster. She thinks that she might not even turn back and feel its full power. Songmoa realizes that just one look from the monster, and she can no longer move or breathe. The girl thinks that everything is over. She remains without hope and presses her head to the ground, wrapping her arms around her. She thinks that it would have been better to lie still and not move. The girl hears the sound again and realizes that the monster is starting a new attack. Songmoa grimaces and realizes that she can say goodbye to life. The monster is almost finishing its attack preparations to kill Songmoa. A powerful hunter becomes a girl's protector. Seoji-han's special skill begins to surround the girl's body. The girl looks at her savior, but does not understand why he is being attacked by Kyrgyz. Sunmoa understands that the boy will protect the girl, but the hunter himself will become weaker. Seoji-san orders the girl to run away quickly. The frightened and surprised girl obeys the boy and starts to run away. The girl bursts from the ground and thinks that she has no time to think. The faster she runs away, the easier it will be for the hunter. The monster screams again and finishes preparing its attack. A monster attacks a girl. Songmoa doesn't understand what Kyrgyz needs from her. Seoji-han smiles and calls Kyrgyz a freak and that he's too relaxed. Seoji-han's voice grows rougher and says he'll see how the monster handles it. The aura around the hunter becomes blacker. Sunmoa, continuing to run, turns his head and doesn't understand what the hunter is going to do. Seoji-han prepares for a new attack. The aura around him increases and darkens even more. It gains strength. Sunmoa notices that the aura is increasing and thinks that the boy is preparing for a final attack. The monster interrupts Seoji-han's attack preparation and strikes with its paw, crying out as it does so. Sunmoa is very worried about the hunter being able to survive and dodged. Kyrgyz pierces the hunter's body and lifts him up. The girl is scared and screams at Seoji-han, hoping that he is still alive. The hunter's body hangs on the monster's long limb. The hunter's stomach is pierced, but the boy is alive and wipes the blood from his face with his hand. He says that it hurts quite a bit. The girl holding her head in her hands shouts that it doesn't hurt. Songmoa reasons that she would like to back down, but it is unlikely that Kyrgyz will allow it. She is very worried about the boy. Theoji-ha notices that his wound looks like a mortal wound, but the hunter's weapon has become even bigger and stronger. The hunter's mad look causes fear in the world around him. He puts his bloody hand on the monster's limb and prepares to attack. The monster's face changes. Kyrgyz doesn't understand why the hunter is still alive and raises his paw higher. The hunter's aura begins to absorb the monster's limb. Seo Ji-han is only happy about it. The aura absorbs the monster more and more. The monster is now crying out in fear. The girl decides to run away because she no longer wants to stand still after what she saw. Songmoa's conscience appeals to the girl because how can she run away when Seoji sacrificed himself for her, and if the boy can escape? The girl decides that she will collect all the items when she escapes to help. Seoji-ha, with a huge scythe, raises it up and prepares to deliver the final blow. The girl understands that it is too late to run away. Puida! Arstarder! The hunter screams with all his might and strikes the monster. Kyrgyz is afraid of a mad hunter, with his mouth agape. The shockwave reaches the girl. She can only cover her face with her hands. The hunter's powerful blow rips apart the monster and throws the girl straight into the wall. Songmoa makes a small hole in the wall from the impact, staggered, and gets up and doesn't understand where Seo Ji-han is. She looks at the battlefield and is very surprised by what she sees. Kyrgyz lies torn to pieces, uttering dying screams. Songmoa rushes to the aid of the almost dead Seo Ji-han. A frightened girl looks at the boy's wounded body. Fear and shock can be read in her eyes. Seo Ji-han sweats and writhes in pain as he realizes that his end will soon come. The girl does not know what to do. She thinks that the potion is unlikely to help the boy. Songmoa, holding the boy in her arms, looks at the notification from the system. The system reports that Kyrgyz, the Lord of Insects, is killed and his possessions are freed from his influence. The girl understands that the gate from the dungeon will open soon. Seo Ji-han coughs and makes noises. The girl is surprised that the boy is still alive and asks to hold him because they will get out soon. This girl looks at the almost dead hunter with pity in her eyes. Thebe skeriswara war kafrister. Ikafridas dort perkurdash inkuvert for kurdawi bangsto or gauri for turnster. Boy's body continues to sweat. His skin turns pale, his eyes open, and the boy smiles a little. The girl is sad. She understands that the boy went after the boss, but wasn't ready to die. He's not crazy, just a good person. Looking at the girl, the hunter asks if they can get out of the dungeon now. Songmoa doesn't understand the boy and hysterically asks him to hold on. She thinks the hunter is dead. The gate begins to open. The girl begs the boy to wake up because they are almost out. Songmoa continues to try to get the boy to wake up. She says that this is his victory, and he cannot die. A girl cries over the death of a brave hunter who saved her life. Songmoa tells the boy for the last time that it is time to go. She puts her hand on him. Theodor stammel for freak stros brain lutauers. Aire, wang frakatrakafre, dakufai koik, kaukakirkainturks. Our girl reasoned that if Kyrgyz died, the dungeon gates would open everywhere, and the survivors would be able to escape. The body of the dead insect lord begins to glow with a golden aura. The girl decides that she needs to examine the monster. Thago strar kwawu diskrung skyderdar. Einfagox. Poor girl starts collecting items from the defeated monster. She does this so that Seo Ji-han's death will not be in vain. Songmoa turns to the boy and thinks that he will take the body of the dead hunter because he should not be thrown here. Seo Ji-han's body begins to glow with the same aura as the monster. The girl notices this and is very surprised. Songmoa, looking at his hands, says that it is a collection skill. With sadness on her face, the girl sits next to the hunter and begins to collect items from his body. She thinks the boy deserved a decent burial. After collecting the artifacts from the monster and Seo Ji-han, the girl looks at the open gate. Songmoa goes to the portal and says that it is time for her to go home. Rescuers gathered around the building where the dungeon opened. One of the rescuers shouts that there are more people who managed to survive. A broken building and injured people all around. People rush to help. Someone asks if they have seen his son in the dungeon. A sad Moa stands in the middle of the crowd and hears someone calling her name. Manager Shin runs up to Song Moa. She was very worried about the girl and carefully examines her body. She asks where the blood on the heroine came from. Ms. Kim starts begging for a doctor to come to Song Moa since she just came out of the dungeon. The heroine says that everything is fine with her. Song Moa begins to cry and says through her tears that she is really all right. Ms. Kim does not believe the words of the heroine, holding her cheeks, but says that she is covered in blood. Song Moa, taking Miss Kim's hand, says that she is not hurt. Tilting her head to one side, a sad and tearful girl says that she needs to tell her manager something. Scared for Song Moa's life, Manager Shen stands and tells the girl to tell her anything. With a big smile and a hand on her chest, Song Moa says she's quitting. Manager Shin is shocked by Song Moa's words. However, understanding Song Moa's decision, the girl smiles widely, and a salty tear rolls down her cheek. Rescuers, survivors are all around, warming themselves in blankets and trying to get back to normal. Sheen says he has nothing against releasing the heroine. At the hospital, Song Mo is asked to wait there. The girl agrees. Sitting on the bench, the heroine thinks she is happy that Manager Shin and Kim are okay. She decides to tell about Seo Ji-han's death. She will leave his body in the morgue to be buried. Thedors, Eichstreinturgel Froius. Takura, the girl opens her inventory and examines the items she collected in the dungeon. Song Moa is surprised because she doesn't find Seo Ji-han's body. She thought she took his body with her. Song Moa is worried. She doesn't know what to do because she left Seo Ji-han's body in the dungeon. The girl also finds a strange sphere in her inventory. Sun Moa reveals the description of the object. The orb turns out to be Seo Ji-han's soul stone, its owner being the one in whose inventory the item is. Sun Moa is lost in emotions and cannot believe what he sees. I'm sir. The girl is lost and blue in the face. She does not understand what to do next. Hey there. It's evening. A taxi brings a girl to her house. Song Moa gets out of the taxi and thanks the driver for the ride. Song Moa says that she bought a phone and has been persuading Kim and Shin for a long time, that she is fine and doesn't need to stay in the hospital. They are very worried. After entering the house, the girl turns on the light and thinks that she never told about the death of Seo Ji-han. She still does not understand what kind of soul stone it is. Also, Song Moa notices that she still hasn't cleaned the room after the previous breakup. Song Moa decides to lie down on the bed, which is stained with blood. She thinks that she will buy new bed linen tomorrow, because now she just wants to lie down. When the girl went to bed, she thought that it was time to solve the first problem. Song Moa opens her phone and decides to call her mother. Song Moa's mother immediately picks up the phone. The girl thinks that she was waiting for her call. An excited mother asks if everything is okay with her daughter. The girl says that she has several scratches. She was not even detained in the hospital. Also, the mother asks if the heroine has had dinner. The girl, without strength, says that she is very tortured and will eat tomorrow. The girl sits on the edge of the bed and opens the inventory. She says goodbye to her mother and says that she will call her tomorrow. Song Moa puts the phone down and thinks about what to do next. Having taken out the soul stone from the inventory, the girl holds it in her hand and says that now she needs to deal with the second problem. Carefully examining the nephilic sphere in her hand, the girl thinks that there is nothing special about it. Holding the stone with 2 fingers, the girl cannot believe that the human soul finds in this sphere. Song Moa, scratching the side of her head, cannot understand why the sphere is so bright and clean. But then she realizes that the hunter sacrificed himself for her. The girl remembers the gossip about the hunter, in which they said that the people whom the hunter hated, he brought almost to death. The frightened girl hopes that it is just a lie. Continuing to examine the soul stone, the girl tried to learn at least something about the mysterious object, but it did not bring results. Also, the girl thinks that maybe this is a kind of memorial to a deceased person. Songmoa opens the map on her phone and decides to see where the nearest morgue is. The girl's search and thoughts are interrupted by a mysterious voice that says that going to the morgue is not a very good idea. The frightened girl doesn't understand what is being done. A ghostly Seoji-han appears in front of the girl. Seonmoa can't believe her eyes. Holding on to his hair, Seoji-han stands and stares at the girl. Sunmoa is even more frightened and calls the dead hunter a ghost. The boy examines his body and doesn't understand why he became a ghost. Songmoa says that she herself doesn't know why Seoji-han became a ghost, but she has a guess. The guy folding his hands tells the girl to tell. The girl, awkwardly scratching her cheek and sweating, says that she used the gathering skill on the dead body of a hunter. She did not want to steal anything. She was just going to take the body to the inventory so that it could be buried. The hunter's ghost leans over to the girl and asks her to continue. Songmoa is scared and quickly says that a soul stone appeared in her inventory. She didn't know that this happens after absorbing the hunters. Songmoa ponders and does not understand why even after death, such an onslaught comes from the hunter. The ghost, holding his hand on his chin, ponders over the girl's words. The boy says that he is hearing about this for the first time. Songmoa still feels awkward and says that the hunter will drill a hole in her with his gaze. She says that only she can do that because of her special hidden skill. Seoji-han, with folded hands, stares at Songmoa and does not understand her words. A girl feels like a dog after saying that she is a hunter-gatherer. Thea, holding out his hand to the girl, tells the heroine to tell what the meaning of her hidden skill is. The girl doesn't really want to talk about her skill, but usually hunters don't share such information because there's no other way to find out about the skill, and that's why it's the only trump card up their sleeve. Songmoa, sighing and closing her eyes, thinks that she can understand the hunter's request, for she has absorbed his body. The girl says that she got into a special rift. After telling her story, the girl ends and says that with the skill she can get any items that may drop from the whole skill. A sad girl thinks that she is really to blame and thinks that the boy might be angry with her. After analyzing the girl's words, Seoji-han grits his teeth and turns to her. The guy, putting his hand on his chest, asks what the heroine is going to do with him. The girl thinks and does not understand what the ghost means. Sunmoa, scratching her head, says that she has not thought about such a thing yet. The guy, frowning, says how to believe him from her word. Seoji-han presses the girl and says, why did she absorb his corpse when the body could have just been put in the inventory? The ghost thinks the girl wants to become a necromancer and use it. Sunmoa clutches her head with her hands and says that she didn't know that a body could be placed in inventory. The girl, awkwardly putting her finger to her mouth and sweating, says that she did not intend anything bad. She is not going to harm the boy and will not do anything with the soul stone. The hunter is worried and suspicious of the girl. He says that maybe the heroine is pretending to be good, and then she will sell the soul stone on the black market. Songmoa says that then the boy will haunt her for the rest of her life, and she is a law-abiding citizen. The girl offers the boy to give her the contacts of his relatives, and she will give him the soul stone, because it will be better that way. A cheeky guy says that the girl doesn't know anything about him. He doesn't have a family. The girl feels ashamed and thinks that the boy could at least hint that she should not say such a thing. Songmoa continues her ideas and says that she can give the soul stone to the boy's friends. The ghost, frowning and folding his hands, says that they are dead. The girl continues and says that she could give it to fellow hunters. Seoji-han starts to get angry after hearing this. Songmoa realizes that the young man hates his colleagues. The guy continues to stand with folded hands. The girl bows her head and laughs awkwardly. She thinks that she even feels sorry for the guy. To lighten the awkward situation, the girl changes the topic of conversation and asks what kind of food the guy would like for the funeral. The ghost wasn't ready for such a question and is very surprised. The girl says that the boy saved her life. She could organize a farewell ceremony. The guy slaps his hand on the face and says that there is no need. The girl thinks that the guy is a Christian, but she doesn't guess either. Theo Ji-han says that he doesn't need it, and also adds that the girl is very frivolous. Song Moa consoles herself with the thought that the boy saved her. The ghost says that the girl can break his soul to pieces. Song Moa awkwardly says that she didn't even think about that. Song Moa decides that the boy's soul is none of her business after all. So she asks what Seo Ji-han himself would like. The ghost, raising his hand to his chin, says that the girl should not have gone there. Song Moa doesn't understand what the boy means. Seo Ji-han continues the story and says that if the girl had stayed where they first met, then she would have been able to safely walk out the gate after the boss died. The girl tries to justify her decision and says that the guy could have said that the sixth person should just wait. Seo Ji-han says that he wasn't sure that was a good idea. Song Moa continues and says that the boy could have shouted that it was the boss arena when the girl called him. The old man says that it was too late, because then the boss would have just attacked the girl, and Seo Ji-han would have had to follow him. And if he had been distracted, he would have died immediately. Song Moa, looking away, says that the boy could just wait for the rest of the hunters, even though he is the strongest. The girl thinks that judging by the description in the media, the boy would have already cursed her several times. Theo Ji-han frowns and folds his hands, saying that he had no other choice. Sun Moa does not understand the words of the hunter and says that the rescue team was already ready to go in. This time it was assembled in record time. The guy is silent in response. The girl apologizes to Seo Ji-han for what happened. The guy is embarrassed by the apology. The guy holding his neck and looking away tells the girl to forgive him because he's not going to blame her. His decision is his responsibility. It's just that Seo Ji-han was surprised that he became a ghost. The boy says that he understands the girl's whole situation. Song Moa is surprised by Seo Ji-han's words. The girl gets out of bed and happily says that she will find a way to send the boy to another world. So tomorrow they go to popular temples to free the boy's soul. The ghost thinks about the girl's words. Seo Ji-han drifts away in his thoughts and silently looks at the girl. Song Moa does not understand why the young man is staring at her like that. She is uncomfortable and thinks that what she said is wrong. To break the awkward silence, the girl, raising her finger, says that the boy is much better than the gossips say about him. During the fight, Song Moa seems to have given up. The girl tries to find words and adds that the boy is a little eccentric. The boy does not understand what the girl is talking about and asks her. Song Moa replies that the boy kept laughing when he was pierced through. Theo Ji-han understands what the girl means. Song Moa looks at the boy with interest. The boy, pointing at himself, says that it is all because of his special skill. The girl curiously asks the ghost what skill he is talking about. Sun Moa, with a curious expression on his face, clenches his fists and thinks that the boy has a skill that gives him pleasure when he takes damage. The guy interrupts the girl's fantasies and says that she imagined something wrong. Theo Ji-han tells that his absorption skill, it increases his strength in absorbing damage. The girl says that she heard about this. The boy, with pride on his face, says that thanks to Kyrgyz's attack, he was able to break through the dark energy and kill the boss in one hit. The girl says that now she understands. The girl thinks that people always discuss the incredible skills of hunters. Song Moa yawns and puts her hand to her mouth. She says she wants to sleep. The ghost, with folded hands, asks the girl if she was tortured. Sun Moa rubs her eyes and says yes, because a lot has happened today. Theo Ji-han suggests the girl to go to bed earlier. Song Moa agrees and decides to sleep. The girl lies down on the bed and covers herself with a bloody blanket. She decides to put the soul stone next to her, because when the sphere is in the inventory, Seo Ji-han will not be able to appear and he will be bored. Sun Moa snuggles up to the pillow and thinks she needs to fall asleep. Song Moa opens her eyes and doesn't understand why she really wants to sleep but can't sleep. The girl tucking the pillow, again decides to try to sleep. After unsuccessfully trying to sleep, the girl realizes that she is just worried, because everything feels like a dream. She came back alive from the dungeon and took Seoji-han's soul stone. The girl is afraid. She doesn't know what to do next. The unknown scares her. Songmoa complains to the ghost that she is afraid if she falls asleep and falls into the dungeon again. The guy, sitting on the couch and folded his arms, silently listens to the girl. Seoji-han doesn't understand what the problem is and tells the girl to just use the return stone. Having opened a shop, the girl thinks that the return stone is worth 5 billion. She thinks that she needs to save a little money. A girl finds a return stone in a store and sees that its price is now 10 billion. She can't believe it. Sunmoa, scratching his cheek and smiling awkwardly, thinks that the demand for the item has increased because of the new fault. The girl says that the money from all the items is enough for at least one. She wonders how many items will have to be sold. Seoji-han folds her hands and says that if the girl wants to hide her awakening, she better not sell items from the boss. The guy also adds that his things should not be sold either, because then there will be a commotion. The girl says that she did not intend to sell his things, and who does Seoji-han think she is anyway? Songmoa, raising her finger, declares that she will have these things. The guy replies that he doesn't care. The girl is surprised by what she heard. Seoji-han says that a girl can use items as she pleases. The boy continues to sit with folded hands and calmly says that he is already dead. No silence enveloped the dark and unlit room. The girl squints and bows because she thought everything was fine with the boy. Seoji-han asks if he made the girl worry. The hunter advises the girl to auction off items she doesn't know the price of. The girl says she's never used it, and Seoji adds that Evatonus cores are also better off auctioning. Sunmoa thinks that the boy is a very good person and explains everything to her. She should figure out how to help him calm down. The system asks if the girl wants to auction the selected items. She says that she sent all the cores, but something is wrong. The girl is very surprised by what she sees in the system. The guy doesn't understand what happened. Songmoa doesn't understand why Seoji-han dropped so few items. Seoji-han explains that dropping things, even when needed, is very rare, and in this regard the boy is extremely unlucky. Songmoa finally realizes that not only are they low-ranked, but they rarely drop. Now she understands why Soji didn't miss a single monster. Songmoa shuts down the system and reasons that the items are up for auction and just have to wait. She is scared to sleep without a return stone, but she can't do anything. Seoji-han notices the girl's apprehension and asks if she is worried. The girl, squinting her eyes, says that she is a little worried. She thinks that after the work she has done, it has become a little easier. Seoji-han calms the girl down and says that after killing the dungeon monster, there will be no more dungeons nearby. Moa's sleep is getting easier. She thinks that the boy's voice is very soothing to her, as if he is better even at such things. Songmoa still can't sleep and asks Seoji-han why he fought the monster one-on-one. However, tiredness and a busy day prevent Songmo from hearing the answers, and she falls asleep. Seoji-han guides the girl to sleep with his goes. In the morning, the girl is woken up by a phone call. The person on the other end says that the emergency department is bothering Miss Mo. The sleepy girl yawns and does not understand what they want from her. She asks why they need her. The person on the phone reports that Sunmoa's mother has been dragged into the dungeon. The girl wakes up in an instant and jumps up. The girl excitedly begins to ask for details from the scene. The worker says that they just learned about the fault and that everyone in the fault fell into the dungeon. The girl asks if a rescue team was sent in response. She hears that no. Pulling herself together, Songmoa decides to go save her mother, but as she leaves the house, she trips over the threshold. The girl falls and cries. She asks that her mother stay alive. In a moment, the girl wakes up. Drool from sleep is hanging from her mouth. Dream Moa realizes that it was all just a dream. She is very frightened. Seoji-han's ghost asks what happened. Sunmoa is afraid of the boy and greets him in fright. Seo Ji-han asks again what happened to the girl. She replies that she had a terrible dream. The girl takes out the phone and says that it was a very stupid dream. There is nothing new in the news. The guy looks into the girl's phone with interest. Songmoa looks at the message and says that it's just a message from the company, but she quit, so she's okay with it. Songmoa sighs in relief and says that mom is fine, wiping her sweaty forehead. The guy looks intently at the girl. With joy on her face, the girl says that she needs to check whether the items were sold at the auction because she is now unemployed. Songmoa and Seo Ji-han look at the girl's account with interest. Sunmoa faints a little from what he saw. The boy looks and does not understand the girl's reaction. The girl is in complete shock because she has 30 billion in her account. The girl quickly buys 2 return stones, which increased by another 3 billion. She decides to give one to her mother, just in case. The girl seems to have lost her sense of the value of money. Songmoa realizes that she spent a lot of money and has 3 billion left, but she doesn't care. She wants to laugh like crazy. Songmoa gets dressed and says it's time to go. She asks the boy to stay here because someone might see him and recognize him. Seo Ji-han tells the girl not to worry because only she can see him. A guy flies up to the window. A girl asks him which guy Seo Ji-han is talking about. Songmoa asks if the ghost went somewhere while the girl was sleeping. Seo Ji-han says he couldn't because he's tied to the soul stone. Sunmoa is very scared. She turns blue with fear. The girl stares intently at the window and again asks the ghost who he is talking about. Seo Ji-han talks about a freak who peeped through the window while the girl was sleeping. The sun brightly illuminates the building of the police department. Excited Songmoa loudly greets the policeman. The man in uniform greets the girl in response and asks how she can help. Songmoa puts her hands on the table and says that she came to say that someone was staring at her through the window last night. The policeman asks why the girl came to the police only now and whether the heroine has seen someone. Maybe she just thought it. Sunmoa says loudly that she is sure of her words and thinks that the freak must have appeared on the cameras. The policeman, taking his time, writes something down and says that they will send a patrol to the girl's area, and the man also asks to immediately report anything suspicious. The policeman waves his hand and says that the girl can go home. Songmoa is shocked by the policeman's indifference. The ghost takes off with the girl and says that the policeman is still a bastard. The girl says that she said that the police will not help her, but they will send a patrol. Seo Ji-han says that the man in uniform just started picking out his lunch when the girl left. Songmoa grabs her head and says that she knows. The angry girl says that this is not the first time this has happened to her. She starts to leave and says that it is time to go home, but before that she wants to eat and go to the store. Songmoa also adds that she needs to buy new bed linen. Seo Ji-han stands silently with his arms folded and listens to the girl. The sun begins to set below the horizon. The girl notices that time flies very quickly. Songmoa pulls a big bag with packages and says that she had a very delicious meal at a prestigious place. The heroine never thought that she would go to such expensive restaurants. Seo, frowning, stares at the girl. Songmoa notices this and doesn't understand why the guy is staring at her like that. She thinks he's not in the mood. Songmoa thinks back to her busy day and realizes that the guy hasn't said a word. She's wondering about the ghost, or he's worried about something. Seo Ji-han replies to the girl that he is thinking about what she said. Songmoa doesn't understand what the boy is talking about. The boy is indignant, extending his hand. He says why the girl reacts after the police station as if nothing had happened. Songmoa questions if this is what surprised the boy. Songmoa realizes that Seo Ji-han has been practicing martial arts since childhood and was actively working in the special forces before waking up. That's why the guy doesn't understand why the police should be mad at ordinary people. Songmoa continues on his way and says that there is nothing you can do about it. Seo Ji-han looks towards the girl and says what the girl will do because she has a hidden skill. Songmoa says that he will first give the return stone to his mother and use the remaining money to travel. Seo Ji-han is surprised and asks what about the dungeon. The heroine replies that she has no fighting skills, so she will live on the money she earns. Also, the girl, remembering her colleagues from her past work, says that she wants to buy a few more return stones. The girl's face becomes a little sad. She says that the dungeons are very scary, so she does not want her loved ones to experience the same. Seo Ji-han, bowing his head and listening to the girl, wants to offer something to Song-moa. Surprised, Song-moa turns towards Seo Ji-han, with her bag in her hands to listen to him. Song-moa is surprised by the hunter's suggestion to become stronger. She doesn't know if this is even possible. The girl notices that there are no safe places, even outside the dungeon. If the girl has the strength, then she may not be afraid of that bastard who peeps through her window. Seo Ji-han says he can teach the girl something. Song-moa agrees to the hunter's proposal. The guy says that he will tell her everything, but she must make him a promise. An interested girl asks the ghost what promise it is about. Seo Ji-san, raising her hand to her chest, proudly asks that when the girl becomes stronger, she will destroy all the bosses of this world. Sun-moa already wanted to agree, but in a moment she understood and asked the boy if it was all the bosses. Seo Ji-han calmly confirms. Sun-moa is lost in emotions and does not understand how strong the boy wants to make her. She asks how many bosses there are. Seo Ji-han says there are 60 dungeons in the world, but countries keep the exact number secret, so there may be more. Song-moa is shocked that she has to kill 60 bosses. Sun-moa smiles hysterically in response to the boy's proposal. The ghost doesn't understand the girl's reaction and asks that the girl wanted to become stronger, so what is the matter? Song-moa, still smiling, says that she doesn't want to go back to the dungeons, let alone to the bosses. For a second, the girl, lowering her head, thinks that she could earn even more money. Song-moa turns around and walks in the direction of her house. The boy catches up with her and asks her to at least think about his proposal. It seems strange to the girl that the guy insists so much. She thinks that there is some reason here. In the girl's imagination, the boy looks like her boss, who offers her a profitable offer because if she kills the first boss, she will immediately want to kill the others. She compares the boy to her director, Gon, who asked her to work until 2 in the morning. The boy silently waits for the girl to agree to kill all the bosses. Song-moa ponders and wonders why the hunter is trying to persuade her. With her head up and sweaty, Song-moa ponders how the boy wants to make her so strong that she can kill all the bosses, because it's hard for her to even lift a robe. Seo-ji-han, extending his index finger forward, asks the girl to get his ring from the inventory. Song-moa is surprised and asks why now. Song-moa, with joy on her face, asks if she can definitely take the boy's ring. Seo Ji-han says that all the items are hers now. She'd rather use them for a good cause than let them rot in inventory. Song-moa puts the ring on her finger and says that the size doesn't fit. The guy, coming closer to the girl, asks her to adjust the ring to her size. Song-moa turns to the boy and says with a happy face that this is incredible. The guy, looking away and folding his hands, says that he wanted to tell the girl about the ring when she was buying a blanket. The characteristics of the girl increase. She can easily carry the purchased blanket. Song-moa is surprised that the boy was embarrassed that the girl was struggling to carry the bag. She didn't think the hunter was so caring. Seo Ji-han rushes forward and asks the girl to hurry up. Song-moa reminds the boy that the limit is 3 meters, so she asks him not to go far. Walking home, the girl stops and thinks about something. The girl's face fills with sadness. She is afraid to return home because strength will not always be able to help her. She also does not know what to do with that pervert. Seo Ji-han notices the girl's sadness and looks at her silently. Song-moa bows her head even more. The hunter says that he understands the girl's worries. The heroine could have stayed in the hotel and then changed the apartment. Surprised by the boy's idea, the girl admits that she had not even thought about such a thing. The former hunter says that the girl has another way. Folding his hands, frowning and smiling, the boy says that you can punish that bastard. The excited girl does not understand why the boy was so excited by this idea. At midnight, a girl lies on a bed with new bedclothes. She asks the ghost if the pervert has come. The guy says not yet. Seoji Han, keeping a close eye on the situation outside, tells the girl to lie down and not move. He'll let you know when the freak shows up. Sun Moa, covering herself with a blanket, asks what she should do when the pervert appears. Seoji Han says the boy needs to be caught. The girl, sweating and peeking out from under the blanket, does not understand why. Song Moa remembers how the ghost begged her to carry out this plan while still on the street. The hunter, with a smile on his face, looks at the girl and says that with her strength, it will be easier than simple. Song Moa reasons that a better hunter wouldn't lie to her, because it is unlikely that a boy would want to harm a girl. The girl wants to ask what she should do after she catches the freak, but the ghost interrupts her and tells her to shut up. Raising his finger to his lips, the hunter says that the bastard has come. The girl gets scared and shuts up. A trap for detecting a pervert, namely a piece of paper in a window frame, falls out and betrays the thief. Seoji Han starts giving instructions to the girl and asks her to pretend she woke up by accident, and then the heroine has to open the door and leave the room. Song Moa can't believe that the bastard actually appeared. Song Moa, sweating, notices someone walking up the stairs. She thinks the pervert is leaving. Theodor Stakchusan Bungstririgerfreya. After the girl opens the door and asks Seoji Han if the boy ran away, the hunter replies that the pervert just lurked. Sun Moa gathers her spirit and gathers strength. She is ready to punish the criminal and stab him in the face so that his own mother does not even recognize him. Song Moa and Seoji Han go outside to hunt down a pervert. The hunter says that the bastard went into the alley. The girl looks at the end of the alley and sees a boy in black clothes, a black mask and a cap. Seoji Han points his finger at the bastard and says, "It's him." The guy in black clothes notices the girl he was following. Seoji Han orders the girl to catch the pervert. The girl starts running at the boy. The freak in black doesn't understand what the girl is doing and decides to run away from her. Song Moa catches up with the boy and tries to catch him so he doesn't run away. The girl knocks the pervert to the ground and breaks his arm. The guy does not understand where such a frail girl has so much strength. Song Moa is surprised by how easily she crushes the boy. She thinks that the pervert is like a paper. The freak asks to let him go because he can't breathe. Seoji Han orders the girl to conduct an interrogation on his instructions. He asks who sent him. The girl notices that the hunter is enjoying what is happening. That's stir. Our tree to foy. They go star ya skill feet cree. Isaacs. Then the girl, swallowing saliva, gathers herself to conduct an interrogation. Trying to make a scary face and a serious voice, the girl asks who sent the boy. Seoji Han didn't imagine the bastard's interrogation like that, and is very surprised. The hunter, putting his hand on his face, closes his eyes and tells the girl not to try to become an actress in the future. Song Moa is angry and asks what Seoji Han said. Seoji Han decides to continue questioning the guy. He says that he will throw in some lines to get the pervert to leave her behind. The girl repeats after the hunter and tells the bastard not to squirm. Seoji Han says that if the criminal is going to cry, the girl should break his neck. Song Moa is surprised and scared because in her life she has only broken sweet potato roots. Song Moa, putting pressure on the neck of the boy in black clothes, asks again who sent him, the pervert. In a trembling voice, says that no one sent him, he was just passing by. Song Moa turns on her acting prowess again and says that the boy doesn't value his life so much. The girl continues to press the boy and says that she needs confirmation of his words. Almost crying, the bastard says that he understands the confirmation and will give her all the money from his wallet. Song Moa is angry. She reasons that the pervert is trying to buy off her with money. She wants to stab him. Seoji Han tells the girl to put her hand up to his eye and says that she will gouge out one eye. Song Moa catches up with paralysis. Seoji Han looks at the girl with a calm face. Having understood the words of the hunter, The girl is very surprised and says that she will not gouge out a person's eye. However, the girl realizes that she has no other way and puts her finger on her eye, saying that she will gouge it out now. The criminal whimpers in fear and pain. The pervert is very afraid. In a trembling voice, he says that they will pity him, and he will not forget the girl's kindness. Song Moa notices that the boy has passed out of fear. Sun Moa jumps away sharply from the boy, covering his nose with his hands, says that it is very ugly. Seo Ji-han, putting her hands on her sides, says that it's time to finish. The girl needs to take the guy's wallet and look at his documents, and at the end, bang a few times and let her go. A crying and frightened pervert lies on the ground. A girl stands over his body, clenching her fist in her palm. The girl says, in a menacing voice, that she will find a boyfriend in case of anything. Seo Ji-han stands behind Sung Moa and glares at the boy. Scared to death, the bastard screams and runs away from the girl. Seo Ji-han is satisfied with the girl's work and says that blackmail and threats are a great way to have a dialogue. The action moves to the meeting hall, where the problem of dungeons is discussed. A woman in glasses says that 7 dungeons have already opened in Korea, including a new one, and the frequency of their formations is worrying. The man in the swamp green jacket says that according to statistics, in other countries there are much more rifts. Society reckons that some hunters and market companies even regret their insufficient earnings. The gray-haired man in the burgundy suit says that every opening of the dungeon leads to multiple victims. Everyone can criticize, so it is worth thinking that the opinion of others should be taken into account. The man continues and says that the number of dungeons in a country directly affects the ease of looting, monastones, and other scavengers. A brown-haired man in a swamp-green suit is indignant at the words of a gray-haired man. The woman says that her husband's words can be confusing, so she needs to explain in more detail. A gray-haired man in glasses says that they were able to conduct the first rescue operation in Korea only thanks to foreign support. The man continues to say that the difficulty with quick response arose the next time as well, due to the underdeveloped market of hunters. The man's words support and add that at that time there were no guilds, and many hunters hid their identity. At that time it became a serious problem. Shaitan calms down and says that he understood the gray-haired man's words, that with the increase in the number of dungeons and the expansion of the hunter market, it will be easier to cope with the next discoveries. A woman in glasses, taking a sheet of paper, says that she will now announce new information. It is about a person who has imperceptibly entered the hunting industry the other day. The woman adds that it's about a collector who is putting S-rank Evitonus cores up for sale. Meanwhile, in Song Moa's room, the girl says she has to go and asks if the boy will stay to watch TV. The hunter says that he does not want to and asks if the girl has an appointment with someone. Song Moa decides to take the boy with her. She says that he has no choice, because the soul stone is always with the girl, so he is stuck with the heroine forever. The bright sun illuminates the Cafe Eden building, where Song Moa went with Seo Ji-han. Song Moa happily greets assistant Kim and manager Shin. The girls are happy to be together. Kim thanks for the early order and asks the girl how she feels. Song Moa happily says that she is fine, but at least take away her energy. The brunette says that she and Shin also resigned from the company, and things are going slowly. Shin and Kim smile at each other, and Song Moa can't believe that the girls are free too. Kim and Song Moa start discussing unpleasant moments from their former jobs, about how their bosses are pissing them off because what they do is smoke every 5 minutes and do nothing. The former manager reassures the girls and says that this is all in the past. Kim, sipping a drink, says that it is very nice to rest after hard work, and she and Shin also have good news. Shin, raising his drink, says that they have decided on a new office. Song Moa is surprised and asks where the girls have settled. Assistant Kim, pointing at herself, says that she was also accepted. The new office opened very recently, so the media is silent about them. Song Moa is happy for her friends and says that she now understands why the company's name is unfamiliar to her. The girl congratulates her former colleagues and says that she is sure that they will do a great job. Assistant Kim, hinting, tells Moa not to talk like she's not on business. Shin supports his colleagues' initiative and says that they propose to meet because when forming the team, they thought about the girl. Manager Shin offers Song Moa to work with him in White World. The heroine is lost in emotions. Kim continues to talk about the new company. She says that the leader will define the 4 teams as soon as he gets the go-ahead from the government. Song Moa shows surprise and reasons that her ex would have agreed immediately. But now the situation is different. Song Moa thanks the girls for the offer, but says she wants to take a break from her former job for now. The heroine reflects on the fact that she does not yet know whether she should reveal her awakening. Assistant Kim, looking at her colleague next to her, says that they wanted to talk about more than just that. Shin, taking an envelope out of her bag, says that Moa talked about living in a semi-basement. Shin takes out an envelope with money and pushes it to the girl. She asks to accept the money and not to refuse. Sun Moa is surprised by such an act in her direction and, throwing up her hands, refuses the gift. Shin asks her to take the money out of respect for them so she can move to a better house. Kim, holding Mo's hands, says that they haven't forgotten what the girl did for them in the dungeon. Sun Moa doesn't want to extort money because now she's awake and it feels like she's taking honestly earned money from the workers. She thinks it's better to tell the truth and return the money. The girl decides that she can trust her friends because together they passed certain death. Song Moa starts to address the girls but is stopped by Seo Ji-han. Seo Ji-han folds his hands and says that he wants to warn her because telling the girls about waking up isn't the best idea. Shin asks Moa if she wants to tell him something. Song Moa, leaving the table, says that she has to make an urgent call. Kim is surprised and tells the girl to take her time. Song Moa, while on the phone, asks why Seo Ji-han rejects her out of nowhere. The hunter apologizes for this. However, the boy says that keeping secrets is easier if fewer people know about them. Song Moa agrees with the ghost, but says that she is in a difficult situation because she does not want to deceive her friends. Seo Ji-han says that he is just giving advice to the girl because the final decision is entirely up to her. Maybe the girl is relieved after confessing, but it has its consequences. The hunter talks about the consequences, namely that the girls may be complicit in hiding her awakening. Song Moa is surprised and asks if it's all because it's illegal to hide an awakening. Seo Ji-han adds at the end of the conversation that telling the truth is not always beneficial. The girl with a sad face says that she understands everything and therefore will now collect her thoughts and go to the girls. Sun Moa, sitting on her bed, thinks about the fact that she took the money and feels embarrassed. She does not understand how much more she needs to hide the fact that she woke up. Seo Ji-han, sitting on the couch, asks the girl why she was so sad. Didn't she cheat before? The girl, folding her hands on her knees, says that she is not used to lying. In the past, any of her lies were immediately exposed. She is very afraid to betray herself, so it is easier for her to admit everything herself. Seo Ji-han, holding his hand to his chin, says that he remembers her acting masterpiece. The girl asks the hunter, but he says nothing. The hunter says that if the girl has doubts, she can officially register as a hunter. The happy girl says that no guild will want to take her with her gathering skills. Seo Ji-han smiles and says that then the girl will have to collect various items for the rest of her life. But if she wants to, that's her business. The outraged girl says that she is lying because she does not want that. The boy says that the girl doesn't watch the news at all, although there is only talk about a collector who has saturated the market with S-rank items. Sooner or later the girl's skill will become known. The girl is afraid of the future, namely, that then people connected with the king of insects, Kyrgyz, will get involved. Seo Ji-han, getting up from the couch, tells the girl not to worry so much. Sun Moa sinks into her hands and says how she doesn't care if her skill literally screams, "Use me," if only the girl had enough strength to live as a hunter. Sun Moa, finding no other way, turns to the hunter. reminding him of his offer to make the girl stronger for killing all the bosses. The boy says that he can help her a little without it, because when he saw how the girl hit that pervert, he realized that she is not one of those people who use force stupidly. A happy girl asks if a boy can help her become stronger. Seo Ji-han, with his hands in his pockets, tells the girl to get the Kyrgyz horn from the inventory. With a smile on her face, the girl opens her inventory to get Kyrgyz horn. Closing her eyes, the girl wants to demonstrate the horn of Kyrgyz, but something huge flies out of her inventory. Seo Ji-han and Song Moja widen their eyes and are in great shock, because they didn't expect such a size. The giant horn of Kyrgyz falls with a crash in Sun Moa's room, destroying everything in its path. The end of Kyrgyz's horn pierces even a stone wall. The other end destroys the dishes and sink, causing water to flood Song Moa's house. Showing no emotion at what she saw, the girl asks Seo Ji-han what he should do with this horn. The hunter is worried and says that he himself did not expect that the horn of Kyrgyz would be so gigantic. The girl, looking at the devastation in her apartment, asks how the boy expected to see the giant's horn. The boy shows with his hands that the horn should not have been so big. He thinks that Song Moa's skill moved the insect king's horn to its original size. Sun Moa decides to hide the giant horn and asks how to explain to her that she destroyed the whole apartment. Seo Ji-han, looking at the destroyed things, says that there is something to think about. The hunter, smiling, offers the girl to first find a place to stay. Seo Ji-han and Song Moa enter a new apartment. The girl is charmed by her appearance. Sun Moa starts running around the apartment and saying how beautiful and expensive it is, that it has a great view from the window and a huge bathroom. Seo Ji-han is surprised that the girl spoke so calmly to the landlord, and now she is running around the house like a child. The enchanted girl says that she really likes it here, and it is not important that she had to pay a lot of money for it. Song Moa wonders why her former landlord believed the story that her house was ransacked by hunters. Fei Rei-san, folding his arms and smiling, says that he told the girl that the man would believe her. The landlord got compensation, so the girl doesn't have to worry. The girl sighs and says that after waking up she only lies. Seo Ji-han cheekily says that it's time to get Kyrgyz's horn again. Sun Moa, opening the inventory, says that he doesn't want to cause a pogrom here. The hunter insists on using the horn. The girl just needs to take her time. Song Moa carefully takes out the horn from the inventory and says that it is not as heavy as she thought. The boy skrika horit, Aina. The bewitched girl returns to the hunter and asks what she should do next. Seo Ji-han puts his finger to his chin and says that it's going to be hard now, even harder than when he got the Kyrgyz horn fragment. A determined girl asks what she should do and lists her options, whether she should break wooden dummies, hit hot sand, or meditate under a waterfall. Seo Ji-han, pointing at the girl, says that she needs to eat the whole Kyrgyz horn. Sun Moa, looking at the size of the object with a surprised expression, asks if it is absolutely necessary to eat it whole. Seo Ji-han says yes with a calm face. Tapping his horn, Seo Ji-han says that he got his skill the exact same way. The girl just has to believe the words of someone who went through it himself. Seo Ji-han once again assures the girl that only by eating the horn of the boss does one get his skill. Song Moa, tapping the horn, thinks that she won't be able to take even a bite of it. Sun Moa finds the thinnest part of the horn and approaches it. Seo Ji-han supports her choice and says that she is doing the right thing. The girl replies that if the hunter wasn't the #1 ranker, she wouldn't trust him. Sun Moa, gaining determination, bites off a piece of the giant horn of Kyrgyz. After eating a small piece, the system informs the girl that she has eaten a piece of Kyrgyz horn. After eating it completely, she will gain 2 S-rank insect lord skills. Seo Ji-han folds his hands and says that he was right, that this is how you can gain skill. Song Moa is fascinated and says that the system has written to her that she will get 2 skills at once. Seo Ji-han, putting his fingers on his chin, understands why the girl will get 2 skills, because last time the guy only got a part of the horn and the girl got the whole one. Song Moa doesn't understand which horn they gave the boy. The guy talks about his rank skill, Dead Man's Revenge. It increases the attack power depending on the damage done to him. Song Moa understands what the boy used in the fight with Kyrgyz, because the skill that was considered dishonest was obtained from the eaten horn. Zaymai-san asks the girl to tell what kind of skills she got. Song Moa says that she has two S-rank skills, Insect Lord's Lightning and Insect Lord's Thunder. The hunter says that both skills are very good. Song Moa recalls that it was these skills that Kyrgyz used in the fight with Seo Jihan. The girl asks what her test is, because she expected something exhausting and not a simple violation of the diet. Sun Moa thinks that you can cut the horn into pieces and eat it as a side dish. Seo Jihan ponders, saying that she can do that given the size of the horn, or stay here until she eats it whole. Song Moa, while continuing to eat the horn, curiously asks how Seo Jihan guessed to eat the horn. The hunter says that the first thing he did was show the horn to the awakened producer. However, the maker told Seo Jihan that this horn was not an ingredient. The boy felt sorry for the horn spoiling in his inventory, so he tried to use it in different ways. The guy thinks about it and says that only he knows about this information. Song Moa, without showing a smile, imagines Seo Jihan's cute face trying to eat the horn. The girl says that the horn is very tasteless. Thayan Moa curiously asks if she can pour sauce on the horn. Seo Jihan says she can eat it however she wants, as long as she eats it whole. Song Moa got all the sauces and condiments she could find. The girl can no longer continue eating horn. She says that she has had enough for today. Seo Jihan says that she only ate 5% of the horn, but that's not bad. She needs to put the horn back in the inventory. Seo Jihan is worried about the girl's condition, so he says that it is late and the girl should go to bed to rest. Song Moa, looking at Seo Jihan in fascination, is pleased that the boy cares for her. Seo Jihan walks up to the window and looks mysteriously into it. Song Moa thinks that if the soul stone remains in the inventory, will the hunter continue to exist in his space alone? The girl continues to think about the infinity of the boy's loneliness. These thoughts scare her. At this time, Seo Jihan continues to look at the night city. Song Moa decides to go to bed. She wishes good night to Seo Jihan. "I do not disturb" sign hangs on the doorknob in the girl's room. The girl's ringing voice can be heard behind the door. Song Moa brags to Seo Jihan that she has already eaten 35% of the horn. The boy says that the girl still has some horn left on her face. Song Moa is very happy that she is slowly getting closer to S-rank skills, because for 10 days she has been concentrating on eating a huge horn and looking for different ways to eat it. The guy smiles and remembers that the girl did a great job, because she used the self-conviction method that made Song Moa think she was eating at an expensive restaurant, and also looked for new flavors of sauces and their combinations. Song Moa talks about her idea to make a delicious horn dish, but her story is interrupted by a phone call. The girl picks up the phone. The girl's brother offers her dinner at the diner. Song Moa is surprised because Seungju doesn't call her that often. Song Moa thinks her brother is acting very strange. She asks if he needs money or if he failed some exam. The girl does not understand such proposals from her brother and notices that it is not like him at all. However, Song Moa decides to go and find out what the reason for such a proposal is. The sun begins to move over the horizon. Someone from the Song family says that the whole family has finally gathered. Sun Moa, sitting across from her brother at a table of food and drink, asks if her brother has done anything and what he is up to. The boy in the strange hat replies that everything is not right. He asks the girl to shut up and let him speak. A young man with a toy flamingo around his neck, sunglasses, takes something out of his Hawaiian shirt. Seungju gets the prize ticket that he won second place and gets 85 million. He proudly announces that he won the lottery. The surprised mother, holding the meat tongs, and the equally surprised Sun Moa with the scissors, stared at their brother. The sister and mother cannot believe that the brother really won such a large sum in the lottery. The boy says that he didn't buy many tickets. He decided to take one realizing that the chances were not great, but he was very lucky. Mom is very happy with such good news, and Songmoa still can't believe it. Seungjo takes out 3 tickets and says that in honor of his victory, he is offering to go on vacation in 2 weeks to Guam. Mom says that then she needs to make a passport. The girl, looking at her account, which has 4 billion, thinks that she would like to add her money to the vacation, but there is hardly any need to shock the family with the news of her awakening. Songmoa decides that she will finish the horn first, join the guild, and then announce the awakening. A bewitched brother asks his sister if this is really cool news. The girl, handing over the winning ticket, says that of course it's cool. Now the boy will take care of his mother and sister. Songmoa, taking the meat with chopsticks, reasons that she has an important business before her vacation. Looking at the meat, the girl decides that she has only 2 weeks. In exactly that time, she must finish off the rest of the Kyrgyz horn. A girl is sitting in her kitchen and says that her stomach is about to peel. Seo Ji-han folded his hands and offered to eat the horn a little at a time, and the girl decided to finish the horn as soon as possible. The girl, bowing her head, says that she feels as if she left her homework unfulfilled. Songmoa also adds that she wants to gain skills faster, because even with the return stone, she still has nightmares. The girl sticks the last piece of the insect king's horn in the plate. The happy girl says that this is the last piece, and she will enjoy delicious food on vacation. So Ji-han applauds the girl. The last piece, before gaining S rank skills, goes into the girl's mouth. After finishing the last piece, the system reports that the girl received 2 S rank skills. The girl's eyes also began to shine. She feels the power of magic. The girl is surrounded by a blue aura. She is overwhelmed with energy, and the system reports that the power of magic is increased. Seo Ji-han, looking at the girl, says that it all looked impressive and asks if the girl discovered anything else. Enchanted, Songmoa happily says that she now has the power of magic. Since only the hunter himself can see his characteristics, an interested Seo Ji-han asks what her magic rate is. Covering her mouth with her hands, the girl says her magic level is Seo Ji-han. With a drop of sweat on his cheek, asks the girl not to vomit. Songmoa says that she covered her mouth with her hands because she was so happy. Seo Ji-han thinks that the system adjusted her characteristics so that the girl can use new skills. Songmoa asks if she can use them. The girl finally remains calm because she got what she wanted, and tomorrow she flies to Guam. A girl and her family end up on Guam. Mesmerized by the local beauty, the boy shares his impressions. His mother asks Seungjo to be quieter. Seo Ji-han helps a girl who is abroad for the first time. He tells her where to go. Songmoa thanks the boy and reasons that the first ranker had to visit abroad often. He helped the girl after leaving the country. Songmoa tells his mother and brother that they need to go through passport control. Joe's son tells them to go without him because he really wants to go to the bathroom. Songmoa sees off his brother by joking about the free drinks on board the plane. A woman approaches Songmoa's mother and they start a conversation. Songmoa notices that her mother is very good at communicating, so she already has a girlfriend. Songmoa starts to worry because her brother is taking a long time in the toilet. She thinks he is making room before eating. Some strange feeling interrupts Songmoa's thoughts. The girl suddenly turns back and does not understand what is being done. Seo Ji-han also looks back. Some unknown boy is running scared and begging for help. A frightened boy attracts the attention of the whole crowd. Songmoa begins to reason that she needs to check out what's going on. An alarmed mother takes her hand. Mom says that something bad happened. They need to find the girl's brother. Songmoa agrees, but says that she will look for him herself. Songmoa asks her mother to stay together. She is scared and hopes that Sungju is okay. Moments after Mom and Songmoa's conversation, an explosion occurs. The local airport begins to collapse. Concrete beams begin to fall on people. Suitcases are broken. The airport begins to turn into ruins. Someone is calling Mo. Sun Moa is asked to wake up. The girl is lying under the rubble and doesn't understand what happened. Seo-ji-han brings Seo-ji-han back to her senses. He asks if she can hear him and asks her to get up right now. Behind, the frightened crowd is looking for a place where they can hide. Seo-ji-han, carefully surveying the area, says that it looks like a new dungeon gate is opening and there could be another explosion soon. Seo-ji-han asks the girl to go out carefully because the building may collapse soon. While in shock, Song Moa does not understand what to do. Her mother is lying behind the girl. Song Moa feels her mother's hand on her shoulder. Her gaze turns cold and fearful. Hey, Hasturibs, Lanza. Frightened girl screaming at her mother. Sun Moa tries to bring the woman to her senses. She is very worried. Seo-ji-han assures the girl that her mother is just unconscious. The girl needs to run quickly to the yard because it is dangerous here. The girl collects her thoughts and lifts her mother in her arms. She asks Seo-ji-han where she finds a way out. The hunter points his finger in the direction of the exit and says that luckily it hasn't collapsed yet. A frightened girl carries her mother to the exit. She does not understand what to do and is very scared. Running to the exit, the girl asks if her mother is badly injured or if there is a healing potion here. She also needs to take her brother. Song Moa begins to wonder where the men's room is. Song Moa's mother comes to her senses. The girl immediately asks if she is okay. Song Moa stops. Mom says she's fine and asks the girls when she got so strong. Song Moa says it's not important right now and can mom go alone. The girl says that she will find Shinju, at which time the ground under her feet begins to crack. In an instant, the gates to the dungeon open from under the ground. Seo-ji-han says that the last time the dungeon was opened was a month ago, so a new one should have appeared around this time. But the place and time are very unfortunate. Song Moa's mom is lying and staring at the gate. She screams that the toilet that Sung Jo was in was right there. Mom can't believe that this happened to her son. Sun Moa's mother begins to cry in her daughter's arms and asks what she should do because her son is in the dungeon. Moa looks at her mother in fear. The girl understands that her brother got to the place where the girl had to be twice, and her brother is very scary, and now he is alone there. Collecting his thoughts, Song Moa decides not to leave his brother alone. The girl takes her mother's hand and turns to her. Sun Moa declares that he will save their Seungju. The tearful mother cannot believe what she is hearing. Song Moa asks her mother not to worry because she is awake. A girl stands in front of the dungeon gate and smiles, holding her mother's hands. Song Moa lets go of her mother's hands and goes to the portal. The woman tries to stop her, but the girl doesn't listen to her. Sun Moa enters the dungeon with a determined face, hearing her mother continue to call her. Entering the dungeon, the girl begins to be surrounded by a picturesque forest and bright sun. The girl looks around and does not understand why this dungeon is so different from the previous one. Seoish Khan interrupts the girl's surprise and says that not all dungeons are similar to that of the Insect King. The environment differs depending on the monsters that inhabit it. This information pleases the girl because it would be more difficult to search for her brother in the dark dungeon. The girl notices that there are so many trees that there is no horse. Seungju didn't get here alone, but where are the other people? Sun Moa calls out to his brother. Song Moa starts calling her brother even louder. Seo-ji-han asks the girl to be quieter because her voice may attract monsters. The guy suggests the girl to focus and quietly listen to the environment. Song Moa agrees and tells herself to calm down. The girl reasons that it is important to get Seungju back, but it is also important to return home safe so that her mother is not sad. The girl is thinking and trying to calm herself down. Seo-ji-han hears a sound that catches his attention. Seo-ji-han tells the girl where she needs to go. Song Moa asks if he heard her brother, but the hunter says no. Song Moa is surprised and a little scared because she doesn't understand what Seo-ji-han heard. The girl collects her thoughts and says that she is going forward. Seo-ji-han tries to slow the girl down a bit and asks her to calm down because it's not a fact that Seungju was there. Song Moa says she understands but continues to move forward. Songmoa says that just thinking that it is her brother keeps her going. Seo Ji-han says he understands the girl, but asks her to run more quietly. The girl runs to the sounds, deflecting tree branches. She hears someone asking for help. Drenched in a cold sweat, the girl turns to the hunter. Seo Ji-han looks at the situation, and a bead of sweat comes out. He says that the situation has become more complicated. In front of the girl and the boy, large wolf monsters with red eyes that want to kill and gray fur climb out. Some guy tries to save people, using orange magic. Seon Moa tells Seo Ji-han that there are more people downstairs. Seo Ji-han surveys the area and says that there are almost no hunters. Things are bad. Song Moa worries and wonders where her brother has gone. She hopes he hasn't gone deep. Seo Ji-han says that if people don't kill monsters quickly, other monsters will appear. The girl is worried and asks the boy about other monsters. Seo Ji-han wants to set an example, and at this time, the trees start to shake violently. People who fought off monsters raise their heads and see something that scares them very much. The hunter continues his words and says that much stronger monsters will appear. Songmoa and Seo Ji-han look at the giant monster that just appeared. People start to panic and run away. Songmoa is frozen in place and doesn't know what she should do in such a situation. The girl opens the inventory and wonders whether it is too late for her to start running with a scythe. She did not want to show it in public, but she has no other choice. Songmoa notices a boy trembling with fear under a tree. This guy turns out to be Songmoa's brother, Seungju. The boy is crying and blue with fear. Without thinking, the girl rushes to help her brother. Songmoa, overtaking the monster, rushes to save his brother. The giant bear monster is already preparing to kill Seungju with its sharp claws. The monster strikes next to the boy with its powerful paw and knocks the boy several meters away. Seungju lands on the ground next to his sister. Songmoa calls out to her brother in fear. The girl is very angry and turns towards the monster. Her eyes filled with anger, she turns to the monster and says, "How dare he touch her brother?" The gigantic monster stands on its hind legs and prepares to finish off the girl, who stood up to protect its prey. The girl's forehead begins to sparkle with blue lightning. Seo Ji-han asks the angry girl to calm down, asks her to control her strength. Songmosa doesn't hear the hunter, her mind filled with anger. She starts to use the S-rank skill. The girl prepares an attack and says that she is going to kill the bear and all the other monsters. A blue sphere appears above the girl's head. Songmoa begins to attack with all the power she has. She wants to destroy this dungeon with its monsters. A colossal beam of power hits the huge monster's belly, a beam so bright that it blinds Seo Ji-han. The girl finishes the attack and, standing on her feet with one eye open, asks if she succeeded. Songmoa is standing in front of a monster that has a huge hole instead of a body, and the ground around it is broken from its attack. The monster dies and falls right in front of the girl. Songmoa is surprised and says if the Insect King's lightning has always been this strong. Seungju calls out to his sister, who has just killed a huge monster. The girl turns towards her brother. Seungju, holding on to his shoulder, asks the girl what it was. Behind the boy is a crowd that is very surprised by the girl's strength. Songmoa feels embarrassed. She waves her hand and says that it wasn't her. The other crowd gathered around the girl is in shock. Songmoa feels uncomfortable. Seungju doesn't understand the girl's words and continues to be in shock. He just asks what the girl just said. Seo Ji-han laughs really hard and asks the girl if she thinks it was a lie. Songmoa gets angry and says that she knows what she said is bullshit, so she asks the guy to shut up. The crowd gazes in fascination at their savior. Songmoa looks away and thinks that the whole crowd is looking directly at her. She realizes that there will be few words here. A girl decides that she needs to do something and runs away from a crowd of people. Seo Ji-han continues to laugh and pokes the girl. He says that it is better not to hit people with the Insect Lord's lightning. Songmoa uses the gathering skill and searches the defeated enemy. The hunter is crying with laughter and wiping his eye with his finger. He continues to poke the girl and says that it is good that she tested the skill on a monster and not on people. Song Moa tries to ignore the boy and search for items in the monster. Song Moa finds a B rank magic stone. She asks if this stone can pull out all the people. Sun Moa, holding a magic stone, calls the crowd to help him. People thank the girl, and helping each other come closer. Sun Moa squeezes the stone in his hand and opens a portal to the ordinary world. Thedar Steet Steidark Studies, Adikjors and Jonmeir, is open. The girl points to it and asks people to go out through it. Zengas approaches his sister and worries if his sister will go through the portal with them. Song Moa asks her brother to talk later, as the portal will close soon. Sun Moa picks up his brother and asks him to reassure his mother and tell her that the girl will be back soon. Seungju is surprised by the girl's strength and asks where she got it from. The sister calmly answers that it is from awakening. Seungju, lying on his sister's bed, asks the girl not to linger. Song Moa takes the boy to the gate and says that he won't be late. Song Moa led everyone through the gate. Standing in front of them, Seo Ji-han asks the girl if she is staying here. Seo Ji-han smiles and says that everything turned out to be unforgettable. In fact, this is her debut as a hunter. The guy does not have time to finish as the girl falls off her feet. The hunter begins to worry about the girl and asks if she is all right. Tired, Song Moa asks to give her a moment because she does not want to go to her mother in this state. The girl says that everything ended well, but she almost died. She remembers her frightened brother and is glad that he is all right. Sun Moa, covering her face with her hand, says that if her mother sees her in such a state, she will be worried. She decides to take a breather for a second. The ghost tries to comfort the girl and wants to touch her back. Seo hugs the girl as best he can, leaning against her head. The girl is surprised by such an act of the boy. Moa's sleep is getting lighter, but Seo Ji-han's hug makes her uncomfortable. Song Moa doesn't understand how long the guy was going to hug her. She can't breathe. The guy pulls away from the girl and stands aside. Song Moa gets up and asks if they are going. Song Moa, holding her forehead with her hand, says that now she understands why the boy asked her to control the force, because she wouldn't be able to use the nachika again. Seo Ji-han folds his hands and says that the powers will return soon because you don't use such a powerful power very often. A crowd of monsters surrounds Song Moa. Seo Ji-han surveys the area and says that they are gathering again. Song Moa turns to the boy and says that before leaving the dungeon, she wants to test one more skill of hers. Seo Daishan folds his arms and says that he sees confidence in the girl, and if she can. Song Moa, straining, says that everything will be fine, because the stone of return is always ready, so in case of which the girl will immediately run away. Seo Daishan only asks the girl not to overdo it. Sun Mo-ai, standing in front of huge monsters, says that she will be careful. Song Moa starts using Esrangu's next skill. She does everything as Seo Ji-han said, slowly gathers energy together. The girl closes her eyes, and a huge beam of energy radiates from her head directly into the sky. Sun Moa, having collected the energy together, begins to release it. Each of the monsters present receives a powerful blow from the beam. Song Moa, looking at the monster corpses, happily says that everything worked for her. Seo Ji-han notices that the girl has impressed everyone within range of the skill. He asks how the girl feels after that. Sun Moa, bowing in front of a tree, trembles and says that everything is fine with her, or rather tolerable. Seo Ji-han looks at the girl and says that it doesn't look like she's doing well, so he suggests that she go back. Song Moa turns to Seo Ji-han with a happy face and says that she needs to collect the items from the defeated monsters. The hunter stares at the girl and remains silent. Seo Ji-han takes the girl out and says that she can pack her things after she joins the guild. The tired girl goes to the exit and is sad because she is losing so much money. Sun Moa says that there is a lot of low-grade loot here, but there is so much of it. Seo Ji-han stares at his hand in silence. Song Moa looks at the dead bear monster and wonders if these monsters are growing. Since this monster is F rank, could it eventually rise to B rank? The girl looks into the distance and wonders if monsters grow here. as well as where the boss is. Seo Ji-han says that the boss is also interested in him. With a smile on his face, Seo Ji-han asks the girl if she wants to kill the monster. Sungmoa looks at Seo Ji-han with interest and a hint of surprise. Asikster. Yogurts. Bantraya. Sungmoa, waving his hand, refuses the boy's proposal and says that he himself saw the girl trembling. Seo Ji-han looks away and sighs. Sungmoa says that she was lucky at all because she defeated the bear due to unexpectedness. Seo Ji-han is surprised by the girl's words. Théril, raising her finger up, says that if the monster started pounding the ground, the girl would not be able to hit him. Seo Ji-han beamed at the girl's thoughts and asks her to continue. Sungmoa is surprised by the boy's reaction and thinks that he is confused about battles. Sungmoa continues to tell, showing her forehead, saying that since the insect lord's lightning strikes from the forehead, it is quite difficult to aim. Against 10 enemies, the girl would hardly do anything. Seo Ji-han folds his arms and smiles, and says that the girl still has the insect lord's thunder. Sungmoa understands that, but it's not so easy here either. Sungmoa, looking away, says that a thunderstorm wouldn't work against beat-rank monsters, and lightning would hardly hit her, so she would have to turn her head in different directions. Judging by Seo Ji-han's satisfied face, with his hand on his chin, he likes the girl's analysis of the battle. Seo Rai-san, putting his hands on his sides, laughs and says that he is very surprised because he did not think that the girl could analyze like that. Sungmoa, indignant at the boy. Seo Ji-han, looking at the downed monster, says that most hunters, after something like this, give in and show nonchalance. Sung Ji-han recalls that in the girl's first battle against the insect monster, the girl broke his joint. The guy praises the girl that she has a good sense of battle. Seo Ji-han continues to say that this kind of battle feeling is very rare. The boy recalls a recent battle he saw. Seo Ji-han concludes that a strong single target attack and a mass damage skill is already a great combination. Sungmoa, smiling awkwardly and scratching the back of her head, says that after 2 blows she has lost her strength. Seo Ji-han folds his hands and says that you can increase stamina with items. Seo Ji-han talks about Yuan Dam, a snow-white boy with white clothes and blue eyes, number 3 in the battle ranking. The guy is a bit of an adulterer, but he's pretty good and also has a great sense of combat. Sungmoa mentions such a guy and says he's cute and has his own fan club, and asks if Seo Ji-han knows him. The boy says that they know each other's faces and that they had to fight together when they defeated the Spirit Lord Killigus. Sungmoa curiously asks who is second in the battle ranking. Seo Ji-han looks down and thinks. After a short pause, the guy says that the girl does not get along with the second place. Second place, also known as Invincible, a man in a business suit, black hair, warm eyes, and a fiery fist. The second place in the combat rating is called Bansohu. Bansohu is also called an unbreakable shield. Sungmoa wonders how Seo Ji-han fought with him against the Killigus together. The guy says that they have different personalities, but there is another side to the situation. Seo Ji-han does not dare to tell further, scratching the back of his head. Says that they get along so well with each other, so the girl better stay away from him because nothing good will come of meeting him. The girl is interested in whether they fought with each other. Seo Ji-han silently looks away. The girl says that they definitely fought with each other. Seo Ji-han still dares to talk about the relationship between him and number 2. He says that they always had differences. Number 2 always lost his mind if things didn't go his way. Sungmoa doesn't believe that the great Banseohu behaved like this. Sungmoa notices that the first 3 rankers are Koreans. The girl still can't believe it. Seo Ji-han says that such a rating was formed during the raid on the Spirit Lord. Sungmoa now understands why everything is like this, but something catches her attention. The girl's attention is attracted by interesting trees. She asks the boy if they are valuable. Seo Ji-han says that the trees produce the substance for the healing potion. The wood must be expensive too. Theonmosa, fascinated by how much money she can make, asks Seo Ji-han to collect it all. The guy snorts and says that the girl did as she wanted. Sun Moa draws the boy's attention and says that she has already collected 3,000 harned leaves. Seo Ji-han answers the girl indifferently and asks her not to forget the time. The airport has turned into ruins, broken windows. The building is holding on to its last breath. The girl returns to her family. Mom starts scolding Song Moa for staying in the dungeon for so long. Song Moa is surprised because she doesn't understand why Mom is still here if the airport is quite dangerous. Mom says that Song Moa's brother said that the girl would come out right after him, and Song Moa was gone for several hours. People said that the gate was already closed. A mother hugs her daughter and says that she could not find a place for herself due to excitement. The girl apologizes to her mother and says that everything is fine with her. Daughter and mother hug tightly and find peace. A person in blue pants and black shoes approaches Song Moa and her moms. Song Moa is surprised that a stranger speaks Korean. A woman in a blue suit with black hair and blue eyes greets Song Moa, extending her hand. Song Moa says her name, but is surprised that it is unusual because she introduced herself in the usual way. Sun Moa shakes hands with a woman and says that she is Sun Moa's hunter. Mom says that the girl is behaving like a child. The woman bows her head and says that first she wants to commend Sun Moa for actively helping the government of Guam. Song Moa, waving her hands, says that there is no need to thank. The woman continues to say that according to the state guest protocol, accommodation has been prepared for her. Song Moa wonders what the state guest protocol is. Evening. The tall building of the hotel is completely illuminated by internal light. Flags of different countries are growing next to it. A woman pointing with her hand says that this is a girl's number. An elegant and expensive hotel room shines brightly. Thingux frei stir, ikukure stos, fanikurda stories shralver, osagandri daikini da, war. Girl's mother is very surprised. Song Moa tries to remain calm, but Seo Ji-han bursts into laughter when the girl tries to be calm. The woman in the suit says that she was also informed that Song Moa used the B-rank return stone, for which the woman once again expresses her gratitude from the government of Guam. Song Moa blushes and smiles. She says she did what she had to do. The blue-eyed girl says that after tomorrow's short statement, they will organize a tour for Mo. The woman is about to leave. She bows in farewell. Song Moa also bows and thanks the girl for the number. Song Moa exhales and is glad that she can now relax. Song Moa's brother is already used to the local housing and asks the girl to see what kind of gifts are lying around. Sun Moa, picking up the gift, does not understand where they came from and what kind of boxes they are. Seung-ju explains that these are all gifts from the survivors and their families as a thank you. Song Moa is embarrassed by so many thanks to her. She thinks that he didn't need to do it. Seung-ju, turning off the TV, asks the girl to look because now she will be in shock. News about a new fault at the airport site is shown on TV. Sun Moa looks at the TV and thinks that this is the same airport in Guam. The correspondent says that the conversations about the heroic act of the hunter Song Moa do not die down. The girl adds that they spoke with a Korean who survived. A crying Korean gives an interview. He says that he was ready to say goodbye to life, and then the bear fell to the ground. The man adds that Song Moa said it wasn't her. He thinks she's modest. The correspondent says that it is surprising that there were no victims, because usually such explosions lead to many multiple deaths. Song Moa is surprised and blushes at what everyone is saying about her. The action on television moves to the discussion hall. The woman says that recently, the hunter Song Moa also found herself in a dungeon in Korea and got out alive. The man adds that in a short period of time, the new huntress visited 2 dungeons. TV presenters say that at this moment in the life of the hunter Sun Moa, under the protection of the government of Guam, it was forbidden to interview her. Sun Moa, drenched in sweat, is surprised at what she heard. Seung-ju asks if the girl doesn't believe and shows her phone as proof. Intrigued, Seo Ji-han and Song Moa stare at the screen. The girl picks up the phone and is even more surprised by what she sees. Seo Han looks at Song Moa with his arms folded. Seo Han smiles and reassures the girl, saying that everything is fine. The girl's debut as a huntress was successful. Bright sunlight illuminates a local store in Guam. Seungju takes a lot of things out of the store. The mother is surprised and asks the boy why they didn't take money from him again. Song Moa's brother says that the shop owner is one of those who was saved by her sister in the dungeon. Mom is surprised that this is not the first time. She asks what the boy brought her. Mom notices that these are all packages for her daughter. Seong Moa is embarrassed and says that the locals are very kind to her. Seungju assures her that he has the coolest sister. Mom says she's getting goosebumps when she imagines that the girl has beaten a giant monster. Song Moa says she didn't hit him with her bare hands. Mom is even more surprised. Fengzhu, giving a thumbs up, says that his sister deserves all of this. Song Moa is all red and covered in sweat. She lightly nudges her brother, and the boy says that she was very embarrassed by the praise. After this, Seo Han watches everything with folded hands. The family continues to laugh at Song Moa being embarrassed by the praise. Seungju marvels at how beautiful the weather is in Guam. Seo Han exhales and smiles lightly. Seungju carries his sister's gifts and asks his mother where he should go. Sun Moa concludes that since the hero of the incident in Guam was a foreign hunter, the victory is not so joyful. That is why the media kept silent. Seo Han says that the girl was well rewarded, so there's nothing to complain about. The girl agrees with the former hunter and looks at her hand. She says that she received a B rank magic stone. Oh, the girl got a moonstone wisdom bracelet. She can't believe that this bracelet gives her 20 magic power. Although the girl doesn't like the look of the bracelet, the allowance is twice as much as Azura's ring. Seo Han shares information and says that Azura's Apocalypse stone ring doubles the wearer's base power. The girl says that her basic strength is small, so the increase is almost not noticeable. Sun Moa continues to look at her new bracelet and says that the dungeons will be easier now. The girl's thoughts are interrupted by her brother, who asks her sister to catch up with them. The girl distracts herself from her thoughts and hurries to her family. A picturesque bridge over an artificial river, a girl hurries across it to her brother and mother. Sun's family gets into a hotel. The heroine's mother offers to watch the news. The girl is indignant because they have been watching them for 5 days in a row. The mother smiles and sits down on the chair. She says that she wants to look at her daughter again. The girl smiles awkwardly and says that it makes her uncomfortable. Song Moa is asked if the girl has decided what she will do next. Sun Moa thinks while chewing a banana. The girl thinks that if it weren't for the dungeon in Guam, she would have registered as an ordinary hunter and lived as usual. But everything went the other way. Song Moa answers the question and says that she will first join the guild and start working as a huntress. The mother is worried and says that it is dangerous to fight monsters in the dungeons, but the girl reassures the mother and says that she will be free when she works a little. Song Moa continues and says that when she returns home, the media will be interested in her, so it's better to join the guild then. Seungju supports his sister's words. Seungju starts gesticulating and saying that almost no one died with the guilds, and his sister is very strong. Song Moa is silent, smiling awkwardly. The girl thinks that if everything is right, then she cannot worry. Also, in her mind, the girl praises her brother and thinks that he has become more mature. Song Moa, to change the subject, says that she has something for the family. She opens her inventory. Various potions, magic stones, and scrolls pour out of the girl's inventory. Seungju and Mom are very surprised that so many objects appeared out of thin air. The girl says that she has prepared a few items just in case. The girl says that firstly, the B-rank potion costs 1 billion, so it is better not to use it without a reason. Seungju is very surprised at such a price for such an item. The girl asks for her brother's hand. Seungju holds out her hand. The girl tears the magic scroll above her. Song Moa says that now she will create a blueprint. By touching it and turning it up, you can get items outside. The girl places objects in the boy's palm. Songmoa also adds that the scroll is needed to hide items back, so it should only be activated in a special case. Seungju can't believe that he now has 1,000,000,000 won in his hand. Songmoa does the same with Mom's hand and says that it's a small thing to her now. Seungju, with a drop of sweat on his cheek, says that his sister is cool, but is getting annoying. Songmoa is angry with her brother and also doesn't understand why Seojihan is nodding his head. A mother asks if her daughter will have dinner alone again. Songmoa waves her hand and says that she wants to spend the evening here. The mother feels sorry for her daughter and says that the work in the dungeon has tired the girl. Songmoa says goodbye to her family and thinks that she has already done everything. Seojihan's ghost appears behind the girl, and she thinks she can't tell her family that she is being dragged somewhere by a ghost involved in the battles. Bright sunlight illuminates the hotel building. Palm trees sway in the pleasant wind. From the hotel comes an indignant voice that someone did not need to be interested in something. The girl's phone is bursting with messages from her friends who can't believe that Songmoa is a hunter. Seojihan says that the girl needs to rest, so he will reply to the message later. Lying on the pillow, Songmoa agrees and reasons that she might be writing something wrong now. Seojihan says that you can now put items up for sale. The girl, returning to the boy, says that everyone now knows that she was in the dungeon of the Insect Lord and wonders if she can be exposed if the so-called Luther exhibits the items from Guam. Seojihan says that it is impossible to track all of Luther's products. For that one, would have to constantly check the market and each item. But there are still brokerage companies. Songmoa says that she has a question for Seojihan. Namely, is the guy's nickname not Knife by any chance? The girl thinks that due to a coincidence in time, she had this hypothesis. But maybe it is not Seojihan. Sunmoa's train of thought is interrupted by a hunter who calmly says that it is him. The girl is very surprised. Songmoa says that she doesn't know how to believe the boy now, because he says that she won't be exposed. But he himself has already been exposed. Seojihan, approaching the girl, says that you can wash the items then. Seojihan tells that the nickname in the hunter market is only displayed in the trade registrar. Yes, I describe. Seojihan, raising his index finger, says that based on this, the other side of the trade is in an advantageous position because he does not show his nickname. Songmoa asks Seojihan that the hunter market works on the principle of barter. That is, you find a buyer for your goods. Sunmoe adds that by making an exchange with another party and then selling what you received, the girl really likes such a system. After hearing information from Seojihan, the girl decides that she needs to sell all the garnet leaves first because she has more than 3,000 of them. Seojihan says that this skill is tricky. Usually people collect 50 to 200 leaves. Sunmoa quickly wedges himself into the new exchange system and quickly sells everything. Seojihan notices that the girl has saved up to start a decent guild, even two. Songmoa registers the selected items for exchange. Before sending, she thinks that if she is exposed, she will immediately be made a collector slave. The girl exchanged her items and says that now, not a soul will know that she was in the dungeons of Guam. Seojihan praises the girl and addresses her. A guy says he can help a girl with her aiming problem. An interested girl listens to a guy. Seojihan is interested in training a girl and looks at her. The bright sun illuminates the leaves of the trees. Seojihan asks the girl to repeat. Sunmoa uses the S-rank Insect Lord lightning skill. A bright and powerful ray emanates from the girl's hands and falls directly into the tree. A hole appears in a thick tree from a hit. It falls on its side. The girl drinks a magic potion to restore strength. The boy notices that the damage caused by a shot with the hands is not as strong as from a forehead shot. Songmoa, looking at her hand that sparkles with blue lightning, says that it is much easier to aim, and she can also not gather energy but attack immediately. Seojihan, keeping her hands in her pockets and looking at the fallen tree, says that For a girl to hide her true strength as much as she can, she also needs to develop the strength she can show to people. Song Moa supports the boy's words, but suspects that the boy wants to turn the girl into a boss killer again. Seo Ji-han instructs the girl to hit another tree, and also increase energy on the way out. A tired girl listens to a guy. Blow after blow, the girl continues to practice her skill. She gets very tired and asks to be given a rest. The airport. The loudspeaker announces that the flight is leaving soon. Crowds of people go about their business. Song Moa in Black Panama is worried about being in a big crowd. Seo Ji-han doesn't understand the girl's worry. Also, Seo Ji-han says that if the girl is so worried, then she can use the teleportation scroll because she has already passed passport control and bought enough things for her family. Sun Moa admits that she did not think to use the scroll immediately after passport control. Sun Moa, putting on his mask and walking away from the door, says that he needs to leave to use the teleportation scroll. Seo Ji-han agrees with the girl. Seo Ji-han remembers and asks if the girl has thought about which guild she will join. Sun Moya, holding a Panama, thinks. Sun Moa says that the largest guild in Korea, Daehan with a tiger logo, was founded first and is managed by a solid company, Daehan Corporation. Once a girl thinks that their system and conditions are quite good. The second guild is Nebo, with the logo of a formidable bear. Song Moa notices that the second guild is headed by Ban Seo-hu. The guild is known for security and careful attacks, but Seo Ji-han doesn't like it, so this guild is not suitable. The third guild is Gloomy Sky. Their leader is the third ranker, Yujing Dom. The guild logo is a furry beast with a long tail. The girl says that there are many young hunters in the guild who prefer hunting with mana. However, in addition to these three guilds, there is one more. The name of the fourth guild is White Light. Song Moa is thinking. Song Mo is interested in the fourth guild because Kim and Shin work there, but the media is not very interested in it, and therefore there is little information. If you exclude the Sky Guild, then the girl has a choice between three guilds. Song Moa decides to choose the best guild for herself. She tells Seo Ji-han that she will join any guild except Heaven. Also, the girl wonders if the boy was one of their early members. Seo Ji-san says that he was present there during the attack on the Spirit Lord Kilagis. Song Moa wonders why the boy left the guild. Seo Ji-han says that the girl has only just become a hunter, so she doesn't understand that there are conflicts between guilds as well. At the political level, it's a buildup of power or influence. The boy, looking away, says that he and Bang Seo-hu have a difference of opinion. Sun Moai, holding on to the Panama, says that since the boy left the guild he has not joined any other. Because of this, the hunter could not take part in underground raids. Seo Ji-han closes his eyes and says that he acted in secret. Even when the government is in control, the work is done by the people. Seo Ji-han gestures and says that the sentry hunters are very tired, so the boy put them to sleep. Song Moa is surprised that the boy entered the dungeon like this. Seo Ji-han says that he only did this a few times. The security got tighter over time, and it became quite difficult to break in. The backstories dekoiks gawastara. Oitirs, farangas. A Kringslapper Shigungdiker Ghost adds to the story and says that when the young hunters saw the hunters in the switch, they ran after him and caught Seo Ji-han right in front of the boss. Song Moa listens with interest. Song Moa now understands why the boy was in such a hurry. In the dungeon of the insect, Lord Kyrgyz, he was afraid that he would be intercepted in front of the main room. That's why the rescue team gathered so quickly. It's all because of Seo Ji-han. Song Moa muses that she got her immense strength without having a single martial skill, and Seo Ji-han hunted for such strength. The girl begins to guess why the boy asks her to defeat all the bosses. Song Moa guesses that the reason for the win condition of all the bosses is that the hunter is wondering how strong the girl will become with their loot. Song Moa wonders if she will succeed, but the girl's thoughts are interrupted by a blond man in a suit who addresses the girl. Song Moa wants to ask what the boy needs, but the blonde interrupts her and says that he's from the Sky Guild and asks her to come with him for a moment, holding out the guild's business card. The man doesn't even wait for the girl's answer and immediately tells her where to go. Songmoa stands and doesn't understand what is happening. Seo Ji-han folds her hands and tells the girl not to worry and to go where she is going. The girl still agrees and follows her husband into the office. A guy in a suit immediately offers a contract to a girl. He is in a hurry because he is a very busy person. Songmoa is very surprised and outraged that the guilds hire people in this way, without an iota of courtesy. Seo Ji-han says that you can only be a hunter when you are in the guild. They consider that just one proposal for a girl is already a profitable opportunity. Songmoa mutters something. The man sitting on the chair points to the contract and does not understand what one can think about here. He says that not everyone is given such a good chance, so the girl needs to trust and sign. The girl reading the contract is surprised that this chance is really good, because there is a clause where the hunter undertakes to transfer 50% of the acquired values. Songmoa is indignant in his thoughts and thinks that the guilds do not understand what half of the acquired values are. The girl pushes the contract aside and says that this offer is very unexpected and she will contact them when she thinks about it. The outraged blonde does not understand what it means that the girl will contact them when she thinks about it. A blonde man in a blue suit defiantly looks away from the girl. Songmoa is surprised at the boy's reaction and thinks she is stupid. The blonde takes the contract and agrees with the girl's words. The indignant blonde goes away and sarcastically tells the girl to contact him when he thinks things through. Songmoa is shocked by this situation and does not understand how the earth supports such people. Seo Ji-han folds his hands and says that usually they get the position of recruiter in a big guild through connections, so such people are not without influence, and this blonde is new. Seo Ji-han says that normally a new hunter would sign the contract right away, but the girl must have hurt his ego. Indignant, Songmoa gets up from her chair and says that's why the blonde needs it. When she encounters such people, she really wants to be able to answer them in the same way. The girl also adds that she would be mad at Shin for such an attitude. Seo Ji-han, with a drop of sweat on his cheek, questions the girl if she is serious. Indignant, Songmoa leaves and says that she is completely serious, because she would immediately let it be known that they attacked the wrong girl. The girl does not like this way of treating herself. Songmoa approaches the door and asks why Seo Ji-han is silent. The guy is nervous and tells the girl to forget and not take it to heart. Songmoa is very surprised and understands why Seo Ji-han kept quiet. Songmoa tries to ask the boy what he just said. Seo Ji-han replies that he didn't know that the girl was uncomfortable with such a state. Seo Ji-han, looking away while scratching his cheek nervously, blushes and says that the girl said that she was annoyed by the rudeness. Seo Ji-han tries to be polite, because before this he acted like a new recruiter. Songmoa awkwardly waves her hands and says that the boy is 4 years older than her, and he is also the #1 ranker, so it is very strange to hear something like that from him. Seo Ji-han, sweating and closing his eyes, says that the girl is sure. There are many people in the industry, it's better to just get used to it and answer in the same way without politeness. Songmoa says that the boy is very worried, and yet they are human. The girl calls the boy Ji-han and says that everything is fine. The hunter is surprised that the girl called him only by his first name. Songmoa, looking up, says that the boy's earnest speech will embarrass her, but the girl herself does not want to talk to people like that because she is a hunter. It is unpleasant for a girl to see discredit due to her position in society. Songmoa adds and says that in addition, politeness makes it easier to keep a distance, so the girl suggests the guy not to cross the line and maintain a good business relationship. Seo Ji-han thinks about it after talking about the business relationship. Seo Ji-han asks the girl to communicate without politeness, at least with him. Songmoa agrees and says that in that case, Seo Ji-han is a very formal address. Songmoa is surprised and shocked. She thinks that the boy is asking to be called brother. Seo Ji-han sweatily says that he doesn't mean that. Song Moa accuses the boy of starting this conversation to hear brother from the girl. Ji-han is surprised at such an accusation and tells the girl to just call him by his first name because he didn't mean anything like that. Song Moa calms down and looks away. She says that if so, there is nothing difficult about it, then she will call the boy by his name. The girl looks at the boy with a cute look and calls him Ji-han. Seo blushes and sweats. The girl laughs and asks if he's uncomfortable. Song Moa asks why the boy blushed and asks him not to be ashamed. The guy covering his face says that the girl herself turned red like a tomato. The girl says they will talk about it later. Their conversation is interrupted by a phone call from Shin's manager. Seo Ji-han covers his reddened face. Sun Moa picks up the phone, and manager Shin asks if the girl got there without any problems. The girl cries and laments that she missed manager Shin very much. The excited girl asks why Moa has such a voice and what happened. Song Moa says that the recruiter from heaven came to her, got rude, and left. Manager Shin says that in the Sky Guild, all people are like that. They only cover themselves with a decent guild. Sung Moa leaves the room, outraged and angry, saying that she will mention this to the guild and asking why Shin called in the first place. Shin says that he is calling to ask if everything is okay with the girl. She wants to offer her a skilled shaman who deals with protection from harmful influences. At the end, the manager adds that he hopes that her psyche was not badly affected after the incident. Song Moa remembers that she asked Shin how to calm her soul. She thanks the manager and says that she will definitely go to the shaman. Shin also remembers and congratulates the girl on awakening. Song Moa gets a little lost in emotions and thanks the manager. Song Moa is worried and surprised that manager Shin didn't suggest she join the White Light Guild or something. Seo Ji-han calms down the girl and says that Shin did not advise her to join the guild for the sake of Song Mo, because there are many disadvantages in the job of a hunter for a small guild like White Light. Ji-han, folding his hands, wants to continue talking, but is interrupted by a girl who says that she will join White Light. Seo Ji-han doesn't understand the girl's statement. Song Moa says that she has already made up her mind. The happy girl looks at Ji-han with big eyes. Seo Ji-han understands the girl's decision and looks at her with pride, smiling slightly. Sun Moa calls Shin and tells him about his decision. The manager answers and says that this is not the best place for a newcomer. Besides, recently hunters are leaving the guild and it may dissolve, so it will be more difficult to join another guild because of this. Song Moa, looking at Ji-han, says that it doesn't scare her. She wants to go to White Light. Sun Moa ends the conversation and says in a happy voice that he will come in a minute. Sun Moa uses a teleportation scroll and is a little nervous. In an instant, the girl and Seo Ji-han appear near the guild building. Song Moa enters the building and is escorted by Shin to the office. Manager Shin thanks the girl for coming and asks if the girl is tired. Song Moa replies that everything is fine, but wants to say something about waking her up. Meanwhile, Ji-han carefully inspects the office. Manager Shin understands why the girl hid her awakening, so he says that everything is fine because Shin knows what kind of person Song Moa is. The heroine is embarrassed to please the girl. Sun Moa walks into the office, sitting down on a chair. The girl asks how things are going with her friend. Shin replies that things are going well. Assistant Kim enters the office and is surprised by Song Mo's presence. Shin and Kim start talking to each other. Kim doesn't understand why the girl is here and why she wants to join them in the guild. Song Moa begins to worry that she is not welcome here. Kim, sitting next to Shin, says that she's glad to see Moa and asks her to understand her correctly. Shin asks in a whisper what happened. Kim replies that a hunter has left their guild again and they didn't get permission to sweep, and it's not a fact that they'll find someone to send. Shin and Kim stop communicating with each other. Kim turns to Mo and asks if she wants to be in the White Light. Kim reveals her other side and says that this is her last chance to escape, because after killing a bee, rank monster, she can join any big guild, and white light is not such a guild. Song Moa is a little embarrassed, but she decides not to give up. Jin gets up from the couch and asks the girl to wait while she goes to get the contract from the leader. Song Moa agrees and says that they don't say goodbye in that case. Manager Shin says she will be back soon and leaves the office. Seo Jihan folds his hands and says that this place will collapse soon because there aren't enough people in the guild. Sun Moa, laughing awkwardly, says that nothing will fall apart. Jihan says that the girl's conversation raised concerns about the clearance, as the dungeon office won't issue one if they deem the guild unworthy. Song Moa says that she understands the guise. The dungeon, after its formation, is considered a treasure trove of resources. It is not for nothing that the girl is familiar with the business of guilds. Seo Jihan says that the items in the dungeon are important resources whose appearance cannot be explained by science, so it is logical that the national security indicator depends on the dungeons controlled by the hunters. Sun Moa, scratching his chin, says that Jihan is right, so only strong guilds can carry out the sweep. The girl's thoughts are interrupted by the leader of the guild. The man enters the office and says that he is very happy to meet the girl. Holding the contract in hand, leader Baek Kwang-hyun says he can't believe that South Korea's most famous female hunter wants to join their guild. The guild leader actively shakes the girl's hand and says that he heard that the girl rejected heaven and decided to join the White Light Guild. The man assures that it is a great decision. Song Moa awkwardly introduces herself. Jihan, examining the man, whispers in Song Moa's ear that the man looks very weak, that a girl can beat him even now, and he doesn't look like a crafter either. Song Moa backs Jihan up and says that mage hunters don't look like that. The leader continues to praise his guild, saying that while they are a small guild, they have great success ahead of them, so they need to work together to dislodge the Daehan Guild from first place. Song Moa notices that the husband's zeal can be counted as a plus. Assistant Kim, standing behind the leader, shakes her head negatively. Song Moa is no longer so sure about her husband's diligence. The man actively bows and says that by joining forces, they will survive the decline of the guild. Looking at his watch, Baek Kwang-hyun says that he is in a hurry because he has another meeting. Song Moa smiles and wishes the leader a safe journey. Mentally, the girl understands why Assistant Kim hates this man. Assistant Kim actively resents her husband and tells Song Moa not to believe him, because in a whole year they have not received a single permit for cleaning. Throwing the contract on the table, the girl continues to be indignant. Shin tries to calm his colleague down and says that they need to conclude a contract. Shin hands the contract to the girl and says it's plain, without any onerous clauses. Shin asks Moa to read it carefully. Manager Shin asks her to think things through for the last time, because as Moa could hear, they don't have many hunters with whom to put the girl in a team. Song Moa carefully reads all the clauses of the contract and does not notice any restrictions. She concludes that anyone can enter and leave with peace of mind. After reading the contract, Song Moa says she agrees because she still needs the guild to avoid the media. Shin says that Moa is in the perfect place because for some reason the media avoids them. Even though there are enough topics for gossip, take at least the guild leader who was originally in the Daehan Guild. Manager Shin hands the pen to sign the contract into Song Moa's hands. Song Moa, with an interested look, signs the contract and comments that the media avoids this place. Shin thanks Moa for his decision. She says she didn't think the meeting between them would be like this. Song Moa didn't think about it either. The company happily discusses various topics and laughs. Jihan sits nearby and listens. The huge building of an elite hotel in Korea is illuminated by bright rays of the sun. Song Moa leaves the hotel and says that the luxury penthouse and the beds are great. She is happy that she moved to this hotel. Stretching, the happy girl goes on the road. Jihan is walking next to her with his hands in his pockets. Jihan asks the girl where they are going now. Sung Moa swearing into the phone, says that the boy will find out on the spot. Sunmoa is very upset that she gave an interview when she joined the White Light, but the news is silent. Even the latest news is only that people were saved in Guam. However, something else shocks the girl even more. Songmoa, with a deadpan look, says that she is no longer being asked to give interviews. Jihan says that it's good because the girl herself wants to disappear. Songmoa arrives at the destination and says that it is really close. 2 white and red flags hang on the vertical flagpole. Seo Jihan is very surprised and sweaty. He realizes what kind of place this is. A girl came to the local Temple of Peace with various magical things. Songmoa says that the boy needs to be calmed down. Jihan puts his hand on his face and says that the girl never left that idea. Sunmoa enters the local Temple of Peace and is greeted by a gilded Buddha. Sunmoa meets a woman with a finger with bells. The woman asks if the girl has a problem with her husband. The woman says that the man is very stubborn. He died without ever going on a date. Such a man will undoubtedly never leave her alone. Songmoa wonders how the woman found out all this. Songmoa asks Jihan if he really never went on a date despite his attractiveness. Embarrassed and outraged, the guy says that the woman is lying. The woman says that it seems that the girl herself does not want to get rid of him. Besides, one desire will not be enough in any case. Sunmoa is worried and does not understand what to do. The woman says that the girl should continue to live with him. The man will not harm, and when the time comes, everything will be resolved by itself. Jihan puts his hand on his forehead. Sunmoa does not understand how everything should resolve itself. The girl is confused. The woman says that worrying will not solve anything and offers her to predict her fate so that the girl does not return with nothing. A woman spills grains of rice on the table. Thus she wants to know the fate of Songmoa. Sunmoa worries and waits for his prediction. The woman looks carefully at the table and says that the girl has a thorny path ahead of her. Songmoa is very surprised and afraid. She does not understand what thorny path she must go through. A woman gathering rice says that the girl herself chose difficulties. Although she will not be able to escape from them, everything will end happily. Songmoa exhales easily. The woman waving her hand tells the girl to go because she can no longer see anything. Songmoa thanks her and approaches the exit. On the way to the exit, something catches the girl's attention. A girl notices a voodoo doll worth 50,000 won. Songmoa thinks that the voodoo doll looks pretty cute, but she doesn't understand why she has it. Jihan folds his arms and looks at the girl. Songmoa buys a voodoo doll and leaves the temple, followed by Jihan. Night Songmoa is resting in a luxury hotel. Songmoa wakes up and calls Seo Jihan. The sleepy girl gets out of the warm bed and keeps calling Jihan. She thinks she heard some sound. Sheets curves. Eitstera, sun phrase, wind freiturinas. Songmoa steps on the straw path. A frightened girl hopes that there is no one behind her, but she continues to hear strange sounds. Songmoa trembles and stammers that if it is a ghost, let it go away. The voodoo doll comes into the light and says that the girl waited and was not afraid of him. The voodoo doll fully comes to light and says that he is Seo Jihan. Songmoa continues to be scared and asks what happened to Seo Jihan. The boy replies that he has taken up residence in this doll. Jihan, examining his new body, says that he could not inhabit anything else, and this doll is particularly spiritual. The boy himself is surprised by this. Songmoa wonders what happened to the soul stone. Jihan says that he was sleeping next to him. It looks like he was swallowed by this doll. However, the girl is more shocked by what happened to her floor and why they seem to live in a barn. The doll is angry and indignant because he was hoping for a different reaction. Songmoa says that if you don't react, the floor will be covered with straw. Jihan says that he will clean everything himself. Songmoa says that at this rate, he will be cleaning until morning. Songmoa, moving the scotch tape to the doll, says that she will help him. Jihan says he doesn't want to cause any inconvenience. A girl with a menacing look gives scotch tape and orders Jihan to clean up.
Take straw doll.
indignantly removes the straw. The girl goes to bed and says that she falls asleep, standing up. Sun Moa, falling asleep, says that everything will wait until tomorrow. Doljihan continues to clean and does not understand how it came to this. Sun Moa wakes up. She does not understand why the soul stone is lying on the couch next to the doll, and the TV is on. Jihan asks the girl if she slept and smiles. Seojaehan, inhabiting the doll, says that he turned on the TV. Song Moa, recalling the situation at night, says that it was not a dream after all. Song Moa, sitting down on the couch, says that now Jihan can go anywhere, regardless of the girl. Holding the remote, Jihan says that he won't go anywhere like this except around the room, but now he has some kind of physical power to switch channels. Song Moa wonders if Jihan can use skills like this. Jihan says that neither the inventory nor the profile window opens. He is still a ghost, but it is better than nothing. Jihan says that shaman from the temple definitely knows her stuff. You will have to buy something else from her. Song Moa says with a smile that she said she wasn't a fraud. Sun Moa notices that when the boy moves in the form of a doll, there is a lot of straw around, so he needs a robot vacuum cleaner. Sun Moa invents that straw will not fall out of a clothed straw doll. For example, if she is dressed in a princess dress. The guy sweats from such ideas. Song Moa gets dressed and says she's just kidding. The girl goes to the civic center to register as a hunter. Jihan asks if the guild shouldn't be doing things like this. The girl, putting on her shoes, says that those who don't have permission to clean the dungeon are not trusted. Since the center is not far away, the girl will return quickly, so let the boy watch TV for now. Jihan's doll, moving with its little legs, says that it will not let the girl alone. Song Moa smiles and tells the boy to at least get out of the doll. The girl reaches the building of the civil center. The bright sun is shining. The woman at the computer asks what she can do to help Mo. The girl says that she received a message to register the hunter's information. The woman asks the girl one by one to put her fingers on the scanner and says that in 30 minutes the hunter's license will be ready. The woman, after reading the girl's passport, recognizes her. She shouts to the whole building that this is the hunter Sun Moa. The girl asks if they know her, and Jihan smiles. Several workers stare at the girl in fascination and say that Song Moa is their idol. One woman hands the girl a piece of paper and asks her to sign. Another asks if no one recognized the girl on the street. Jihan continues to laugh. The woman with glasses says that Song Mo's face was hardly shown. She recognized it herself by looking at the passport. Sun Moa signs a piece of paper, and the woman behind the computer says that there is a charge. A woman in glasses walks away satisfied after getting Song Moa's signature. The woman behind the computer explains that the girl did not register immediately after waking up, so she must pay a fine. But since she came voluntarily, it is only 50% of the fine, 100 million won. Song Moa is very surprised. The woman laughs and says that most hunters have a different attitude to money, so judging by the reaction, the girl woke up recently. Song Moa is asked how she will pay the fine. The girl answers that in cash. Theo Jihan laughs and says that 100 million is still not that much. The girl awkwardly replies that that's not the point. Song Moa kicks off the check-in and says it went easier than she expected, albeit with some hiccups. Sitting next to Song Moa is a girl in a sports outfit with long black hair. She is staring at Moa. The girl joyfully turns to the woman next to her and says that she is the hunter, Sun Moa. The heroine is embarrassed. She has sweat on her cheek. The girls want to get an autograph from the famous Sun Moa. Jihan pokes the girl, saying that's the popularity. Unexpectedly, it is reported on TV that this morning Kim Yong-gil, the founder of the Amcheon Guild, was found unconscious in his workshop. The man was taken to the Amcheon hospital, but he died. The TV News continues to say that hunter Kim Yong-gil was a leading consumables craftsman. Song Moa ponders and says that even she knew hunter Kim Yong-gil, a hunched-looking man with short hair. He was one of the few important consumables manufacturers in Korea. Song Moa is surprised that the man gained fame. entered the Amyon Guild, and now died. News on TV shares a shocking statement about the identity of the thief. According to the results of the police investigation, the murderer was found. On the TV, they show a person in black clothes, blue eyes, and a big scythe. Themer, Audivraus, seen de Skeretita. Ferit, the police named the combat hunter, the #1 ranker Seo Jihan, guilty. Jihan, putting his hand on his forehead and closing his eyes, says that it couldn't have been him. Seung Moa says she knows that as she continues to watch the news. The crowd starts accusing Seo Jihan and saying that he was like a thief for beating up a student in the street. Jihan was even accused of being a guy who inhumanely abandons the girls he seduces. Seo Jihan silently listens to the crowd's accusations. Sun Moa, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, defends the boy, saying that the boy may be rude, but he's not bad at all. The female asks if Moish knows the hunter. The heroine answers that once the guy helped her in the dungeon, thanks to which she survived. Therefore, despite his aggressive appearance, he doesn't look like a murderer. Another woman says that it is Song Moa's hunter. The girl next to her supports the woman, saying that she would not lie. The female adds and says that she saw Song Mo on the news. She praises the heroine. Jihan is surprised that Moa stood up for him and listened to the girl. The crowd continues to marvel at Song Moa and ask her to show her lessons. Jihan looks away, laughs and sighs. A night city in Korea is lit up with bright lights Moa finds in his hotel. Sun Moa, examining his hunter's license, asks what the news was on TV. Jihan asks the girl not to take it to heart. Jihan says, "It's just another scumbag news story that only scumbags do." Song Moa says that what she just said was not meant to offend the boy. Sun Moa, with a frightened look, says that of course she lied about the intimidating one, but not at all about the aggressive one. The girl adds that there is nothing terrible about someone who scatters straw around the house. Moa asks the boy if he knows the killer pretending to be him. Jihan says no, because there are many impersonators in the world. Seo Jihan adds and says that the Sky Guild used to take measures, but over time, it became more difficult to deal with what was happening, and the top has no business with such trifles. Sun Moa imagines being framed for a crime she didn't commit. The heroine thinks that the first ranker is probably used to this. Jihan inhabits the doll and picks up the phone. He says that he has not been framed as a murderer yet. The boy thinks that it is Bang Seo-hu who is setting him up. Seo Daihan says that even though he was always causing trouble in the guild, when he got angry, he thought it was better to be in eternal trouble for Bang Seo-hu. Song Moa marvels at the boy's nature. Song Moa leans on his arm and asks if Jihan wasn't close with Bang Seo-hu. Then why did they part ways? Jihan, taking the form of a ghost, says that suddenly he is forbidden to kill bosses. Seo-hu said that if one dungeon disappears, a new one will appear, and he will not be able to control the situation with them. Jihan shares information that only a couple of people know about. He says that dungeons used to open once every 6 months. Then the interval was reduced to 1 month. Jihan continues the story and says that after defeating Kiligus and closing his dungeon, there was a delay in the appearance of a new one. In other words, the opening of a dungeon is directly proportional to the number of already opened ones. Seo Jihan remembers Ban Seo-hu's words that if the cycle slows down, it will become harder to predict the creation of dungeons. Song Moa realizes that Ban Seo-hu was trying to control the dungeons that appear once a month. The girl now understands why the man in the suit did this, but even knowing all this, it is still difficult to accept his desire. Moa is surprised that the man didn't think that an attack on the entire dungeon could end him once and for all. As Moa continues to be disillusioned with the hunter industry, Jihan says that Bang Seo-hu wasn't always like this. Theodrikan tells that at first he liked to raid dungeons with him. Although the man is distrustful, but a good fighter, the hunter could afford to attack boldly. You can count them as friends. Song Moa wonders if the man was so eager to safely control the situation. Why did he allow thousands of ordinary people to die every month? And if Jihan and Seo-hu broke up, then such a close person would set the boy up. Sangmoa can't stand it and gets up from the sofa indignantly, saying that this is some nonsense. Jihan is frightened and does not understand what is the matter. The girl turns to the boy and says that he needs to go to Amyan Hospital. Jihan, with a bead of sweat on his cheek, asks if he needs to go there right now. The girl immediately answers that right now. Sangmoa, with a smile on her face, says that she wants to know what kind of scum her friend is. Jihan, getting up from the sofa, calms the girl down and tells her not to think nonsense, because he is already dead anyway. The girl does not back down from her choice. The determination of the girl can be read on her face. Sangmoa starts looking for where the morgue is. Jihan is embarrassed by the idea of a girl. Jihan tries to stop the girl and says that it might be dangerous there. She might meet someone caught on surveillance cameras. Sangmoa, with a smile on her face, says that she is not such a weak person anymore, and Jihan himself beat her up for the boss battle. Jihan says that he didn't know the girl well then. It's different now because the girl hates fighting. Sangmoa, putting on her cap, says that she'll be fine, and if anything, she'll be teleported by the scroll. Jihan continues to worry. Sangmoa reassures the boy and says that she will only look around because she will not let her conscience sleep unless she tries to do something about the person who framed Jihan. Jihan realizes that he won't stop the girl and tells her to run immediately if anything seems suspicious to her. Sangmoa says that of course because she won't let her mother and brother worry. Jihan is interested in how the girl is going to identify the real killer. Because the camera recordings were faked, it will be difficult to find any evidence. Sangmoa, opening the inventory, says that she will do what she can first, and the girl also bought scrolls of invisibility and stealth. Sangmoa, turning and giving a thumbs up, says that the first thing she will do is wander. There are many guards at the entrance to Amyan Hospital. The girl thinks that there are also many people inside, so if she just leaves, she will arouse suspicion. Sangmoa, hiding behind the wall, says that she will have to wait until the people come out. Jihan supports the girl's words and tells her to activate the scroll, get closer, and wait. Sangmoa pulls out a scroll of invisibility, stealth, and some mana potions from his inventory. The girl begins to use scrolls. Jihan, looking away, hesitates and wants to say something to the girl. The boy blushes and swallows excitedly. The guy awkwardly and shyly thanks the girl. Sangmoa doesn't understand why. Jihan, putting his hand on his face, tells the girl to pretend she didn't hear him. Sangmoa, elbowing the boy, tells him to speak louder to begin with. Jihan diverts the subject and says that everyone seems to be leaving, so they need to hurry to the morgue. Sangmoa finds the morgue and hopes that the craftsman's body has not yet been moved. Sangmoa, leaning against the wall, says that there is no funeral home in this hospital, so the body must still be here. Jihan stops the girl. Jihan warns the girl that someone is coming. Sangmoa gets scared and covers her mouth with her hand. Two men in suits come out of the door. A man with a blue tie, rubbing his hand, patting his shoulder. The guy with the red tie wonders what the leader is doing when a member of his guild is killed. The man says that they have not seen him for a long time. He does not know where he is or what he is doing. The guy with the red tie says that his colleague didn't see the leader a few days ago. He advises his colleague to go home because the craftsman lived alone, so it is unlikely that anyone will come to his feet. Sangmoa, overhearing the conversation, wonders what kind of strange wound the dead man has. Sangmoa continues to listen to the conversation and learns that the scythe can poison the dead, so the killer deliberately abused the victim. The scythe has dark properties. Jihan, flying out the door, says that it's clean inside, so he should go. Sangmoa enters the morgue and says she has a bad feeling. Sangmoa, canceling the invisibility scroll, asks if this is Kim Yong-gil. Jihan confirms the girl's words. Sangmoa looks at the dead man and feels sorry for him. Sangmoa bows to the ground and apologizes to the deceased, saying that she will do everything in her power to restore justice. Jihan is surprised and asks what the girl is doing. The heroine says that she is paying her respects to the deceased. Sun Moa, using his hidden skill, is accepted for the case. The heroine diligently tries to get all the evidence from the dead body. Kim Yong-gil's body dissolves. Jihan is surprised that it actually worked. Song Moa, having retrieved the teleportation scroll, says that they can go home now. The guy supports the girl's idea. A teleportation scroll instantly teleports a girl to her hotel. Jihan, at the entrance to the suite, asks if Kim Yong-gil's soul stone is in Song Moa's inventory. The heroine, having taken off her shoes, is surprised by the boy's words. Sun Moa, examining the inventory, finds a new item in himself. The girl opens the description of the object. Kim Yong-gil's regret stone. The stone contains Kim Yong-gil's premeditated regret and evil intentions. Sun Moa, taking the stone in his hands, says that it sounds creepy. Jihan asks the girl to be careful, because such a look does not bode well. Song Moa adds that the name of the item as well. Song Moa activates the keyman, and words of injustice come from it. The girl is very surprised. 18. The Stone of Pity laments that things are not the same as with Seo Jihan's soul stone. It causes injustice. Jihan, inhabiting the doll, knocks the stone out of the girl's hands and asks her to come to her senses. The girl, falling to her knees, says that she thought she would die now. Jihan wonders if the girl is okay. The Stone of Regret continues to say that this is unfair. Seo Jihan, in doll form, tries to destroy the rock because it annoys him. The girl, holding the doll, says that they have a goal. Song Moa picks up the stone again and addresses Kim Yong-gil. The heroine, holding a stone at a distance, says her name is Song Moa. She wants to get justice because Seo Jihan was also wrongly accused, so she needs to know who killed Kim Yong-gil. Jihan stands on the girl's lap and stares at the stone. Sun Moa is lying on the sofa and hears only one word, unfair, from the stone. The heroine is tired and says that if the stone feels injustice, then let it tell who the murderer is, and she will take revenge. Jihan doll collects straw with tape. Jihan turns to the girl and says that she is very stubborn. Song Moa replies that she can't quit after so much effort. The stone begins to say that he does not know the name. He has not seen this person before. Song Moa happily jumps up from the couch and listens to the rock. Jihan climbed onto the table and began to hit the stone, saying that now it must be broken. Song Moa awkwardly asks the boy to stop. The stone asks for revenge and help him, and after that he will help the girl. Song Moa wonders how to help Yong-gil. A task appears in front of Song Moa. She reads it carefully and is surprised. Jihan doesn't see the notification and asks the girl what happened. The quest from the Stone of Pity asks the girl to take revenge, for which she will receive the memories of Kim Yong-gil reward. There is no time limit and no penalty. Song Moa finishes reading the assignment and decides to accept it. The heroine is surprised that she can get 3 skills, return stones, and a potion as a reward. Jihan says that this is a jackpot because she got her fighting skills from the boss, so they are S rank, and in the case of awakened ones, the maximum rank will be A, and here there are also 3 pieces. After weighing all the pros and cons, Sun Moa decides to accept the task. The heroine is very happy to be able to receive such a generous reward. She says that all that remains is to avenge Kim Yong-gil. The building starts shaking. The girl thinks it's an earthquake, but Jihan says it's the pity stone. The girl decides to run away. Sun Moa doesn't understand what's wrong with the stone and thinks to run away to the yard. Yes, leads to the stone begins to hunt for the girl who is trying to escape. Sun Moa turns around and is scared because the pity stone is catching up with her. The girl is overtaken by the darkness of the stone. Aishon shouts the heroine's name. Song Moa regains consciousness and sees Jihan's ghost trying to wake her up. A frightened Jihan asks if Song Moa is okay. Sun Moa lies and squirms. She does not understand what has happened to her. The heroine, holding her head, asks what happened. Seo Ji-han says that the girl was unconscious for 2 days. Sun Moa wakes up and can't believe she's been lying like that for 2 days. Ji-han says he thought the girl was dead. Song Moa does not understand how Ji-han can say such a thing and is very surprised. Sun Moa, showing her biceps, says that everything is fine with her. Only her body is heavy and she has almost no strength. Sun Moa lays down on the bed and says that she feels alive. The heroine asks the boy who sat next to her where the pity stone is and whether Ji-han got rid of it. The hunter says that the stone poured into the girl's body, so she turned off for 2 days. Moa's dream is interrupted, and she is frightened. She cannot understand that the stone has taken up residence in her. Ji-han asks the girl to check the profile window. If the contract with the stone is concluded, then a quest should appear. Sun Moa awkwardly says that she is somehow not feeling herself. The girl opens the profile window. Sun Moa sees that an A-rank hidden quest has been added. The girl tells the boy that the quest appeared and asks if Ji-han took similar quests. Seo Ji-han, getting out of bed, says that several tasks when he was a hunter, with no money. Song Moa says the quest doesn't even have a completion requirement. Ji-han says that if revenge is involved, then there is a point in it. If the girl fails the task, she will not lose anything, so there is no need to worry too much. Seo Ji-han, moving into the doll, asks the girl to rest for now. Sun Moa, covering herself with a blanket, agrees with the hunter. The heroine checks the phone and says that there have been no important calls and no news about Kim Yong-gil's missing body has been published either. Sun Moa says that she used the scrolls, but she was still afraid that she would get caught. The girl sighs in relief. Seo Ji-han, in the form of a doll, tries to give the girl warm and fragrant soup. The girl doesn't understand what the boy is doing. Sun Moa jumps out of bed and runs to the boy. She says that he burned all his hands. Song Moa covers her mouth with her hands in delight and says that Ji-han did all this with such a weak and small body. Chef Seo Ji-han asks the girl to eat because the soup is cold. Song Moa happily starts eating the soup and says that it is very tasty. She calls the boy a great cook. Seo Ji-han says that he is a so-so chef. Song Moa, sitting in the lotus position and hugging a doll, reads something carefully. Ji-han wonders why the girl is rereading it again. Seo Ji-han, in the form of a ghost, sits nearby and says that everything will be fine, because if the girl does not complete the quest, then there is nothing to worry about. Sung Moa, clutching the head of a dressed-up doll, says that if she doesn't complete the quest, Ji-han will continue to be bad-mouthed, she won't get the reward, and Kim Yong-gil won't get revenge. Ji-han says that the girl's safety should come first, because the girl already has an order of magnitude better skills, so there is no need to be stingy. Sung Moa, showing the dressed-up doll, says that Seo Ji-han's clothes have arrived and asks if the boy likes them. Song Moa says that she is asked to come to the guild tomorrow because White Light has received permission to clean. People will meet tomorrow and go to clean in a day. Song Moa, showing the phones to Ji-han, asks if this is strange. The hunter says that this is very strange. Seo Ji-han says that the girl shouldn't be involved for a whole month because the girl only joined them 2 days ago and doesn't know anyone yet. Song Moa looks at the phone and says that it's really suspicious. Sun Moa says that maybe they just got it wrong because when signing the contract, there was no smell of professionalism. Ji-han thinks about it. The night glow envelops the roof of a house. A black expensive car drives up to the house. A leg in a black suit and a shoe protrudes from the car. A woman in a dress greets a man and tells him to go inside because he is expected. A man enters the hall, where a large table is laid. People in the hall are happy to see the man and congratulate him. A man in a blue tie is the head of the police. He greets the president. A man in glasses is sitting next to him, the head of the Hunters Association. The resident asks why people don't eat. Another man in glasses with a bald head says that they didn't want to start tasting food without the president. The man is surprised by such an act. He sits down at the table. The formidable president holds a glass into which alcohol is poured. The bald man says the president is good with them. A man with glasses and sideburns says Kim Jong-il's body is missing. A man with a blue tie interrupts and says that you need to eat first. The head of the Hunters Association actively engaged the mass media, but didn't receive the desired reaction. Considering Seo Ji-han's character, he should have shown up by now, so now they are very surprised. The president, smiling mischievously, says that all the same, a boy is no more valuable than a dog. People in the room secretly say that this is all thanks to the head of the Hunters Association, because the president tamed him and he understood his place. A warrant for Ji-han's arrest has already been issued, so the guy will be caught soon. Everything has been caught abroad as well. When the boy is caught, the man will write a good article, and when the case gets publicity, there will be an opportunity to seek the death penalty. The president, holding out his hand and listening to the plans of his colleagues, says that there is enough talk. The president says that he hopes everyone understands the reason for today's meeting. The man asks if all the preparations are finished. The leader of the White Light Guild, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, says that they are leaving tomorrow because the White Light Guild was very happy and did not suspect anything. The president, paying for the food, says that if everything goes as it should, he will give the man a place in the Daikon Guild. The leader of White Light says that he will try very hard and thanks the president. The police chief says that the cannon fodder is ready, so it will be over as soon as Seo Ji-han is ready. Another man says that everything has already been taken care of. The police chief laughed a lot. One of the people, holding a glass, says that they will show hunters who only know how to shake their fists the bitter taste of life. Another man supports the words and adds that those fools are just annoying. People continue to discuss hunters, saying that the world works according to the rules, and they walk without fear. Such scumbags are only worthy of following commands properly. The president, looking at his reflection in the drink, says that this is why the policy of issuing a cleanup permit is necessary, because such guilds as Amyon and Nebo have suffered greatly. But soon all this will come to an end. The president, actively raising his glass, says that these two guilds will soon stop resisting. The police chief says it's flawless. The head of the Hunters Association, holding a drink, says that people envy strong hunters. They wait the flawless plan. The sweep team has someone with the last name Ban. As it turns out, she's connected to the Sky Guild. Some of the people say that in any case, if everything goes well, soon another head will appear in the Sky Guild. A man with a bald head, wiping his hands, replies that the rest are just trifles. The men recall Song Moa and say that her popularity is only in his hands because the death of a famous hero in the clearing of a dungeon by a small guild will increase the storminess of the reaction. The president sighs as he picks up the glass. The man raises his glass and says that when they crush the small insects and we bring the dungeons and hunters under us, the world with new rules will be theirs. A crowd of men rejoices at the ingenious plan and raises a glass to a glass. 2 days later, a bright sun illuminates the dungeon control center. Song Moa moves to the center and talks on the phone. She says that she is going to the dungeon soon and asks if there is really no one there. Seong-ju says that no one was around. In all the time the boy spent doing homework, he didn't see anyone come. Song Moa asks her brother to be careful and says she will call when she gets out of the dungeon. Also, the girl asks him to tell her mom so she doesn't worry. Song Moa, looking at her phone, thinks that she was not noticed when Kim Jong-il's body was lost, because then something was done a long time ago. A tall woman suddenly appears in front of the heroine. A tall, dark-skinned woman with a shaved temple and blonde hair asks why the girl is so nervous and asks her to go with her. Song Moa smiles and thinks that she is nervous because the woman approached completely silently. The blonde says that her group is nearby. 3 brunettes, who look like the living dead, are standing by the wall. Someone says that the guy had a little too much alcohol yesterday. Song Moa is lost in emotions and doesn't understand how everything has come to this. The day before, a sunny day, The building of the White Light Guild. Manager Shin with a folder in his hand, smiling sincerely and straightening his hair. Songmoa goes to see Shin and says that she looked everything over. The girl wonders why the dungeon raid is being organized in such a hurry. Manager Shin returns and wants to tell the girl why. Shin says that in fact, he was given permission to clear the dungeon only yesterday. Songmoa questions the girl in surprise. Shin explains that they usually give a month's notice of clearance, but with the assassination of Kim Yeon-gil, the main force has been thrown into finding and apprehending Seo Ji-han. There are currently very few raid groups available. Songmoa is even more surprised and does not understand why they were replaced. Shin says that she told the leader that it would be very difficult, but as he said, the Dungeon Control Center was going to send another guild if they refused. Songmoa now understands and says that if so, then they have no other way out, because the guild has not received a single permit in a whole year. Manager Shin blushes and smiles. Shin, whispering in Songmoa's ear, says that she said earlier that all the best hunters left them, so in case of that, the heroine can contact her any time. Shin adds that the leader in the raid is a relative of the guild leader, as well as questionable hunters and alcoholics. Songmoa, smiling nervously, says that everything will be fine, because everyone knows the girl's strength and the raid is only one time. Seo Ji-han is surprised and asks since when the girl is so confident. Manager Shin listens to the girl and says that it is time to go because everyone has already gathered. Songmoa smiles and goes after the manager. Songmoa calmly enters the hall and reasons that Shin is very worried. There are strange people everywhere, and that cannot be changed. The girl's thoughts are interrupted by someone's voice. Songmoa stares at a man who asks how it is possible to be late for a meeting. Thedorski Kaus Tyres. Laturfroy, the man, is the melee hunter leader. Buck Daman. He asks if the girl's name is Songmoa. The dark-skinned girl with white hair is a close-type hunter, Ban So Jin. A brunette, knocked down without strength. Support hunter No He-Man. Next to him sits another brunette in a gray suit, a hunter of the protective type No Mi Ray. Buck Daman says that the girl is quite bony and thin. Songmoa remains silent and smiles, and Jihan starts to tell the girl to hit the man in the face so that he will understand that even the bony can hit. Songmoa thinks that there is only one right answer in a situation like this. The girl smiles widely and says her name is Songmoa. She hopes for protection. The man, clearing his throat, says that the girl can rely on him and asks if the heroine has long-range skills. Bak Dae-man also adds that he heard about the girl from his uncle. Bang So-jin overhears the conversation. Songmoa sits down on a chair, and Bak Dae-man sits next to her. The man, pointing to himself, says that if the girl does not understand something, she can ask him. Songmoa smiles politely and wonders why the leader's nephew is acting so confidently. The door opens, and someone enters saying that he is the last one. The guild leader asks Daman to sit down and says they will start without foreplay. Assistant Kim glares at the leader and closes the door behind him. The leader of the guild sits down and says, as everyone knows, the raid is tomorrow. For some reasons they decided so unexpectedly. But the gathered hunters are skilled members of his guild, so the man has high hopes for people. The man continues to say that the time limit for staying inside the dungeon is 1 month, so this should be taken into account when preparing personal belongings. The leader informs that this time, the leader of the raid will beat Buck Dae-man. The guy has many raids in the Daehan Guild, so you can rely on him. A man hands Buck Dae-man the Stone of Return. The guy, smiling, accepts them. Ban Zeo-jin, looking away, asks why the boy is smiling like that. A battle of views ensues between Bang Seo-jin and Bak Dae-man. Songmoa, sitting between them, is visibly nervous. The guild leader continues to talk about the dungeon, saying that they know about it because the huntress Songmoa was recently thrown into it. The heroine confirms and says that everything is true. The man says that it may be of the same type, but it may be different from the previous one. So you need to be more careful. The monsters there are poisonous. So you need to prepare neutralizing items. The leader of the White Light finishes his speech and asks to gather at the Dungeon Control Center at 4 p.m. Song Moa thinks about what the man said. Sun Moa, in her thoughts, admits that she took this raid very lightly. The heroine continues to follow Bang Seo-jin and thinks that after all, apart from those 2 cases, when the girl ended up in the dungeon by accident, she herself has already been in them many times. Song Moa realizes that this team is very divided and does not understand why things turned out so badly. Song Moa concludes that Bang Seo-jin and Bak Daeman can't stand each other. The heroine continues to examine her friends and says that the man who is looking at his wallet is generally depressed, and the other one smells like he has been drinking strong alcohol all night. Song Moa says that she brushed off the manager's words for nothing. Ji-han, with her hands in her pockets, says that there is still time to come back. Ji-han understands that the girl will not refuse and says that they will calmly conduct a raid and leave. Since the monsters in the dungeon are poisonous, then they are clearly weaker than those with Kyrgyz. The Lord himself is more slow and pliable. Theo Ji-han talks about the Lord of Insects, Bargus. You only need to be afraid of poison, and since his body is huge, he does not dodge attacks well. A former hunter, closing his eyes and holding his nose, says that he tried so hard to kill him, but the guards always prevented him. Song Moa makes fun of the boy. Ji-han says he's not asking the girl to kill the boss, so it's better not to risk it. Song Moa agrees. Song Moa is surprised because the boy initially wanted the girl to kill all the monsters. She turns to Ji-han, saying that she thought there would be little talking while the others were around. The girl is called out and asked to hurry. Bak Daeman asks the girl not to fly in the clouds and to walk faster. Song Moa says she's already in a hurry, and Seo Ji-han resents that Daeman pretends to be so cool, even though he's going to raid a regular dungeon with an insect lord. The woman calls out the names of all the hunters to make sure they are all gathered. Daeman confirms that they are all present. The floor under the hunter begins to glow. Song Moa is surprised, and the woman checks the stones of return for 5 people. The white-haired woman, having finished the inspection, says that she opens a passage to the dungeon for 5 people. Sun Moa and the other hunters begin teleporting to the dungeon entrance. The place to which the hunters teleported is surrounded by tall trees. Birds fly and notice the hunters. 5 hunters come out of the portal and see 6 stone obelisks in front of them. Sun Moa notices that it is more difficult to move here. Ji-han explains that this place holds back magical power. Strange magical symbols glow brightly on strange stone obelisks. Sun Moa, stuttering, says that the security here is grounded. Ji-han says that not really. The portal can be used even if you cut down the manager and pour in mana. That's how Seo Ji-han walked here calmly. The leader of the raid group, putting his hands on his sides, asks if everyone is ready. Song Moa proudly raises her hand and says that she is ready. 2 gloomy men look at her strangely. Song Moa is very surprised. Why ask if the team doesn't communicate with each other? Theodheim enters a dungeon, dark and gloomy, surrounded by poisonous slime. Sun Moa notices that the dungeon is similar to Kyrgyz dungeon. Only the humidity is higher, and the air is not so good. Jaehan says it's a poisonous mist, so the girl should drink a purification potion. Jaehan hopes that the girl took a lot of potions with her. Song Moa grimaces, but says that the potion is very bitter, but she took enough. The leader of the raid group, holding a light, asks to follow him. Song Moa is surprised that everything happened so quickly. Jaehan and Bang Seo-jin ask Daeman what the hell he's doing in unison. The man frowns and asks if there is something he doesn't like about his leadership. Ban Seo-jin asks that, at the expense of making a safe zone, is the leader going to just go ahead randomly? Ji-han says that the first thing any normal team deals with is the safe zone, because where will the team run if they need to retreat? Ban Seo-jin gets angry at the leader and asks if he has any experience in dungeon crawling at all. Bak Daeman orders the woman to follow the words and not forget who their leader is. He says that the camp can be made later, but now it is necessary to clear the surroundings. Sunmoa speculates that usually the participants hold hands and bind their bodies when entering the dungeons, for it is said that the gate is like a water slide with 1,000 exits. Bana Seojin continues to be indignant and asks the leader if he thinks they can survive the battle and the camp is not needed. The woman mocks Damon and says that the guy doesn't even know what leadership is. Buck Daman gets angry and tells the woman to watch her tongue. If she is so willing to keep the house, she can stay to make camp. A man throws stereotypical jokes at a woman. Jaehan laughs and says that Bak Daimon is a scum who still needs to be found, or is he the leader who needs to be the most patient? Bang Seojin puts his hand menacingly on Daimon's shoulder and addresses him disrespectfully. With a look of malice on his face, Bang Seojin asks if the leader is really tired of life. Sunmoa panics because they just entered the dungeon and things are already so bad. An imaginary bear appears behind the leader, showing his strength and power. He asks if the woman just said hey to him. Bang Seojin, with a figurative tiger, asks if the leader is deaf, because she thinks that he will die a banal death from not being able to hear. Seoji Han watches the controversy with admiration. He says that the extreme degree of disorder only adds to the interest. Song Moa moans and says that they are all doomed. Bang Seojin and Daemon continue to argue. Seong Moa thinks they should intervene, but Jihan asks not to. Seoji Han hears a mob of monsters approaching and says they are almost here. The ground begins to shake. Stones fall from the ceiling. Song Moa doesn't understand what is happening. A huge crowd of monster spiders is approaching the raid party. Theta stripes, returndre. The team is preparing to repel the attack of monsters. Hawan Brunette raises his morale. A gloomy, depressed brunette defends. Song Moa and Bang Seojin will attack. Spider monsters try to kill the hunters. The leader, thanks to the mace, repels the attacks of the monsters. Bang Seojin kills monsters with gauntlets with spikes on his bones. The group fights off the monsters and asks to hold defense. Song Moa thinks she needs to use the Insect Lord Storm, but everyone is in the damage zone. A huge magical shield sticks into the ground and holds back the onslaught of monsters. Thaber Strauss T. Corner Free, Alcozer, Drainus. Gar the gloomy brunette tries to defend himself. Song Moa uses the hand lightning skill. Song Moa instantly pulls out a lightning bolt and kills monsters in its path. One of the spiders attacks the girl from the side. She notices it and wonders what to do. In an instant, only limbs and a smeared body remain from the monster. Banzeo Jin, who killed the monster, says she will cover for the girl. Song Moa agrees with a smile. At that time, the earth begins to shake even more, and an even stronger sound is heard. Scorpion monsters rush out at the hunters. The leader looks towards the monsters and shouts that another wave is coming. Song Moa asks to step aside and approach her. The girl starts using the next skill. Sun Moa raises the blue sphere and prepares to attack. Someone orders Song Moa to block the way and move away. Sun Moa aims at the ceiling and sends a pile of rocks down on the monsters. The raid party is saved. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and stares at Sun Moa. Sun Moa asks to set up camp here and rest. The girl says that she will set fire to the garnet leaves because they need to rest. Bang Seojin says she is very tired as she sits and stretches. The leader of the band shakes and says that if a woman is tired, she has little experience. Bang Seojin tells the man to breathe first and then speak, or he might burst his lungs. Seostros. The raid group makes a fire and sets up camp. The leader turns to the hunter, Nomi Rei, because he is standing near the rubble and asks him to go to the campfire. But Mireille is not satisfied, because now there is no way to attract monsters. He says that well-provided people do not swarm. Sun Moa is lost in emotions from what he heard. Jihan wonders if this person is brought back from the dead. Jihan does not understand what the boy should have done if the passage had not completely collapsed. Daemon says with a sneer that it is unfortunate, but the girl did what she thought was best. Bang Xiaojun smiles and turns to Sung Moa. She says that the boy was just rescued and he is not happy. No, He-Man, bottle in hand kneeling, asks the group to calm down and not fight. But Mi-Ray, taking the bottle, tells the man to stop drinking, but He-Man is not happy with the boy's behavior and stares at him. The local alcoholic says that he drinks if he wants to. He doesn't understand what no Mi-Ray has to do with it. The boys start an argument. Song-moa whines and says she misses Shin and Kim, while Jihan looks at the mess and says it's a real mess. No He-Man begins to accuse the boy and say that he is looking down on him. He also adds that the boy should be silent, calling him a lover of playing cards in debt. Buck Man, chewing his food, asks what the boys are doing. He tells the hunter No Mi-Ray to just hand over the bottle and sit in silence. No He-Man thanks the leader and says that he shines with wisdom. Song-moa understands that the boy wanted to mix things up because of a card debt, but the girl thought otherwise. The leader continues to taunt Song-moa and says that the huntress has a plan. Song-moa is sweating and worried. Sun-moa is lost in emotions and does not understand whether they are in a dungeon or at a corporate party with an intolerable manager. Jihan offers to punch Daemon just once with all his might on the jaw. Sun-moa gets up and says that they rested and they need to go on because the destroyed ceiling is a temporary measure. Daemon is indignant and says that the girl is also ignoring him. The leader wonders how they will get out if Song-moa blocked the passage. The girl approaches the rubble. Sun-moa turns around and says that the monsters on the other side are moving rocks. He just needs to get through with skills. Someone begins to criticize the girl and say that there is nothing to show off if the girl does not have any special skills. If that is the case, then only No Mi-Ray can defend herself. The leader orders to break through the roadblocks. No Mi-Ray criticizes the girl because of her, they couldn't get lost and says that they will proceed carefully. Song-moa uses the skill and wants not to be talked down to. Song-moa, using the skill, asks herself to stay calm because if something goes wrong, she will just run away thanks to the return stone. Song-moa gets down to business and breaks through the blockage. Banzio-jin protects a girl from scorpion monsters while breaking through a pile of rocks. Citrus. The raid group prepares to repel the monsters. Zhao Jihan wonders how far this sad team can go. Meanwhile, after beating off the monsters, Song-moa and No Mi-Ray sit on guard by the campfire. Leader Daemon, No He-Man and Bang Seo-jin are sleeping sweetly wrapped in sleeping bags. Daemon's mighty mace smashes the bodies of monsters one by one. A tacklefrall of poison hits the leader. He spits and squirms. Sun-moa asks if the man is okay. The leader replies that such a fight is in close combat. Count the girl lucky to be a ranged hunter. But Mi-Ray, wandering the monster, says that hunter crafters are really lucky because they just make goods from ingredients from the market and get a lot of money. Daemon says that they have only one name from hunters because they don't even go on raids. Sun-moa asks himself to be quiet and continue rummaging around. The guys continue the conversation that although crafters earn a lot, they still remain crafters, with the exception of the Luther that everyone was talking about recently. Song-moa is scared after hearing. The leader says that Luther made a lot of noise when he displayed the S-rank items, Evatonus cores. The man can't even imagine the effects of the core-based potion. Song-moa continues to listen to the conversation. She hears that people have been actively searching, but have never found Luther. Song-moa wonders what potions are made with those cores. Everyone was very impressed. Song-moa thinks that if she completes Kim Yong-gil's quest, she will be able to make the potion herself. The leader brags that he has a pretty decent haul of wings, shells, and paws. Song-moa looks over her inventory and thinks that her inventory is almost full. Daemon says he's lucky, so if the team is done wandering, then they can go. Bang Seo-jin and Jihan call the man stupid. They just don't Let the team moved on. No Mi-Ray goes first and notices something. But Mi-Ray stops and says that there are people ahead. No Mi-Ray points in the direction of 3 people in black, one of whom is standing with a camera. Hunter Defender asks if this is another group or guys from bigger guilds. The leader wonders why from the bigger guilds, while Song Moa looks on in silence. Seo Ji-han advises the girl to be careful, because judging by the appearance, people are ready to fight at any moment. Song Moa thinks she has an eerily bad feeling. Thaenan in the middle asks if there are people from the White Light Guild. Demain, approaching the boys, says that it is them. Hearing the answer, the men in black take out their weapons. Theodore Skeintwigerfire Larry. The boy in the middle attacks the leader with his green weapon in an instant. Dayman dodges. Nomi Ray pulls out a magic shield. The man in black says that they are not as stupid as he thought. Nomi Ray looks at the man's weapon and recognizes the scythe. Green braid, black outfit and mask, blue eyes. The guy looks a lot like Seo Ji-han. Seo Ji-han stares intently at his prototype, but Mi Ray is frightened by what she sees. Fake Ji-han says he needs an incident, and they will record a video of Seo Ji-han committing a crime at the same time. The man with the camera says that everything will look like the footage of the escape attempt, the only evidence left behind by the failed hunters. The man starts filming. The guy with the scythe says that there was a mistake. The group watches and wonders what they should do. The boy raising his scythe says that people only need to scream and play the role of victims dying at the hands of Seo Ji-han. Song Moa begins to think quickly whether these people are connected with the death of Kim Yong-gil. What is their purpose? The girl stops thinking and decides to act. The man with the scythe taunts and asks if the people can do their part of the task. Bang Xiaojun unexpectedly takes Song Moa's hand. She decides to run and yells for the group to run too. Mi-rae gets hit, his brother can't believe it, and calls him out. Song Moa runs away with Bang Xiaojun. Nomi-han is sitting next to his brother. The guy with the scythe laughs and says how can Seo Ji-han act so horrible? Song Moa realizes that they won't escape and wonders what to do with him. A woman shouts to Buck Demand to quickly get the stone of return. Song Moa says she has her own as she pulls out the stone. Song Moa realizes that they are unlikely to be able to help Bak Dai-man, and it is too late for No He-man and No Mi-rae. The girl opens the portal. Bang Seo-jin asks the girl where she got the return stone from. Song Moa says that he will explain later because it is time for him to go. In an instant, the girls are enveloped by the plant and encased in it. A man with a scythe comes closer and says that they barely made it. He is surprised that a huntress who has never gone to the dungeon has a return stone for several people. The man with the magic of plants says that they did not manage to escape. Bang Seo-jin calls people scum and says that they choose to play with people's lives. Song Moa realizes that the more she moves, the tighter the vines are. The boy in black, taking Song Mo by the cheek, says that the girl is the same hunter who saved the people of Guam without casualties. The boy squeezing Moa's face says that when everyone hears that the great hunter Song Moa died during a raid in a bad guild, then everyone will definitely be upset. The boy turns to the girl and says that now she must understand why small guilds are not allowed to raid. The boy continues to threaten the girl that her killer will be Seo Ji-han himself, and he will finally pay for his sins. The boy continues to taunt Song Moa's life, saying that he will surely take revenge. The huntress is outraged that the boy is going to kill her and hang it on Seo Ji-han. The brunette presses the girl tighter and wonders why the vines dissolve in an instant. He thinks that this is some kind of saving skill of Moa. Song Moa thinks that this skill could have been used by Bang Seo-jin. The guy thinks it's a smoke bomb and tells the girl not to even try. Dark particles begin to envelop the girl and the boy. In an instant, the boy is frightened by a giant magical snake. Theodai-han suspects that this is hunter Kim Yong-gil's regret. Sun Moa gets out of the vines, and the boy cries that he can't see anything. Song Moa thinks that this guy killed Kim Yong-gil. The brunette tries to find the girl, but sees nothing. An aura emerges from the girl's back and captures all the people in black. The main brunette can't believe it's Kim Yong-gil because he's dead. Song Moa begins to notice the darkness thickening, and the boy cries out for Kim Yong-gil's spirit to stay away. In an instant, Bang Seo-jin notices that the darkness is dissipating. Moa does not understand what is being done. The life was completely drained from the two boys. They shriveled up. The last one left trembles with fear. Bang Seo-jin looks at Song Moa. The girl is very surprised at this result. Song Moa thinks the quest with Kim Yong-gil's pity is over. She decides to check back later. The last of the boys starts to run and ask for help. Song Moa remembers behind the camera and thinks that the recording was excellent. Theo Ji-han blocks the girl's passage and says that she doesn't know anything about the boy's skills. It could be dangerous. Moa says that the guy doesn't look that strong. Theo Ji-han says that the guy is running away, so he might not have a return stone and just die in the dungeon. Song Moa says that the boy can run away and use the stone, and she can't just let him go. Song Moa realizes that Bang Seo-jin can hear the girl talking to herself. Bang Seo-jin smiles and tells Moa to continue talking with her imaginary friend. Song Moa says that it is not like that, waving her arms. Sun Moa wants to make an excuse, but changes the subject to find the hunter back Daiman. Bang Seo-jin notices the leader and says that he himself is already leaving. Daman greets the girls. The leader explains that he didn't find the girls when he was able to escape, and asks what happened to those people. Song Moa explains that everyone escaped except the third one, the one with the camera. Buk Daman looks intently at the girl and listens to her. Sun Moa asks if they shouldn't run away and ask for help right now. The leader, putting his hands on his side, says that if the girl is afraid, she can go, but he will not give a return stone. Song Moa realizes that her inventory is full and she can leave at any time. Bang Seo-jin, pointing at Baek Daiman, says he doesn't understand why the leader ran off alone with the return stone. Daman tells the woman not to talk nonsense and asks if she suspects him of anything. Baek Daiman shakes his head. Bang Seo-jin says it's a common mistake for a bum like him. The woman says that even so, the leader dodged the first attack perfectly, as if he knew about her in advance. Bang Seo-jin recalls the first blow and says that judging by the trajectory of the scythe's swing, the leader should have been cut, but the attack seemed to miss on purpose. Daman says that his roof will soon collapse from such suspicions. Sun Moa begins to think about the woman's words. She thinks that these are ordinary guesses that are pulled by the ears. A woman and a man continue their fight. Bang Seo-jin adds to his guess and says that those people studied them even before the meeting, so they knew who the leader was. Anyone knows that the return stones are usually with the leader. The woman says that if the leader has stones, why didn't they try to kill him at any cost? Daman, putting his hand to his face, says that it is a delusion. Seon Moa tries to break up the argument, but Seo Ji-han tells them to keep talking. Buk Daman, extending his hand to the woman, says that they must stop quarreling because the third person must be caught. Bang Seo-jin covers himself with aura and prepares for a fight. Song Moa tries to stop the woman. Buk Daman, smiling, wonders how they will settle things this way. In an instant, Bang Seo-jin and Song Moa lie bound. Buk Daman says he got it and had to do it right away. Song Moa and Bang Seo-jin stare at the man. Daman, mace on shoulder, says he was ordered to get them out of here to get good shots and then kill them, but those guys are dead, so it doesn't matter. The man decides to finish the case. Daman, spinning his mace, says that if they had listened to him, they would have lived longer, but he still wanted to beat Bang Seo-jin for a long time. Song Moa now realizes that their leader is with those people. Theojin says in a calm voice that she was right about Daimon's account. Song Moa doesn't understand why the woman is so calm. Baek Daman doesn't like that Bang Seo-jin is so calm. He swings his mace and says he'll see how calm the woman stays after being hit. In an instant, a powerful blow is delivered to the man's face. Daman, from a powerful blow, flies several meters away and crashes into the wall, breaking it in the process. A man coughing up blood does not understand what happened. Bang Seo-jin, with a smile on her face, asks if Daman is surprised. In an instant, the woman breaks out of the trap, tearing the ropes that restrained her. Bang Xiao-jin is covered in a magical pink aura and stretches her hand forward. The woman lifts the man up in the air and says that at first she wanted to just stuff the man and apologize later if the man continued to argue further, but the man is kind of uncouth. A woman, thanks to telekinesis, begins to twist Buck the man's body. The man screams in pain. Johan says that the telekinesis skill is quite strong. He asks if Song Moa can get out of the trap by herself. Buck the man becomes covered in a golden aura. The woman notices that the man has a different skill if telekinesis doesn't work. Bang Xiao-jin says that she prefers to hit with physical attacks. Buck the man, rising and holding a mace, says that the woman has gone headlong. Bang Xiao-jin is overcome by the thirst for battle. She says that she hasn't beaten everything out of a person in a long time, so she asks him to withstand 100 blows, and then she will leave him alive. Buck the man can't take the woman's abuse and tells her to shut up. He starts attacking. Bang Xiao-jin, getting into a fighting stance, asks if these are the man's last words. Buck the man attacks. The woman dodges and delivers a blow to the back of the head, which the man softens by covering his head with his hand. Another blow, and the man flies straight into the wall. Bang Xiao-jin doesn't wait for her opponent to get up and rushes to strike again. In an instant, Buck the man's face is smashed by a powerful blow with his hand. Seo Ji-han watches the battle closely and notices that the woman is using telekinesis to move quickly in battle. The worst kind of opponent for Moa. Meanwhile, Song Moa can't get out, open the inventory either while her hands are tied. Bang Xiao-jin, taking off his suspenders, turns to Song Moa. The woman says she didn't mean to kill Song Moa, but a secret must remain a secret. Ji-han begs the girl to run away, but she can't. Bang Xiao-jin approaches the girl and says that she should understand everything perfectly. Dilek cover to skaya. Akir tied up, Song Moa cannot move. The woman uses telekinesis and says that as an apology, she will kill the girl quickly. Bang Xiao-jin uses telekinesis to grab a girl by the throat and lift her above the ground. Sun Moa grunts in pain. Seo Ji-han is very worried about Song Moa. The girl understands that at this rate, her head will simply be torn off. She needs to come up with something quickly. Sun Moa is recalled for his S-rank skill. Sun Moa, writhing in pain, uses the Insect Lord's Thunderbolt. In an instant, the girl strikes. A bright beam flies straight up. Bang Xiao-jin is surprised that the girl has such a skill. Blue and powerful rays fall on the woman, hitting her and nearby. Sun Moa lands on the ground and coughs from suffocation. Theodai Hin asks Moa if she's okay. The girl says she's fine and hopes that Bang Xiao-jin died after this. In the moment of shoes, Bang Xiao-jin steps on stones. A woman proudly stands on the stones and says that Buck the man died sooner than she did. Bang Xiao-jin approaches the girl. Song Moa thinks that everything is over because all the power went into that attack. The woman asks if the girl has any other hidden skills, something like that smokescreen. Seo Ji-han tells the girl not to answer, and Moa thinks that the woman mistook the fog from the quest for a skill, but the girl wasn't going to answer anyway. Bang Xiao-jin leans into Moa and says she seriously doesn't want to kill her. Song Moa's, already preparing the skill, says that she doesn't want to either. Bang Xiao-jin, with a scary smile, suggests the girl to stop. Sun Moa does not understand the woman's words and expects some trick from her. Bang Xiao-jin leans over to the girl and threatens her, saying that if she tells anyone, she and the person she told will die. Song Moa is scared and says she won't tell anyone. Bang Xiao-jin fires the girl. Song Moa can't believe she's serious. Song Moa realizes that she crushed Baek Dae-man's body and the return stones with him. Song Moa offers the stone of return to Bang Xiao-jin. The woman is surprised and doesn't understand why she just gives her the stone and how she survived until now. Song Moa gives the return stone and says that she will follow the boy who ran away. Bang Xiao-jin offers help to the girl with a smile on her face. Song Moa refuses and says that she is alone. Bang Xiao-jin says that she will meet the guild leader then. Song Moa angrily asks if to kill. A woman opens the portal and spreads her hands. Sungmoa falls to her knees and rejoices that she is finally alone. Jihan sits down next to her and asks how the girl is feeling. He says that Moa must have been very scared. Sunmoa begins to cry and slur his speech. Seo Jihan asks her to calm down. Jihan asks the girl if she is not drunk and says that these people messed him up a lot. Jihan laughs and says that the inhumanity of those guys has its plus. At least the girl doesn't feel sad because of them. Songmoa laughs awkwardly. The guy asks if the girl really decided to follow the guy with the camera. Songmoa, drinking the potion, says she has to, because then there will be even more rumors about Jihan. Seo Jihan says that most, given the boy's strength, can't see him as a victim. Instead of trust, it's easier to find flaws to frame. The guy blushes and says that the main thing is that the girl knows that his hands are not dirty, and that is enough for him. The girl is saddened by Seo Jihan's fate. She calls out to him. Seo Jihan says he's fine, no need to worry, and asks if they're leaving the dungeon. Songmoa closes the inventory and thinks. Songmoa says that she should go to Nomi-Rei and No He-Man, because if they are alive they still don't have the return stones. Seo Jihan sighs and says that a girl does as she sees fit, a boy leads the way. Songmoa recognizes the place and says it's where they first met those guys. Seo Jihan wants to say something. Sunmoa and Jihan find 2 cocoons. The boy says that the chances are small that the boys are still alive. Seo Jihan explains that these are insect lord cocoons, made by that giant spider they saw on the way. The boy thinks that he has lured the boys into his food. Songmoa, leaning against the wall, says that they are late. The girl feels sadness and regret because of this. Jihan says the girl hasn't eaten anything since meeting the 3 guys, so she needs to eat. Songmoa notices that the boy has been too protective lately. Songmoa agrees with Jihan and takes out the stick. She thinks that only half of the time allocated for the raid has passed, but it seems that the girl has only to leave. Sunmoa mentions the guild leader who framed the team. Sunmoa ponders that a person who is pleasant, despite his lack of comment, conspired to let the raiding party go for meat. The girl does not understand the reason. Sunmoa imagines the leader of the White Light smiling pleasantly and holding a bloody knife behind his back. The heroine thinks that this is possible, because it was no coincidence that all the girl's messages about mentioning the guild were ignored in the interview. Sunmoa remembers 3 scumbags who did not hesitate to kill for their goals. Jihan notices that the girl is deeply lost in her thoughts and asks if the girl is okay. Sunmoa, holding a bar, says that those guys, they said that with all this, they are trying to show the society that raids should only be allowed to large guilds. The heroine realizes that the White Light Guild was formed with a specific goal from the very beginning. Jihan does not understand what the girl is leading to. Songmoa says there is no evidence that leader Baek Kwang-hyun left Jihan after falling out with them. The heroine continues her opinion and says that if the White Light Guild was ignored by the mass media, it was not because of the onslaught of larger guilds, but they deliberately tried to keep it invisible. Moa says that after the guild fulfills its purpose and ceases to exist, there will be nothing to expose. Jihan begins to understand the girl and says that then it will turn out that Baek Kwang-hyun did not support the guild himself, but received funding from people higher up. Sunmoa, looking away, says that these are only guesses. Jihan says the girl is absolutely right. Moa thinks that she was able to survive, but she didn't even know the plan. Songmoa wonders if she should go now, because who knows what might happen. Jihan, getting up, says that there will probably be many guests at night who want to deal with the girl who is the source of all the problems. Songmoa breaks up and says that they still need to find that camera. So Jihan asks if the girl has realized that people have other accomplices. Songmoa emphasizes that they told the whole truth on camera, because it's the original recording. Seo Jihan wants to ask how the girl is going to find the camera, but he notices something. Seo Jihan hears a sound and tells the girl to hide. A girl and a boy look in the direction where someone is walking. People in black appear on the horizon. One is walking with a camera, and in front is a blue-haired person who says that there is nothing here. Blue-haired says that a similar monster has already captured them. This is bad, because the people in black do not have enough shots, because there is not enough material. The girl in black says that if those people get out, they will tell about everything, so people in black will not only be red. The man with the camera says that even if the survivors get out, they won't be able to do anything because they have the video. Sun Moa, using the invisibility scroll, eavesdrops on the conversation. The girl in black says that they don't have a choice. It's better to find those who are left. They need to go back to the headquarters and assemble a search party. The men in black begin to go to the headquarters. The guy says that the hunter Song Moa had a return stone on several people, so they could have left a long time ago. Song Moa and Jihan decide that they should follow them. Seo Jihan says that if the girl is spotted, she should immediately use the return stone. There may also be people outside, but she won't be killed immediately because there are too many extra people around. Sun Moa notices torches on the walls and thinks they are almost there. Jihan asks the girl to be quieter. Theo Jihan says that they continue to walk in silence because the effects from the recent scrolls can fly off at any impulse. They need to be more careful. Sun Moa needs people in black at the headquarters. A large camp. Some are laughing and some are sleeping. Someone is trying to sleep while others are playing board games. Song Moa wonders how much mana it takes to keep up the defense of such a large area all the time. Song Moa reasons that they don't worry about the dungeon boss either. They must have been able to stop him somehow as well. Jihan says that usually the monsters follow the tracks of the hunters, which makes the raid group move forever. Jihan, walking around the camp, says that they are lucky that these guys have a magic stone or item. A hunter with magic would immediately expose the girl's disguise. Sun Moa is outraged that the hunters here don't even bother about the monsters. She thinks that they really have strong support here. The heroine thinks that it will be easiest to go around each tent, but there are a lot of people here, so the invisibility scroll may fly away. A hole with steps catches Song Mo's eyes. She wonders what it is. Sun Moa notices that the arrangement of the tents and the guards seem to be intended to protect the place. The heroine, leaning on the fence, looks into a large hole. Song Moa decides that this hole looks very important, so she needs to go down. Nihun doesn't understand what the girl is up to. Sun Moa tries to show the boy silently, with gestures, that she wants to go down. Seo Jihan understands the girl. Jihan descends first and asks the girl to look under her feet. Seo Jihan warns that there is a guard ahead. Song Moa notices that the boy always sees the presence of others. It would be much more difficult without the boy. Song Moa goes downstairs and sees a guard sleeping. She thinks it's his special skill. Jihan does not understand why the girl is standing still. Jihan shows the place on the neck that the girl should hit to disable the guard. Song Moa comes out of invisibility and apologizes. She thinks this guy is one of the bad people, so she can hit him. The boy wakes up right before the impact. Jihan shows the place where the girl can hide the boy and says that he will check the situation further. Moa's dream continues. She does not understand the point of building such a place in the dungeon. A large wooden door comes across her way. Sun Moa thinks that such doors are used in prisons to deter criminals. After checking the situation, Jihan flies out the door and calls Song Mo. The heroine is scared and asks if there is something dangerous there. Seo Jihan closes her eyes and says that there is nothing dangerous there, but she better take a look for herself. Song Moa looks into the small window on the door and cannot understand what is there. The heroine sees that some guy is chained in a huge orange crystal. Huyi Dam, encased in crystal, with a bandaged face. Sun Moa jumps from the door and wonders what the boy is doing here. Seo Jihan says he doesn't know. The whole room is built to drain mana. This guy is the one who maintains the area. The heroine, bowing her head, understands that not all large guilds are evil, but now it is not important. Song Moa is faced with the difficult choice of saving Yu Ying Dam or going to find the evidence cell. The girl closes her eyes and realizes that she cannot leave the boy in trouble. Moa shares her plan to save Yu Ying Dam and asks if she can open the door. Jihan says that there is no security system here, but everyone will notice once the mana absorption circle stops working. Song Moa asks if the yellow circle can be destroyed. Jihan replies that he's not sure. Usually restraints like this break if he's pulled out of there or touched outside. The heroine uses the insect lord's lightning and breaks through the door. Song Moa carefully enters the door. Jihan asks her to be careful. The heroine enters the room and steps on a circle of symbols on the floor. Mana begins to drain from Song Moa. She falls to her knees. Jihan worries about the girl. The heroine drinks a potion of mana and says that she is not feeling well. The guy sits down next to her and asks her to finish it as soon as possible. Song Moa asks if there is another way to solve the problem. Jihan notices something and says that the crystal around the boy seems to be just some kind of light. The heroine walks to the crystal and touches Yu Ying Dam with her hand. Jihan's opinion is confirmed. Sun Moa tries to pull the boy out and almost succeeds. The heroine rejoices that she succeeds in freeing Yu Ying Dam. The crystal around the boy crumbles. Song Moa realizes that Dam is falling straight for her. Jihan calls out to the girl to be careful. Song Moa, lying under the boy's unconscious body, says that Ying Dam is quite difficult, and it seems that she will not be able to just go with him. The heroine reasons that they can stay here, because if they damage the magic circle, then all the guards will rush here, but you can't take the source of mana either. Song Moa pulls the boy closer to the door and says that Master Yu Ying Dam does not look very well. The heroine drags the unconscious boy to the door and decides to remove his shackles. Song Moa realizes that by freeing the boy, he might think that she is the one who kidnapped him and killed him. The heroine, nevertheless, decides to release the boy and explain the whole situation to him, and then ask for help. Sun Moa begins to remove the black tape, restraints, from the face of the white boy. After removing only half, Yu Ying Dam opens his blue eyes. Song Moa is very frightened by such a sudden awakening of the boy, and says that he scared her very much. Yu Ying Dam turns his head and glares at the girl. He believes that it was she who put him in chains. Song Moa decides not to waste time and briefly explains the situation to the boy. She says that she was not the one who put him in chains and asks him to nod his head if he understands her. The guy looks even more menacing. The girl, waving her hands, says that she will remove the gag a little later because she sneaked in here, and the girl will not be happy if Yu Ying Dam screams. Song Moa says that she will remove the bandage from the boy as soon as she tells him everything, although she does not even know what to tell. Yu Ying Dam looks less threatening. Yu Ying Dam closes her eyes and silently agrees to Song Moa's plan. Song Moa is happy that Ying Dam agreed. Jihan notices that the girl's innocent appearance is useful because she really does look innocent. Song Moa decides to share what she knows, but to keep quiet about Seo Jihan. The heroine, putting her hand on her chest, says that their raid group was attacked in this dungeon. Among the attackers was an imposter pretending to be Seo Jihan. The girl continues to say that she got here by following the man with the camera. She thought she could cut through their lies if she got the video. Sun Moa, awkwardly scratching his cheek, says that in general it seems to her that everything that has happened is a plan of the big guilds connected with the monopoly on sweeps, so it was very unexpected to see the leader of the Gray Sky here. Sun Moa finishes his story and turns to the guild leader that he can now tell what happened, but he must hurry because they are running out of time. The girl is still a little afraid to trust the white-haired man, but she begins to remove the shackles from the boy's mouth. The boy barely begins to speak. Song Moa understands and takes out water from the inventory for Ying Dam to drink. The boy greedily starts drinking water without stopping. Song Moa looks at the boy and thinks that Ying Dam's condition is very bad. If you look closely, he looks like Sung Ju's age and handsome as they say he is. Yu Ying Dam looks around and asks if they are inside the dungeon. Song Moa replies that it is the dungeon of the insect ruler Bargus. Yu Ying Dam ponders the fact that he is in the dungeon of Barges. Songmoa asks Yingdam how the boy ended up here. The leader of the Gloomy Sky Guild says he was betrayed by a guild member while clearing the dungeon. Yingdam says that something was put in his tea while he was guarding the camp. He became unconscious and knows nothing more because his mouth and eyes were tied. Silently, the guild leader turns away from Songmo. The girl thinks that she can take this as a reluctance to talk about the internal affairs of the guild. Songmoa, laughing awkwardly, says that now they've assured each other that they're not enemies, so she hopes the boy won't attack when she releases him completely. Songmoa picks up the shackles and examines them carefully. She thinks the chain is without a lock, so she will just break it. Songmoa continues to look at the chain and realizes that he can break it only with an S-rank skill. That is, Insect Lord's lightning will not work from his hands. He must aim with his forehead. The girl realizes that if she misses, Yingdam may get hurt, so she needs to pull herself together and aim well. Songmoa concentrates and releases a small bolt of lightning that successfully breaks the chain. The heroine is very happy that she managed to focus the lightning and not miss. Songmoa throws off all shackles and asks Yingdam to repeat what he said, because she did not hear him, because she was concentrating hard. The girl gets up and thinks it's time to go, but her leg is swollen. Yingdam is a little surprised at the girl's skills. Songmoa walks out the door and stops Yingdam, saying he can't go out yet. The heroine, pushing objects into the boy's hands, says that there is a barrier around Yingdam. If he leaves it, all the hunters will come running here. The boy understands and accepts subjects. Yingdam asks if there is a safe zone. Songmoa says yes, and also there are hostile people outside, so they can be caught right after returning with the return stone. Songmoa explains that absorbing the magic circle can weaken the boy before he can act on the desired plan. Songmoa wonders how much mana the guy has. Yingdam smiles widely and thanks for his rescue. Songmoa waves her hands in front of her and says that she shouldn't be thanked. Songmoa, lowering his head, asks the boy to forget about it and better come up with an escape plan. The guy doesn't understand what the escape plan is. At this time, Jihan is watching so that no one comes here. The heroine says that there are many hunters above. She has invisibility scrolls, but they will not help against detection magic. They will also have problems after leaving the dungeon, Yingdam thinks. With a smile on his face and a smile on his face, a boy asks if a girl can fly. Songmoa is startled and replies that she can't, while the boy offers her his hand. Jihan doesn't understand what Yingdam is talking about. The heroine decides to take Yingdam's hand, as he asked, but she is still afraid. In an instant, blue waves begin to emanate from Yingdam all over the floor of the room. Yingdam laughs and asks the girl to hold on tighter. Moa doesn't understand what's going on. Yingdam raises his hand up and uses his flying skill. Songmoa is very nervous and afraid. She closes her eyes and bows her head. The heroine opens her eyes and hopes that everything is over and everything is ready. The hunters outside are very panicked and say that some unknown person has entered, but no one is visible. Yingdam and Moa, holding hands, fly over the camp. One of the men in black notices Yingdam and points a finger at him, saying that he is running away. Everyone decides that the white-haired boy must be caught. Everyone prepares for battle. Songmoa ponders that they will be attacked. She wonders if Yingdam has any defensive skills. She doesn't know what to do, or if she should use her skill first. An enraged Yingdam starts calling names. Kim Min Sumin Songhua. The boy continues to call other names, and the girl thinks that the boy knows these names. These people from the gray sky. How friends who have passed through water and fire behave like this. After naming the traitors, Yingdam begins to use one of her skills, extending her hand and beginning to gather energy into it. In an instant, criminals and traitors begin to freeze with their feet on the ground. On people in black, not only their legs freeze, their whole body freezes a little at a time. Songmoa hears the screams of pain from the people in the camp. She thinks Yingdam is a monster. Seo Jihan folds his hands and says very slowly, Seorai-san, leans over to the girl and says that if the people below were a little smarter, they could have killed Yingdam 100 times over. Moa is frightened by Jihan's calmness, and she also takes back her words about the boy's resemblance to her brother. Esuristariks Adrofadrar. Yingdam completes his skill and begins to land himself and Moa on the ground. Song Moa watches as Yingdam walks directly towards the frozen people. With her hand raised, the girl wonders what will happen next. In an instant, with the snap of his fingers, Yingdam cuts frozen people in half. Sun Moa covers herself with her hands. Yingdam, with anger in his eyes, took revenge on the traitors from his guild. Song Moa is very shocked at how the boy killed people without thought or remorse. Behind the girl stands a crowd of people in black, who are very frightened that they will meet the same fate. Without thinking long, the hunters in black start running for their lives. Sun Moa notices a person with a camera. Everyone else panics even more and wants to run away. Yingdam recognizes the boy and says in a calm voice that it is Yang Seokil. In an instant, Yang Seokil's feet freeze to the ground. The boy will not run away anymore. Yingdam slowly approaches the boy, whose body is half frozen. Seokil's face is abandoned with hope. A boy tries to ask for pardon from his former leader. Yingdam walks around, asking why he should spare him. Yingdam starts yelling at his former comrade, and asks again why he should pardon the scum who poisoned him. The boy, stuttering, says that those who blackmailed him would have killed him if he had not cooperated with them. Yingdam interrupts his excuse. Song Moa walks over and asks if he has a camera. The frightened boy quickly takes out his camera and asks Song Moa for forgiveness. Yang Seokil says that he did not want to attack her. He asks to save his life for any wish. Song Moa reasons that the boy was having too much fun when he wanted to kill her, and is now begging for mercy. The Asan Seokil's body reaches his head. He continues to beg for mercy.
Sun Moa turns around because he cannot look at death behind the girl's back. The frozen boy breaks into pieces.
Sun Moa looks into the distance and notices something. A girl sees several people who got the Stone of Return and want to escape. Somehow they manage to survive. Song Moa appeals to Yingdam, saying that those guys have a return stone. The guys who manage to survive smile and want to use the Stone of Return. However, unfortunately for the men in black, the stone doesn't work and they remain in the dungeon. The guys start to panic that the stones are fake and that they don't have spares. Song Moa recharges her skill and thinks now is her time to stop these scum. Seiraihan calmly assures the girl that there is no need to stop them. Yingdam smiles and says that she should have run away earlier. Yingdam continues to smile and look at Song Moa, who has opened the inventory. Song Moa begins to wonder why the return stones are not working. In an instant, a very familiar feeling overtakes the girl. Sun Moa seems paralyzed. She thinks that she has felt this before, but she does not remember where these feelings of anxiety come from. The system informs that Bargis appears, controls insects, and the onslaught effect is applied. People in black begin to fall to their knees and ask for help. A frightened crowd runs towards Yingdam and Moa. Song Moa says she has the return stone, but it's too late. The system window is coming out. The system reports that the girl cannot access the exit at a rank below the boss in his presence zone. Song Moa reasons that they can't escape with the stones because of the boss's appearance. Now it's clear why the raid group's death is always on the news. Jaehan tells the girl to cook because the boss will be here soon. Song Moa reasons that the pressure is mounting. She needs to concentrate. In an instant, a gigantic monster, the boss of the location, Bargis, comes out from under the ground. The monster destroys a camp of people in black, killing them. Song Moa and Yingdam prepare for battle. Yingdam, putting his palm over his eyes, says that the monster is not small. Song Moa is visibly agitated and not happy that the monster has appeared after all. Huge teeth covered with human blood actively eat one by one. The Lord of Insects, Bargis, a huge monster, the boss of the location, with a formidable face and sharp paws. Sun Moa begins to get nervous that a monster has eaten a person. The girl wonders if it is poison at all. Yingdam puts her hand on the girl's shoulder and calms her down. Songmoa doesn't understand how everything can be good if the Bargis are only weak by Xiujihan's standards, and he himself died in the raid. Songmoa begins to think about his actions. If things get really bad, he will use Xiujihan's things. The first ranker tells the girl not to get the messenger's braid. Sunmoa is very surprised because, even in such a situation, she cannot get a weapon. Jihan tells the girl to drink the mana regeneration and poison protection potion first, and she needs to share with Yingdam. Seojaishan orders the girl to think about the braid only after Yu and Dam's death. Songmoa begins to reason logically that Jihan could not have given the girl better advice. The hunters with the magic attribute are too weak for a single attack, and Yu Yingdam is now in the worst condition. The girl does not know what to do when the boy dies. Yu Yingdam interrupts the girl's thoughts and asks to give him a hand, because soon the poison will eat her shoes and more. Sun Moa and Yingdam fly up to avoid dissolving in the poison. Yu Yingdam tells the girl to calm down, because he can easily defeat this monster. Songmoa asks why they can't just escape the zone and use the returned stones. Songmoa asks because she already has enough of Seojihan's soul stone. Yu Yingdam, bowing his head, answers that they cannot do that because he wants to kill the boss. Bargis prepares to attack, to continue killing people. Songmoa slaps herself in the face and feels like a hamster, dragged into a fight between two lions. Sunmoa begins to issue various scrolls and potions to his partner. Yingdam is a little shocked at the amount of the girl's stock. Yu Yingdam also has something for the girl and hands her a blue scroll. Jihan is interested to see what the scroll is. Yu Yingdam says that it's a magic damage boost scroll that lasts for 5 minutes, so Songmoa needs to use it before striking. Songmoa finishes the potion and throws away the jar. She smiles and takes the scroll from Yingdam. In her thoughts, the girl is happy that the boy recognized her as a combat hunter. She will divorce herself. A thrown bottle hits Bargis squarely in the forehead as he approaches Mo and Yingdam. Songmoa realizes that the thrown can made the monster even more angry, and she starts screaming and saying that she made a mistake. The monster prepares to attack. The amount of poison in the air increases. Seojihan advises the girl not to use her skills yet, while letting Yu Yingdam fight alone. Yingdam says that he will deal with the poison around first. The boy begins to use the skill. Bargis' poison instantly freezes and weakens him. Songmoa is surprised that Yingdam froze the boss poison, although she understands that Bargis's poison is well studied, so the principle of fighting him is as clear as possible. Bruce Yu Yingdam repeats his words that he can definitely beat this boss. The boy smiles. A high-level ranker prepares to strike the next blow against the insect lord Bargis. Yu Yingdam will create giant ice depths over the monster's body. He is confident in his strength as never before. Songmoa is very surprised at the boy's skills, thinking that the boy just created icicles the size of a lamppost. Bargis prepares for a counterattack and possible evasion of Yingdam's attacks. One of the icicles hits the giant body of the insect lord. Yu Yingdam is a little surprised that he was able to break through the insect's shell. He smiles and says that it looks like the monster is not that protected. The boy creates pieces of icicles again and says that he will easily smear the monster. However, the monster is not ready to just give up. Bargis begins his move. Songmoa screams that a monster is crawling up the wall towards her, and Yingdam. She compares the monster to a centipede. Yu Yingdam does not give up on his plan and continues to attack the dungeon boss. Yu Yingdam likes this fight. He taunts Bargis, saying where he went. The hunter's attack continues to damage the monster. Parts of the body, paws, begin to fly away. A monster falls from the ceiling, dripping with green liquid and writhing in pain. Songmoa is very surprised that the boy can handle the insect lord so quickly. She thinks that Yingdam will be able to defeat Bargis very quickly. The girl stared intently at the monster's body. which was battered with pieces of ice from Ying Dame's attacks, and in a moment she noticed that something was wrong. The body of the monster lies calmly next to its severed limbs. It is very suspicious. Songmoa says that it isn't clear whether the monster is still alive or will die soon. Seo Jihan begins to think about the monster's intentions. Jihan says that Kyrgyz had 2 lessons, lightning and thunder. Ghost says that maybe Bargis also has another skill besides poison mist. Yingdam says that he will continue to attack. Songmoa supports Yingdam's idea and asks him to attack the boss. A huge number of ice chips fall on the monster, which screams in pain. Songmoa asks the boy to stop and stares at the boss. Yingdam doesn't understand why so many attacks can't kill the monster. Songmoa hands the mana potion to the boy. Yingdam happily accepts it and thanks the girl. In a moment, the girl's face is very surprised because something is not going according to plan. The shell of the monster begins to move strangely, and in one place, something breaks through it from the middle. A true bee monster hatches from the old centipede monster with a gigantic desire to kill Songmo and Yu Ying Dam. Thedwe lifts its red eyes upwards and sees its targets. The Lord of Insects, Bargis, begins to shout loudly throughout the location. Yu Ying Dam and Songmoa are very shocked that one monster has emerged from another. Only Skojihan behaves calmly. They destroy to frey dinkwars, dauster. If the giant monster now knows how to fly, the heroes do not understand what kind of cheats appeared in the monster. Songmoa and Yuindam land on the ground, thinking that the monster can now fly. Yuindam confesses that it is the first time he has seen something like this. Songmoa says that it wasn't for nothing that she had a bad feeling. Songmoa notices that the monster has become more mobile after its transformation. Yingdam says that the speed also increased, which is why they descended to the ground. Songmoa sighs and thinks how he can defeat this giant. The girl says that she will have to deal with it herself. Yuindam supports the girl's words and reminds her not to forget about the poisonous mist that the monster emits. Now the monster's mouth emits poison in large quantities. Yingdam counterattacks with an ice attack to neutralize the poison. The poison begins to corrode everything around, including Yingdam's attack. Songmoa is surprised that now the poison has become even stronger and says that it is too much because now only a simple touch is enough to kill the heroes. The hunter tries to hit with his attacks, but Songmoa says that nothing will work because the monster's movement speed has increased significantly. Songmoa notices that the monster easily avoids the hunter's attacks. Jihan folds his hands and says that he said that. The heroine looks at Yu Yingdam and begins to think that she needs something much faster. Songmoa thinks he can strike the insect lord with lightning. Yingdam turns to the girl and asks if she has invented something. Songmoa, drinking potion after potion, says that she has an idea. Songmoa, starting to prepare her skill, asks if she can ask the hunter for something. Yingdam happily asks what the girl needs. Songmoa attacks the insect lord with lightning from his hands. Yingdam supports her attack and attacks as well. Sunmoa hits the monster with his fast attack. The guy's ice icicles start hitting the monster. Songmoa continues to attack and informs the boy that his case is poison. Yingdam says she will take care of it. Songmoa realizes that the lightning from her hands cannot penetrate the monster. She asks Yingdam to back off, that she was able to attack harder. A beam of blue energy expands and hits the monster directly. However, the monster does not seem to feel the blows on itself and flies on. Songmoa thinks. Sunmoa realizes that so much power has been invested, but the monster is not even scratched. Jihan is proud that the special training was not in vain. Yingdan asks what should be done now, because at this rate the battle will be very long. Songmoa says it's not scary. Songmoa recharges her skill again, her determination not to change. The heroine says that she made it up. Yingdam does not understand what the girl is talking about. Sun Moa asks Yingdam to slow down Bargis with absolute cold. Yu Yingdam slows down the monster. The guy points his finger up and says he doesn't think it'll hold him back for long. Song Moa smiles and says that should be enough. Bargis doesn't wait and attacks, while Song Moa and Yu Yingdam are distracted talking. Theoji-san wonders what the girl and boy will do next. The monster rises higher and attacks again with poisonous mist. Yu Yingdam says that this giant is attacking. More and more poison comes out of the monster's mouth, which, like acid, eats everything in its path. The insect lord continues to scream and create more poison. Yu Yingdam creates an ice barrier to protect himself and Moa from the poison. Yingdam continues to defend himself and says that this insect is quite tired. The ice hunter asks Song Mo not to take a single step away from him. Song Moa tries to ask what the man is up to. Yu Yingdam, strengthening her body with a blanket of ice, says that Moa will now see everything for herself. With a twist of his hand, Yingdam repels all the poison with his ice. Some ice pieces fall to the ground from the poison. Song Moa is amazed at how strong Yu Yingdam is, and is happy that they are fighting on the same side. Yu Yingdam continues to attack the monster, and says that you can't let it go. It's the boss, after all. The monster begins to fly, but noticeably smaller because it is very tired. Song Moa says that he will push the monster to the side, and Yu Yingdam should limit the movement with the ice wind. The hunter agrees to such a plan. Song Moa concentrates to strike the insect lord from his hands with lightning. Song Moa and Yu Yingdam's combined attack flies straight into the monster. While everything is going according to plan, Song Moa asks Yingdam to hurry up. Yu Yingdam begins to do her part of the plan, and says that the effects of the slowdown don't last long, so the girl needs to do things very quickly. Song Moa understands and reasons that it's time to use the magic power scroll. 2045. Yu Yingdam slows down the monster with her icy wind. Song Moa activates the scroll and prepares to attack. The monster's wings and belly begin to freeze, little by little. The monster tries to break free. Bargis doesn't understand what is wrong with him. Yu Yingdam has slowed down the monster as much as he can. He tells Song Moa that everything is ready. Song Moa asks for the command she says to hit the monster's head with an ice spear. Yu Yingdam agrees. Moa's system reports that her magic power is increased. Sun Moa charges his single shot, which should be enough to kill Bargis. Song Moa orders Yu Yingdam to attack with an ice spear, while she herself charges the insect lord's lightning above her head. A double attack hits a monster and deals massive damage. Sun Moa, squinting a little, asks if she hit the monster. The monster lies and does not move. Black smoke is coming from his wound. A giant hole appeared in the giant Bargis from the girl's attack. Song Moa, Yu Yingdam, and Xiao Jihan are very shocked by such a blow. Song Moa reasons that she only hoped to break through the carapace. And here it is. The insect lord's lightning is very powerful. Det største styret aufralsas. Dingsmrer, Fungri Varkivogo, the gates of the dungeon open. The heroes rejoice that they can finally go home. Song Moa, opening the inventory, says that she is sick of something. Yu Yingdam praises the girl for her work. Song Moa, almost fainting, says that it's all because of the boy's scroll, because without it the attack wouldn't have been so strong. Yu Yingdam says that the A rank enhancement scroll is a reason he gave it to the girl. The system imposes the effect of addiction to the potion on the girl for her frequent use of the potion. Sun Moa looks at the monster's corpse and ponders how to decide who should roam the monster. Seore Han inspects the corpse and says that it is in a very good condition. Song Moa reasons that Jihan is not at the fish store, and she doesn't understand when he managed to approach the monster. Song Moa is sad, because to be honest, she would have already gone to wander the boss. Scratching her cheek, however, the girl realizes that it will look like she's taking away all that Yu Yingdam has prepared, since he's the one who slowed Bargis down and dealt with his poisonous mist. Yu Yingdam interrupts the girl's thoughts and tells her to go chase the monster. Song Moa is surprised and disbelieving, but the boy assures that whoever killed the monster must be wandering. Songmoa, scratching the back of her head awkwardly, says that she would not have been able to do anything without Yu Yingdam's help. Yingdam laughs and says that he is happy to hear that, however, if the girl hadn't helped the boy, he would still be getting the mana out of him underground. Seoji-han can't wait for the girl to attract the monster. Yao Yingdam pushes the girl and laughs. He tells her to hurry up because the gate has already opened. Sunmoa uses his hidden skill and chases the monster. Jihan is very happy with such a big catch. Yao Yingdam, standing at the portal, asks if the girl has decided where she will go next. Sunmoa, continuing to wander the monster, returns and questions the boy. The heroine stops the leader of the Gloomy Sky Guild and says that the exit from the dungeon is under the control of the management office. Yu Yingdam does not understand what the girl is leading to. Songmoa explains that the whole office may not be on the same side as the operator, but they are definitely involved. Yu Yingdam says that the outside team the men in black were talking about may turn out to be the office's security team. The white-haired guy asks what he should do and says that the entrance to the dungeon is fenced off on all sides. Invisibility doesn't work there either. Songmoa confirms the boy's words. Songmoa reasons that this is all about getting out of the standard dungeon, and the current one will soon close and disappear. Sunmoa, looking into the portal, says that in other words it will snap. That is, the space that was swallowed by the dungeon will return to normal. The heroine says that until they can leave, they need to wait for the dungeon to disappear. Yu Yingdam, to clarify, asks if the girl knows that then the dungeon will close with them and they will disappear. Songmoa objects and says that the boy doesn't understand her. Sunmoa, with a determined look, comes up with his brilliant plan. Jihan laughs and says that she is very cool. The heroine tells the guild leader not to worry, because the girl will tell him when he needs to be charmed into the portal. Yu Yingdam is not too worried, laughs, and says that he is counting on the girl. Songmoa is looking for something in the inventory. Songmoa throws a blanket over her head and covers herself in it. She says that they will get out this way. Yu Yingdam, pointing to the blanket, asks what it is for. Songmoa explains to hide from the people in the office. Songmoa and Yu Yingdam break up and run to the portal. The girl gives the command, and they quickly jump into the portal together. The gate is almost closing, but the heroes manage to enter it at the last moment. All three exited the portal, and everything worked for them. Yu Yingdam and Seoji-han praise the girl. Songmoa thanks and takes out the teleportation scroll. Songmoa, taking Yu Yingdam's hand, wants to announce the plan of action to follow. Songmoa tears up the teleportation scroll and starts teleporting them together with the white-haired one. Songmoa teleported the boy with her to some desert at sunset. Yu Yingdam wonders why the desert. Songmoa says that she was thinking about the one she saw in the booklet recently, but she really exists somewhere. Yingdam says he needs to see the situation first, so he pulls out the phone. Sunmoa agrees. Songmoa wonders if they will start reporting what happened in the dungeon so quickly, because time is so short. Songmoa looks at her phone and sees that Bang Seo-jin has been arrested for killing her groupmates. Yu Yingdam asks if the girl found anything. Moa replies that her fellow sweeper was arrested. People in the comments are having a heated discussion about the arrested woman as well as Sun Moa. Moa's sleep can't look at her phone anymore. She says that there is no news about Bargus dungeon closing yet, but people are putting up Moa's photo from last year and passing it off as yesterday's. Yu Yingdam, scratching the back of his head, says that things are going much worse than he could have imagined. Yingdam says that in a worst-case scenario, all of his allies could defect or be eliminated, like the traitors they met along the way. Songmoa is outraged by such statements from Yu Yingdam. The frightened boy waves his hands and says that he doesn't always kill people as he pleases. He was just angered by those who wanted to stab him in the back and kill him. Songmoa calms down and says that she understands everything, she's just not used to watching such scenes. The girl thinks that she would also go crazy if she were in his place, but the boy could just die from the mana exhaustion. The guy says that everything could be found out if they captured a couple of guild members and interrogated them thoroughly, but no one even filed a missing person report. Seongmoa hangs her head and says that it is very sad. She asks the boy what he should do now. The white-haired boy scratches his head awkwardly. Seongmoa tries to think of something. Seongmoa concludes that she may not worry about the guild or colleagues. The girl's thoughts about her home and family. After thinking it over, Seongmoa says she wants to find her family and find out if they are safe. Hyung-dam begins to speak for Sunmoa's family. The girl is worried and asks if they want to kill them. Hyung-dam, waving her arms, saying that her family can be used by the family as a lever to pressure the girl. Seongmoa thinks, and Ji-han tells her not to worry because too much attention is also harmful to him. Seongmoa exclaims in alarm that she has an evidence camera. Sunmoa worries that if they tell the media, they can edit the video to their advantage. The girl says they need to watch the video and then decide what to do next. Ji-han and In-dam stand by Moya. The girl turns on the video on the camera. Hyun-dam sees a guy with a scythe in the video and thinks it's Sao Ji-han. Seongmoa assures Ying-dam that this is not the first ranker. Seongmoa points to the guy's scythe. If you look closely, this guy's scythe is poisonous, and Ji-han's has a dark element. The shape is also different. The heroine adds that the voice is also different, but it is hard to hear because of the mask. Ying-dam has a vision and says he can see the difference now. In-dam notices that the screen has gone dark and the boys have disappeared. He asks if this is Bang Zhao-jin's skill. Seongmoa tries to think of an explanation for this. Seongmoa is worried and says she doesn't know what it was. The girl realizes that she can't tell that the darkness is because of Kim Yong-gil's pity stone. Moa decides that it's better to change the subject. Seongmoa changes the subject and says that recently there was a rumor that Seo Ji-han killed Kim Yong-gil, which is also the boy's doing. Ying-dam is shocked by the girl's words. The frightened boy says that he suspected Kim Yong-gil of kidnapping him, since they are even from the same guild. In-dam explains that traitors and Kim Yong-gil are the same. Yong-gil is greedy and evil. No wonder many of his secretaries tried to end their lives because of him. Seongmoa thinks about In-dam's words and realizes that Yong-gil is not as good as she thought he was. The girl decides to get rewards for the quest and use them for good. Hyun-dam concludes that there is no need to analyze the murder of Kim Yong-gil more deeply, because he was not respected very much because of his character, which is why Seo Ji-han was framed in this way. Ying-dam is very happy and says that this is his best news since he got out of the dungeon. Seongmoa realizes that the boy really hated Yong-gil. Hyun-dam asks if Seo Ji-han is also a target, and also where is the first-level ranker himself. Sunmoa gets lost, stuttering, saying that she herself does not know where he is. Hyun-dam says that they are trying to trick him in this way, because knowing his brother's character, he would have gone to find out a long time ago. Ji-han hopes that In-dam doesn't think he's completely brainless. The hunter puts his hand to his chin and says that those guys couldn't handle Ji-han. Seongmoa, holding the camera, asks if they were close, because the boy calls Ji-han his brother. In-dam says that when he was young, he asked him a lot. The boy asks if the girl knows Seo Ji-han. The guy is suspicious and asks if the girl and Seo Ji-han are dating. Seongmoa is very surprised. The ghost is also shocked by such a statement. Seongmoa waves her hands and says that they are not dating. Ying-dam asks if they are definitely not a couple, because the girl knows him very well. Knowing so much about the dead man's scythe is possible only if they fought together. Seongmoa is very worried. She can't get her thoughts together. Ji-han tells the girl to say that he saved her in the Insect Lord's dungeon. Seongmoa blushes and quickly says what Ji-han said. Hyun-dam, smiling, says that he will stay away from the girl with this question for now. Ying-dam says that one way or another, Ji-han must be living happily somewhere. so there's no need to worry about him because he's stronger than everyone Yingdam knows. Yingdam turns around and says that the first ranker can easily clear the dungeon and kill the boss alone. Theo Jihan bows his head and smiles. He is pleased with Indam's words. Sunmoa blushes and thinks that she is very uncomfortable. Indam, putting his hands in his pockets, says that he doesn't understand why they are doing all this, because he and Seo Jihan are not easy opponents. Indam says that even though Jihan puts himself first, he works well in a team when needed. Song Moa realizes that this is what worries her the most, because it makes more sense to reconcile with the gifted Seo Jihan and Yu Indam. Zenmoa reasons that if that's what they're trying to do by putting Jihan in the bad news to completely tarnish his name so that Seo Jihan is on his own, with no influence and no place to go. Yingdam thinks about it and says that he and Jihan are similar in some ways. Song Moa asks how the boys are alike. The Hunter reveals that he and Seo Jihan agreed to kill the dungeon bosses. Yingdam says that he and Jihan have pretty strong skills that allow them to kill bosses. Song Moa is surprised and wonders how strong the skills are if the girl recently helped the boy kill the boss. Song Moa thinks if you imagine that their enemies are against killing bosses, then one person comes to mind. The second ranker and former friend of Seo Jihan, the leader of the Sky Guild, Ban Seo-hu. Song Moa, holding her hand to her chin, thinks that Ban Seo-hu wanted to preserve the dungeon for the future, while Seo Jihan wanted to conquer the dungeon. The heroine wonders if Bang Seo-hu would kill the sweep team from the smaller guilds. Song Moa continues her thoughts on Bang Seo-hu and wonders if he could kidnap the leader of another guild and make Seo Jihan the scapegoat. Moa looks at Jihan's intent and thinks that Bang Seo-hu could have framed the boy like that, because he betrayed Seo Jihan's name before. Theo Jihan, as if reading the girl's mind, tells Song Moa that there is no evidence. Yu Yingdam, approaching the girl, says that no one in particular fits the bill, or rather there are too many options. There is no trust in anyone who deals with items from the dungeon. Yingdam continues to watch the video on the camera and thinks that he had better catch someone and interrogate him. Song Moa finds another video and turns it on. The video shows a group of people gathering grass, with security standing behind them. In a moment, the security began to beat people who collect grass. Sun Moa looks at the video and doesn't understand what is happening there. Yingdam briefly answers the girl that this is a farm. The boy continues to tell and says that he only heard rumors that weak hunters are kidnapped there, making them slaves for gathering. Yingdam says that he thought that this was impossible in Korea if people go to cleanings forever, but it turns out that it is possible. Yingdam examines the video and says that it looks like it's near Barge's hideout, and the guy's mana was used to support the barrier. Theodor Twarik's Sturi, like it. The boy, closing his eyes and lowering his head, says that these videos can be of good use to them. Song Moa, holding the camera, thinks that she wants to report everything now, but in the current situation, it is difficult. In the end, they can only lose. Song Moa hides the camera in the inventory. Yingdam says that he is going back to Gloomy Sky to try to contact the other leaders. The guy asks the girl to give him his hand. Yingdam hands two objects, green and pink. They look like some kind of cookies. Yingdam says that he will eat the green particle. The second must be kept, and Song Moa the hunter must eat the pink yugwa. Yingdam actively eats a green particle. Sun Moa doesn't understand why. The system reports that Moa has received a yugwa connection. Song Moa opens the description of the item and remembers what Yingdam told her. The heroine understands that the yugwa enables temporary communication with the one to whom it was given, regardless of distance and language. Jihan says that this is the most simple and convenient way among all existing methods of communication. If you eat half at a time, you can communicate for about an hour. Song Moa actively eats the pink part and thanks her. She didn't expect such care from a girl and thinks it's nice of a guy. Sun Moa looks through her inventory and thinks she has a lot of different things here. She notices that she has two bargus horns. The girl smiles and wonders why there are two horns. She thinks that it is because the boss had the same number. Sangmoa begins to think that one skill can be obtained from one corner. Yingdam already wants to teleport, but the girl stops him. The heroine takes out one horn of bargus from her inventory and asks to take it with her. Sangmoa places bargus horn next to Yingdam, who is very shocked by the girl's actions. Yingdam thanks the girl profusely. Sangmoa smiles and says that they defeated him together after all. The boy takes the horn and says that it is time for him. He says goodbye, tearing the scroll of teleportation. Before saying goodbye, the boy turns to Sangmoa. The frightened girl doesn't understand that he needs her. Thides dikaki dos, au scherndwer, durche vreit drzwijk stadelsif, koningshustai kur, saugar. Waranchai, almost teleporting, says that the girl doesn't know how to lie at all. Sangmoa stands silent and lost in emotion. She asks the ghost if he bit her when she said she didn't know Seo Jihan. Another day, Sangmoa wakes up and remembers about the ranker ranking. Jihan doesn't understand what the girl is talking about. Moa says that they finished off bargus. Sangmoa panics and says she can't pretend to be dead if her name appears in the rankings. Seo Jihan, putting his hands on his sides, tells the girl to calm down because nothing will light up. Sangmoa looks at the rating and sees that it hasn't changed much. Jihan, moving into the doll, asks what the girl's rating is. Sangmoa answers that she is ranked 149th. Seo Jihan, cleaning herself in the form of a doll, says that it is unlikely that the girl will be able to easily outwit people who have been going to the dungeon for a long time. Jihan, after finishing cleaning and assuming the form of a ghost, says that it is enough to sit in the house. The girl needs to get some fresh air. Sangmoa gets dressed and goes outside. A local woman greets the girl. The heroine is surprised that they were thrown into Mongolia because she expected to see Africa or the Far East, a desert after all. Jihan wonders if the girl plans to stay here for a long time. Sangmoa says she wants to leave today. The guy asks where the girl is going to go next. The girl, looking at the sky, says that she doesn't know yet. Her mother is traveling abroad. She hasn't seen the news yet. Sangmoa is worried about her brother. Seo Jihan is silent and understands that the girl is still thinking about yesterday's events. Last night, Seungju's house, Sangmoa used the invisibility scroll to make sure her brother was okay. Seungju talks to his mother on the phone. He says that he is fine, while his mother is in Barcelona. Mom asks Seungju how his sister is doing. Seungju says that the girl probably hasn't come back from the dungeon yet. The boy asks his mother not to worry, scratching his neck awkwardly. He says goodbye to his mother. Sangmoa, looking at his brother, is sad because he makes him worry. Seungju is indignant and looks at his phone. Jihan flies into his room and says that Sangmoa's brother is responding to bad comments about his sister. Jihan thinks that Sangmoa has a great brother. Sangmoa thinks that her brother is doing well, but if Mom finds out, she will be very worried. Seo Jihan, flying through the wall, asks Sangmoa to stop. Sangmoa turns to the boy in fright and asks what the matter is. A black car pulls up to Seungju's house. People in black suits get out of the car. Seo Jihan notices that, judging by their appearance, they are definitely one of those heathens. Sangmoa thinks they came to kidnap Seungju. One of the people is doing something near the door to the territory of the house. The other is standing guard. Sangmoa doesn't understand what these people are up to and why they're messing around here. Seo Jihan alarmedly tells the girl that the invisibility scroll is disappearing. Sangmoa panics. Mongolia, present tense. Sangmoa leaves upset. Seo Jihan says he has an idea. Seo Jihan suggests a girl to go to one place. Sangmoa doesn't understand what the boy is talking about. Sangmoa and Seo Jihan end up in Las Vegas. Upon entering the building, Sangmoa and Seo Jihan are met by an old man behind the counter. The man asks in English what the girl needs from him. Sangmoa and Seo Jihan stand as if referring to the adventures of JoJo. The girl answers in English that she needs money or goods. A silence is created between a man and a girl, which is broken by lightning and thunder from a thunderstorm outside. Songmoa says that she thought that there was no need to go after shrimp. Seo Jihan forced the girl to go on this adventure with shrimp. Songmoa thinks that if she is still here, she will be sassy for fun. Jihan leans over to the girl and says that she can buy a communication device here, but first she needs to give the yugwa to the man. Sunmoa takes out a yugwa from the inventory. A gray-haired man with a beard does not understand what the girl is doing. The girl puts the yugwa on the counter. The man smiles and now understands. Sunmoa eats a half, and the system reports that the girl is affected by the effect of southern connection lasting 1 hour. The man says that hunting items are always welcome here. Songmoa is surprised to hear the gray-haired man speaking Korean immediately. Jaehan asks if the girl has forgotten what the boy told her before, because he will understand everything immediately. Songmoa is wearing a black suit, looking grimly at her husband. Songmoa says with pathos on her face that she needs a voice of the stars phone with wiretapping protection. The man gets up from his chair. Songmoa sweats and doesn't understand if she succeeded. A man with a wedding ring on his finger puts the phone on the counter. Seo Jahor says that's it if he explains everything. Songmoa looks towards Jahan. The man shows his finger and says that there is only one of the girls. Songmoa is lost in thought, but looks collected. She does not understand what alone means. Jihan says that the girl can give 1 F-rank mana stone. That should be enough. Sunmoa remembers that after the raid she has a whole warehouse of things in her inventory again. The girl imagines herself as a storm in the dungeon of the insect lords. The girl realizes that she has stolen a lot of mana stones this time. The man receives and examines the stone. Songmoa says that now she will be able to talk on the phone without fear of being eavesdropped. Jihan asks the girl to tell the man to arrange for him a place where it is possible to hide. Some remote one. Songmoa conveys these words to her husband. Thaders Ture, the man, leaning under the counter, looks suspiciously at the girl. Songmoa is worried and doesn't understand why he is looking like that. The gray-haired man takes out a map and points to the place. The house is located right next to the lake, but the house will have to be cleaned. Because the house has been empty for a long time, water can be collected from the lake. There is also an electric generator. A man shows a photo of a house, a wooden house, a green roof, 2 floors. He says that there are no loud neighbors, perfect for seclusion. Songmoa is interested in the previous occupants of the house, but the man says it doesn't matter. If she's lucky, the girl might find opium grown by the previous occupant. Sunmoa decides that the house is not bad and puts 3 mana stones on the table as payment for the house. The man says it's a wise decision. Sunmoa takes the photo of the house and leaves. She is surprised that the man threw something to her as a farewell. The heroine, getting used to the role of the brash, says that the brash are not polite. The girl uses a scroll of teleportation. De discuri, utter. Songmoa says she thought she had no choice. Pointing to the house and indignant, the girl asks why she has to live in this abandoned house. She asks the guy to go back to Las Vegas and find a hotel there. Jihan says they can, but they might be recognized there. Songmoa suggests setting up a tent. Jaehan can't stand it and goes to the house to see if everything is okay. Songmoa tries to stop the boy, hoping to come up with a better option or something else. Sunmoa also enters the house. Jihan reassures the girl and says that if you don't look at the amount of dust, the house is pretty good. Songmoa goes up to the 2nd floor and says that the railing is also covered with dust, and it will be difficult to clean it all. Jihan asks the girl to look under her feet. Jaehan says they have to clean up even if it takes all day. Songmoa, crying, says that she knows it. Songmoa opens the room on the 2nd floor and is very surprised. The girl sees a huge window that is filled with moonlight. Moa looks at it with fascination. Sunmoa, closing her sleeping bag, says that she is starting to like home, but she is still scared. Seo Jihan tells the girl not to be afraid because he is nearby. Song Moa doesn't understand how Jihan can help if he's a ghost. The hunter asks the girl to get the doll. Song Moa takes it out and puts it next to him. Jihan inhabits the doll. Theo Jihan wraps the girl and asks her to lie still. Scary doll Jihan begins to sing a lullaby. Sun Moa screams and asks the guy to stop because he scares her to death. Sun Moa cries in his sleeping bag and says that he is rustling the straw. It is cold and scary. Jihan decides to remain silent. Sun Moa thinks about it and says that most likely her penthouse was checked a long time ago, and someone must have been left there to wait for the girl. The heroine, yawning, says that if they even came to Seungju's house, then even more so to hers. Song Moa closes her eyes and tries to sleep. Jihan says that in case he wakes the girl up and wishes her good dreams. The bright sun shines directly through the window and hits the girl. Song Moa wakes up. Jihan greets the girl. A sleepy Moa asks what's out there and thinks that the boy got bored during the night. Jihan says that he is just checking the area and notices that there are fish in the lake. Sun Moa, stretching, says that they need to go fishing if they plan to stay here any longer. So Jihan supports the idea, but says later, and asks the girl what she plans to do. Theo Jihan, having moved into the doll, says that there is a lot to do. The generator is in the basement, and the boy looked around while the girl was sleeping. Song Moa, with a sleeping bag in her hands, is not surprised by the boy's words. Song Moa notices that there are many straw marks from Theo Jihan on the dusty floor. Less joyful Moa turns to the boy. The girl asks for one favor. The guy agrees if it's in his power. Song Moa smiles widely and offers the boy to wash the floor. Jihan is very surprised, but agrees. Song Moa, with a mop in hand, and Jihan in a cute suit with a pink apron and wet wipes in hand, are ready to clean the floor. Song Moa and doll Jihan actively start cleaning the house. Jihan, with a napkin in his hand, quickly runs across the floor and wipes the dust. Moa also washes the floor. The case moves to the bathroom. Song Moa is tired but continues to clean. Having rubbed the room of the house to a shine, the heroes sit down to rest. Daehyun asks what the girl will do now, shopping or take a shower. Song Moa stands up and says that there is something more important. Lying on tissue packs, Seo Jae-han asks what, cleaning another part of the house or reading the news. Song Moa reminds the boy that she completed Kim Yong-gil's quest, so the rewards need to be looked at. Sun Moa, showing her fist happily, says that she received an impressive reward from the crafter of all A-rank walkers. Seo Jae-han, hurrying after the girl, says that she put off this matter for a long time because she could have gotten it in the dungeon. Song Moa thinks that she didn't want to take any chances then, because Yeongil's dark spirit could have come out. Sweating, Jihan says it's unlikely. Song Moa comes to the spacious room and decides to accept the rewards for the quest. The system reports that the girl can now shape Kim Yong-gil's memories. Only hand-picked items are allowed to craft items. Song Moa says that there is a limit here, that she can use the items she collected herself. Jihan listens carefully to the girl. Seo Jihan says that this restriction makes the girl neither hot nor cold. Song Moa, activating Kim Yong-gil's memories, says that it is indeed true. Song Moa says that something is coming closer after activation. Seo Jihan lives in the doll again. The black spirit with red eyes says it needs select ingredients. Song Moa asks Yeong-gil personified if he can create while the girl has the items. Spirit repeats that only with selected ingredients. Jihan, sitting on the girl's shoulder and kneading his hand, asks to allow the nasty spirit to strike. Sun Moa releases half of his inventory so that the spirit can create items and potions. Sun Moa tells the spirit that this is only part of her inventory. The entire inventory will hardly fit in the room. Song Moa, leaving the room, says that the spirit should make a potion from the kernels and something useful and profitable from the rest. The spirit is shocked and cannot believe what it sees. Sun Moa, closing the door, says goodbye to the spirit and says that he will not disturb. The spirit begins to make objects and repeat, unfair. The girl comes out of the bathroom and happily marvels at the beer after the shower. Seo Jihan asks the girl to hurry because the food will get cold. The girl opening a beer thanks the boy and asks what he was able to do in the doll's body. Seo Jihan says that he wanted to please the girl. The heroine says that it is very cute. Seo Jihan says that the girl took beer sauce because she hasn't rested since yesterday. The girl drinks beer with pleasure. Song Moa laughs and says she hopes the boy didn't set himself on fire while cooking. Seo Jihan, assuming his ghost form, says that he's already adapted, so it's okay. Seo Daishan looks at the girl with his arm in fascination. Song Moa, trying the doll's hands, says that there are no burns. Son Moa pulls out a Bargus horn from his inventory to start eating it and gain the skill. Jihan notes that this horn is much smaller than the Kyrgyz horn. Song Moa is only happy about this and wishes herself a nice dinner. Son Moa combines horn with sausages and washes it all down with beer. The girl continues to eat Bargus horn, while the system shows various windows. Song Moa reads what skill she will get. It says in the window that it is the S rank skill, Insect Lord Transformation. Jihan thinks that Yu Ying Dam got the Poison Mist skill. Song Moa, drinking beer, wants to see what's new in the news, and she also wants to know how Yuan Dam is doing. Jihan asks the girl not to read the comments. Meanwhile, Wei Jingdam comes to Bang So-hu. The secretary tries to detain and calm down the gloomy Sky Guild leader while Seo-hu deals with the papers. The secretary fails to stop in Dam and breaks into Bang So-hu's office. Yu Ying Dam, wearing a white shirt and jeans, calmly enters the office. Bang Seo-hu calms down the secretaries and asks them to go back to work, and Yu Ying Dam invites them to sit down. Yu Ying Dam smiles and sits down. The secretary calls the guy a brat. Yuan Dam says indignantly that as soon as he comes, the suffocating workers will dig in on him. The guy advises Bang So-hu to get a fish, saying that it just doesn't need to breathe. The leader of Sky asks why the guy came here. Yuan Dam says that he just decided to see how Bang Seo-hu is feeling. The man in the suit says he's busy, so it's better to say the main reason for the visit. Bang Seo-hu can't stand the boy's arrogance and says that he is fine and can go. Yu Ying Dam looks suspiciously at the man with her blue eyes. Bang Seo-hu gets up with his hand on the table because he is not well. The leader of Sky breaks down and says that this is none of Ying Dam's business. Yu Ying Dam doesn't understand why the boy is so aggressive. He says that he also saw the news and remembers that the suspect has a very familiar last name. Bang Seo-hu looks menacingly and says that if Ying Dam has come to make him nervous, then he better leave because he's not in the mood. Yu Ying Dam thinks that things are really bad. A sudden situation that happened beyond Bang Seo-hu's control, as expected from the straight old man himself. The boy does not understand and mockingly asks what it means to be nervous. Bang So-hu can't stand the white-haired man's taunts. Yu Ying Dam, leaning on the table, says that he believes. Yuan Dam says that she believes that the huntress Bang Seo-jin is not guilty. Bang So-hu calms down a bit and thanks Yu Ying Dam for his support. Yu Ying Dam says that the very arrest of a hunter for killing several people smacks of delusion. Bang Seo-hu asks what the boy is leading to. Yu Ying Dam steps away from the table and stares at Bang So-hu. The news, meanwhile, shows stories of clashes between the guilds and the suspect Mr. Kim. Lee, a guild representative, is interviewed and says that they suspect invisibility and teleportation scrolls were used to escape, and a search party has already been dispatched. Yingdam thinks that as a result, the relationship between hunters and society has become such that punishment is handled by the respective guilds. Hunters from the rating are considered non-judicial. There the problems that the awakenings created are solved by the awakenings themselves. Yu Yingdam thinks that for the same reason, any information about hunters and dungeons was kept secret, but this case is everywhere. It is not known who is behind it, but there is no need to expect good from them. Bang Seo-hu is silent, with his hand on his face. Yu Yingdam says that usually they would try to close the case as soon as possible. Yingdam, smiling and raising his hand, says that they will not have the courage to touch the relative of the head of heaven unless they themselves want to escalate the relationship. Bang Xiaohu starts to get angry and asks why the boy came here. Yingdam, smiling, says that he just came to support his husband. Bang Xiaohu thinks the boy is heartless. Yingdam says she just wants to check something. Bang Xiaohu doesn't understand what the boy means. Yingdam begins to address her husband. Yingdam's look changes. He asks his brother to be careful, because something is happening. Bang Xiaohu doesn't understand what Yingdam is talking about. The boy continues and says that the leader of heaven himself feels, and Yingdam really believes in Bang Xiaojin's innocence. Yingdam says that he believes in Bang Xiaojin's innocence because he saw everything himself, only on video. Bang Xiaohu, standing up from the chair and banging on the table, does not understand what the white-haired man is talking about. An even more outraged Bang Xiaohu asks if there is a video. Bang Xiaohu, leaving the table, continues to ask the boy about the video. Yingdam says it's time for him to go. Yingdam, leaving the leader of heaven with a lot of questions, pulls out a teleportation scroll and says that he still needs to sort out this mess. Bang Xiaohu asks the boy to wait. He thinks Yingdam never listens to others. I noticed this when the white-haired guy contacted Xiao Jihan. Bang Xiaohu recalls how he caught the boys in a group monologue where everyone was talking to themselves. Bang Xiaohu points a finger at the boy and tells him to take care of himself and not get into trouble. Yingdam, starting to tear the scroll, asks if the man is worried about him. Yingdam, returning to Bang Xiaohu, reminds him that he is stronger than him. Bang Xiaohu calls it all manorial, but says that the white-haired one is wrong. Bang Xiaohu recalls the beginning of the conversation with Yingdam and says that the fish also need oxygen. Yingdam smiles and does not understand the man. Yingdam bursts into laughter because Bang Xiaohu wanted to say the whole time that the guy was wrong about fish not needing oxygen. Yingdam, wiping away tears of laughter, asks why the man wanted so badly to correct the boy's mistake. He says that Bang Xiaohu is a very straightforward person. The leader of Sky does not understand what the boy means. Yingdam says goodbye and tears up the teleportation scroll with a smile on her face. Bang Xiaohu finally asks where Yingdam is going. The white-haired man says that, as he said, he's going to clean up the mess. Bang Xiaohu sighs and says that the boy only says what he wants to hear. The leader of Sky ponders Yingdam's words about what the video is and whether it actually exists. The sun illuminates the back of Yingdam, who is standing on the roof of a tall building. Yingdam muses that he's made sure that Bang Xiaohu isn't involved in what's going on. The guy admits that he really suspected the man, because from straightforwardness to obsession is one step. Yingdam thinks that if Bang Xiaohu was involved in his kidnapping, the boy would attack as soon as he entered the office, and he would sneeze if he was just brainwashed. The boy wonders if his thoughts are very stupid, or if Bang Xiaohu's theoretical involvement in the monopoly of the big guilds on the raid actually exists. Yingdam concludes that with a schedule like this, Bang Xiaojin would have no problem with her delay. Yingdam, realizing that the Sky Guild is not involved, thinks that things are getting much easier. Yingdam thinks that the Daehan Guild may be to blame for everything, but there is no evidence yet. The boy is wondering how things are going with Song Moa. The white-haired man muses that Song Moa is pretty careful, so she's unlikely to do anything wrong. Leaving the video with her was the right decision. However, if you think about it, the girl is very strong for someone who has recently awakened, because Moa pretended to be struggling and then killed Bargis with one blow. Yingdam also notices the calmness of the girl on the battlefield. Her sense of battle was enough to calmly come up with a strategy and make decisions. Yingdam concludes by saying that the girl is very generous. It's shocking that she was able to attract a whole horn and give it away without hesitation. The white-haired man, looking at the sky, thinks that he will be able to solve the problem and stand up for the girl. Yoying Dam, reaching out after heavy thinking and talking with Bong Seo-hoos. The action moves to the office, where a woman in a red blouse is talking on the phone, saying that she is no longer the former Lee Hai-soo. The girl invites the interlocutor to go out to eat in the near future. The woman feels great. She thinks that when she becomes the head of the guild, she will redo the wallpaper, maybe choose unusual colors. Yu Yingdam teleports into the office. The guy says that he likes the current wallpapers better and asks a provocative question that mature ladies like colored ones more. Lee Hai-soo is very scared. The girl is frightened and falls to the ground. She does not understand why Yingdam is alive. The guy continues to mock and says that the woman has stopped calling him head. Lee Hai-soo, looking at the phone, cannot form words because he is very nervous. Yingdam advises the girl not to act foolishly. Still, the woman disobeys Yingdam and quickly picks up the phone. Yingdam stops joking and shakes Lee Hai-soo's hand, saying that he has a request. The woman is even more frightened and says that she listens to her leader. The leader of Gloomy Sky, with a menacing look, asks a woman to introduce him to her friends. The woman tries to pretend that she doesn't understand the boy, but Yingdam begins to freeze the girl's hand, and she quickly says that she understands everything and asks for mercy. Yingdam orders the woman to take him to her friends with an icy look. Ezra scars. The bright sun illuminates Sun Moa, who is sitting in front of the table, eating a corner of bargis. Song Moa says that there is no news again, but notices that Jihan has taken up fishing. Seo Jihan, in doll form, runs up to the girl and says that no news is good. The girl is sad because all her attempts to visit Seungju or her mother have failed. Jihan reassures the girl, saying that there is nothing you can do because the heathens have put people in the place, so it is still difficult to get there. Song Moa can't believe that they still think the girl is stupid, because she understands that she is expected there. Jihan climbs onto the chair. Sun Moa folds her hands in front of her face and reasons that the heathens don't know how much the girl knows and how the imposter Seo Jihan talked about the big guilds. The girl concludes that she has a video of that scene, the only cameraman Yingdam killed, and Bang Seo Jin exercises his right to remain silent. Song Moa is thinking Jihan, who is standing near the corner, notices this and asks what the heroine is thinking about. Song Moa says that she thought about the suspicious silence in the media. It seemed to her that they would often roll out special news. The girl thinks that there aren't even headlines. Old cases were only talked about in the background of the situation with Bang Seo Jin. The media is trying very hard to hide it. Jihan says that killing ordinary people is one thing, and adventures between hunters are usually not written about. Song Moa recalls that the news only talked about Kim Yong-gil's death. Seo Jihan says that Yong-gil was a famous person in the production. Moreover, this case had a specific purpose to accuse Seo Jihan. Seo Dai-hyan, assuming the form of a ghost, says that in most cases, the news about hunters doesn't reach people. Besides, it is much more effective to control the media quietly than directly. Song Moa notices that the boy now even has a fisherman's outfit. Sun Moa, taking the horn, says that pagans don't need a scandal, excitement won't help here. So the girl decides to sit and eat the horn. Also, Song Moa asks the boy to be more careful when fishing so that he doesn't get pulled like last time. Seo Jihan narrows his eyes and agrees. The girl opens the system and sees that she has already eaten half of the horn. Song Moa says she can't eat anymore. Jihan asks not to taste the horn because of the strength. He says that the girl can handle it faster anyway, because this horn is smaller than Kyrgyz's horn. Song Moa, continuing to eat the horn, says that she wants to be apprenticed as soon as possible. The girl rereads the name of the skill and thinks that it is related to shape-shifting. Eder Ferens, Sakus Fersna, Ikadurigros, Whiterier. The girl remembers her mother and brother, Seungju. The excited girl recalls that she did not tell Yu Yingdam that the horn must be eaten, to gain the skill. Jihan sighs. Songmoa worries and wonders if she should call her boyfriend if it's 2 a.m. in Korea. Jihyun says that the boy is unlikely to be asleep, so he needs to call, and In-dam will get the girl's number at the same time. Sunmoa breaks off a piece of yugwa to contact the boy. Jihan supports the girl. The system reports that the girl has received the effect of yugva connection. She calls Yingdams. The guy at this time standing in a bloody shirt with a cold look. He asks to give him a moment. The girl is a little nervous and waits for the boy to answer. Yingdam says he can talk. Jihan wonders if In-dam picked up the phone. The girl says that she didn't call in time and better call back later. In-dam says he was waiting for the girl to call. Songmoa says that she was worried that something might happen in the Gloomy Sky Guild, and she also wanted to say something. Ying-dam, standing next to the corpses, says that the affairs in the guild are almost finished, just as the boy was cleaning up, because while he was gone, they made a mess. Sunmoa informs the boy that the horn must be eaten in order to gain a new skill. The boy does not understand and asks the girl for information. Songmoa repeats that by eating the horn, In-dam will get the skill. The girl accidentally found out about it herself. The guy does not understand how the girl came to this and asks if she is okay with the food. Yingdam is worried and asks if everything is okay with the girl. Songmoa, worried, says that everything is fine. She just decided to experiment, and that's how she learned this information. Also, Songmoa reports that she has a new number, that she will leave for the boyfriend. Yingdam takes the number and says she will call him. Sunmoa says that the yugva effect is over. The girl wishes the boy good luck with cleaning and says goodbye. Seo Jihan doesn't understand and asks if the boy is cleaning up now. Sunmoa says that he is cleaning up because he has not been in the guild for a long time. Jihan mockingly says that's exactly what he's doing. Songmoa doesn't understand what the guy is leading to and why he's smiling like that. Jihan says that it's just like that because the cleaning there is necessary and also thorough. Songmoa remembers something and turns to a smiling Seo Jihan. Songmoa points to the lake and says Jihan's fishing rod is missing. The guy jumps up and gets indignant. A week has passed. The sunset paints the sky, and a system alert is heard in Songmoa's house. The system reports that the girl ate Bargis's horn and received the S-rank skill, Insect Lord Transformation. Tired but happy, Songmoa is glad that she got the skill. Jihan asks the girl what she got. Songmoa reports that the student has gained his rank and also increased stamina. Jihan says that from now on, the girl's defense and durability are better. Now it will be easier to be in a state where the girl uses all her mana, and her body will hurt less when hit. Songmoa is happy that she is raising her stats, and notices that Bargis was quite resilient, hence the stamina. Jihan bursts into laughter and jokes that the centipede is a great food supplement. Sunmoa, sitting in the hat, does not understand why the transformation skill should be assigned an S rank, because it is just a normal transformation. Seo Jihan, with a proud look on his face, explains that the girl is very lucky, because no methods below S rank will work for him anyway. With him, the girl is not afraid of items that remove invisibility, because they have the maximum rank A. Seo Jihan goes on to explain that the higher the rank, the stronger the skill. So if the girl had a bit more mana, she could kill the boss in one hit. But the girl can just walk around with power-up potions. Moa's dream reminds him of a potion. Jihan asks if the girl got anything out of production. At this time, Kim Yong-gil's spirit is satisfied with the items. Songmoa continues to make items and potions. Songmoa puts a mountain of potion bottles on the table. From the S rank, the girl has 2 dexterity enhancement potions, 9 magic enhancement potions, and 2 strength enhancement potions. Seo Jihan is surprised that the girl has S rank potions. Songmoa says that even with her items, not all potions turned out like that. Because Kim Yong-gil's skill is A rank, that's why there are many unsuccessful wasters. Seo Jihan is surprised that the girl calls lazy walkers. Jihan tells that one A-rank stat enhancement potion is considered a very rare treasure, of which there are not many in the world. F-rank potions give characteristics for 5 minutes with different values. Jihan says that A-rank potions are very rare and he only had 4 of them. And the girl has tons of them, so she hit the jackpot. The S-rank potion is unprecedented. Theo Jihan is enchanted with so many high-level potions. He asks the girl to drink at least 1 potion right now. Theo Jihan continues to coax the girl, saying that she has a lot of potions. Song Moa says that although there are many potions, Jihan himself said that they are very rare. Condescending Jihan resents the girl and tells her to do whatever she wants. Song Moa understands that the boy will not let go and agrees to drink the potion. Song Moa, drinking an S-rank potion, says that the boy is still a manipulator. The system reports that Song Moa has drunk an S-rank magic boost potion. She can get a temporary boost or a permanent boost. The girl is thinking. Jihan asks what the girl was thinking about and if everything is okay. Song Moa says that everything is fine and tells her that she was given a choice. Theophilus is stunned by what he heard. He can't believe what he heard. Son Moa, folding his hands, does not understand why the boy is so surprised. The stooped boy, leaning on his arm, says that the world is very unfair. Song Moa doesn't understand the boy. Song Moa asks the boy to come to his senses and asks if she should choose a permanent promotion. Seo Jihan continues to be in shock and says that, as a girl wishes. Sun Moa increases the magic characteristic by 5 points. Seo Jihan gets fired up and says that the girl was weak because of the gathering skill. So even the powerful moon bracelet only gave the girl 20 points, so the potion gave the girl a full 5 points. The boy forces the girl to drink even more potions. Song Moa can't stand the pressure and agrees. Song Moa drinks potion after potion and increases her magic. Seo Jihan is delighted. The heroine receives the effect of poisoning from the potion due to constant use and falls off her feet. Seo Jihan says that the poisoning was more likely due to the stronger effect of the potion. The characteristics of the girl's magic rose to 40 points. Seo Jihan is a little upset because he wanted to know more about the temporary effects of the potion. Because A rank is worth 200 points and S rank should give even more. The effect of poisoning will last 25 hours. The sick girl says that there will be an opportunity to try the potion. Sun Moa, having discovered his skills, prepares to move on to the next point. Sun Moa, beaming, bows and says he welcomes the audience to Sun Moa's transformation show. The guy laughs and asks if the girl is going to put on a show. Song Moa begins her transformation. She thinks she can turn into Yoon In-dam and closes her eyes as she remembers his appearance. Nothing happens with Song Moa. Jihan asks when the girl will use the skill. The heroine doesn't understand why nothing happened. Song Moa, after opening the system, says that she reasoned about Yu Ying-dam's appearance, but nothing worked. Seo Jihan advises the girl not to think about anything. Sun Moa tries to use the skill again, but this time without thinking about anything. The girl opens her eyes and sees a very surprised Seo Jihan in front of her. The girl transformed into Bargus in the form of a centipede. Song Moa starts to panic a lot. The girl is waving her paws and is very worried. The boy is trying to calm her down and try to get her back to normal. Song Moa tries to calm herself down. She asks herself to relax and not panic. The heroine hates insects. Song Moa, exhaling, says that the girl was able to transform into her usual form. Song Moa, examining her body, says that she is fine, but she is very shocked by what happened to her. Jihan admits that he was also surprised by this. He concludes that the girl's skill allows her to transform into Bargus. Sun Moa says it looks like this while adjusting his cap. Song Moa says she doesn't want to transform anymore and forget this skill sooner. The girl takes out her phone to check the news. Seo Jihan says that the girl had high hopes for this skill. Song Moa opens her phone and is surprised by the news she sees. News about Sung Moa's mother holding a solo rally demanding that Sung Moa's death be cleared up. She asks for a personal meeting with Bang Seo Jin. Song Moa doesn't understand what her mother is doing. Seo Ji Han asks the girl to turn off the news and comments because she's just getting in the mood. The girl firmly says that she has thought about everything well. Song Moa declares that she has no other way out of this situation now. Dagon Guild Office, the secretary, with a folder at hand, wants to visit the chairman. The guy is visibly nervous and adjusts his tie. The secretary knocks on the door and asks the leader for permission to enter. The president allows. The secretary reports that the leaders of the guilds Gloomy Sky and Sky have made contact. The chairman asks how Bang Seo-hu reacted. The boy replies that there was no reaction. The secretary, bending down, repeats that the guild leader did not react in any way. The head is outraged. The outraged head of the Daikon Guild throws a glass at the secretary's head. The president begins to criticize and speak angrily about the level of professionalism. The leader stands up and aggressively asks what it means that Bang Seo-hu didn't react, that he ignored Yuejing Dam, or that the conversation happened between them. The secretary gets scared and starts reporting again. The secretary trembles and apologizes. He says that the guild leaders were speaking in private. An angry Kim Sa-jun blushes with anger. The secretary tries to correct his mistake, but the guild leader kicks the boy in the face. Kim Sa-jun kicks a boy and asks him to do his job properly in this way. The boy writhes in pain. Having calmed down a little, Sa-jun, holding his head, asks the secretary to continue reporting the news. A beaten secretary gets up from the ground and fixes his suit. The secretary says that he did not hear what the leaders of Dark Sky and Heaven were talking about, but there was no reaction from Bang Seo-hu. Apparently important points were not mentioned in any way. Sejin, pouring himself alcohol, does not understand why such impatient scum like Yuejing Dam is idle. The secretary says that maybe the leader of Gloomy Sky is acting very cautiously because of something unfavorable. Sejin decides that all they have to do is wait, because if they play the card with Bang Seo-jin correctly, they will deal with other problems. The man asks if the secretary found out how Yuan Dam got away. Secretary Om says that all the hunters who guarded him are dead. So far there is a version that they were betrayed inside. Sejin, having poured alcohol, says that no one does the work as it should. That's why he dies. He asks the secretary if he is right. The boy confirms the words of his manager. The head of Dehan orders Yuan Dam to be watched because he can go somewhere further. Bang Seo-hu's hands are tied because of Bang Seo-jin, but you have to be ready if you can't use the woman. The secretary accepts the man's order and bows. Sejin asks what's on Kwang Hyun's account. Thadris Tarabri course. The secretary says that he was finished as the chairman requested. In a few days, it will be reported about his suicide due to his inability to cope with failures. Sejin says that Baek Kwang Hyo alive would be a problem for them. Kim Sa-jun, raising a glass, says that not a single mistake can be allowed. The less people know, the better. The secretary reports that people from outside contacted the guild. Sejin is surprised that they got in touch now. Kim Se-jan, putting his hand on his face, remains silent, and later says to gradually prepare an attack on the market. Secretary Om questions, because things are still going well in the other two guilds. Kim Sa-jan is thinking, because he needs to make the right move. The head of the guild, Daikon, imagines how he can monopolize the market by reducing supplies. Kim Sa-jan says that this is how monopolists gain power. Eskatrice Biberfrogoa. Kim Se-jin reasons that he can't believe that another dungeon has closed in Korea because they have lost a gold mine. The secretary interrupts the chairman's thoughts and asks what he should do with monitoring the families of dead hunters. Kim Se-jun does not understand the question. Secretary Om, stammering, asks how long it takes to watch the families. The secretary explains that brothers know He-Man and know Myri have distant relatives, but they lost and drank all the family's fees for medical bills, so the relatives disowned them. Seijin says to send him money and experienced bastards so they don't cause problems. The secretary listens to the order and wants to add something else. This tunis. The secretary remembers Sanmoa as a hunter. Sejong, taking the phone, says that the secretary is talking about the fact that the girl is rich. The guy confirms and says she was awarded in Guam and lived in a penthouse. Sejong thinks about it and asks that the Song family be looked after longer and then send the manager of the dungeons, because when they get the money, they will shut up. Kim Sa-jung decides to question whether the secretary is sure that the huntress Song Moa is dead. The secretary says he's sure, but he sent people to her penthouse just in case. Sa-jung says that the secretary should make sure that there are no unexpected news. Tired and battered Secretary Om wants to say something else to Kim Sa-jung. Sejong watches the news about Song Moa's mom. The secretary asks what he should do if the money doesn't help shut up the Song family. Sebai. Something small is fast moving through the streets. Song Moa says that she studied magic all day by the lake for a reason, but there is one catch. Sun Moa is roaming the streets in the form of a flea. Sun Moa wants her eyes not to see this form. The action is postponed a day back. Intrigued, Jihan asks Song Moa about something. Sun Moa tells that Bargus turned into a flying insect. The girl thinks that she can transform into any insect. Song Moa, closing her eyes, uses the transformation skill and asks to be turned into a bee. The skill begins to be used and transforms the girl. Sun Moa transforms into a human-sized bee. Theo Jihan can't believe that he actually turned into a bee. The guy asks if the girl is going to fly like that because she is too big. The heroine turns back into a human and says that she can try to turn into the giant Bargus, break into Korea, and kidnap her mother and brother. Sun Moa tries to concentrate and become more than human. However, the girl is unsuccessful. Jihan says that she will not be able to become bigger than herself in human form. Song Moa thinks that if she can't turn into a big insect, maybe she can shrink. Jihan says it's worth a try since Bargus was shrinking smaller than his body after all. Moa's dream transforms again. Jihan is surprised because the girl manages to shrink. Song Moa, a small and cute bee, waves her paw and says that she could. Song Moa says that she can't fly like that and transforms back into a human, but forgets that she is without clothes. Seo Ji-han awkwardly turns away from the girl. Feish Han blushes and clears his throat. He suggests the girl change into something else because the buzzing will be annoying. Sun Moa, covering herself with a blanket, asks what kind of insect the girl will become. Jaehan and Song Moa are actively thinking about an insect. They need an insect that won't attract much attention but will be fast. In an instant, the same insect comes to Jihan and Mo's mind. Song Moa and Jihan call an insect at the same time. It's a flea. The action moves to the moment when Song Moa is running around the city. The girl calms herself down and says that she needs to keep a positive attitude. Song Moa concludes that she is very fast. Because the flea catches the best of all in the world, the soul stone has shrunk to the size of a flea. Song Moa is looking for her mom and thinks she needs to be found sooner. Jihan calls out to the girl because he noticed something. Theo Jihan notices and points out Seo Moa's mom. The woman continues the rallies. Song Moa looks at her mom. Jihan realizes something is wrong. Security approaches Song Moa's mom. Jihan realizes they won't leave the woman alone. The guard says that a woman cannot be here. A permit is required for such rallies. The crowd returns to the argument. A man tears a table from a woman and calls her a fool. He asks if the head of the administration has permission to hold a rally. If a woman wants to protest without a permit, then no need to go to another place. Song Moa is very indignant and starts to charge her Insect Lord lightning skill. Jihan stops the girl. A guy stops a girl and asks her to wait. The argument between the mother and the guards continues. A woman tries to resist, but is pushed and falls to the ground. The security, which has done its job, returns and says that they should be thanked, that they are watching in a country where the law is in force. Theodai Han says he would kill those people. Song Moa is angry and indignant. Song Moa continues to look at her mother. Jihan exhales and wipes his forehead. A tired and hopeless woman looks at the sky and calls out to her daughter. Mo's mom decides to go home today. Jihan asks the girl about the note the girl wrote to her mother. Song Moa says she was going to drop the note she wrote earlier to her mom. Jaehyun says he's sorry that the girl can't speak in insect form. Moa's mother catches a taxi. Moa Song quickly falls for a woman. Jihan rushes after the heroine. The taxi stops at Song Moa's mom. Jihan says that if her transformation doesn't use mana, it shouldn't be recognized by the recognition skill. Sitting on her mother's shoulder, Song Moa thinks that the name of her skill is misleading, as she can only transform into insects. Song Moa's mom gets home. Jihan notices that they installed a small CCTV camera. The guy thinks that they used everything for nothing. Seung-ju, getting out of bed, runs to his tired mother. Tae-sun meets his mother and asks why she left alone because the boy was very worried. Mom says she's fine. Song Moa waves her paws and wants to attract attention. Fleemos notices that these fools have installed cameras all over the house. Seung-ju gives his mother a glass of water. He says that his sister would be upset if she saw his mother in this state because the woman hardly eats. Mom is very sorry because she thinks that Moa is dead. The mother tries not to lose hope and says that Seung-ju said that his sister is a very strong hunter, so she can't die. Seung-ju holds his mother's hands. The guy says that he doesn't believe in her death and won't until he hears Bang Seo-jen's confirmation in person. Song Moa and Seo Jihan watch in sadness as the Song family suffers. Song Moa understands that a note will not help here. She needs to talk to her in person. The girl begins actively looking for cameras. Jihan notices this and points out the cameras to her. Seo Jihan says that one camera is in the corner. The other is on the door hinge. There are hardly any blind spots in the house. A tired woman says she needs to lie down. Seung-ju says his mom stayed up all night. He asks mom to go lie down while he goes to the store. Sun Moa, while collecting dust balls, invented something. Jihan asks what the girl is doing. A girl thinks that even without blind spots, she has chances and options. Sun Moa, after collecting dust balls, uses it to seal the cameras and spoil the quality of the shooting. Seudai Hyen asks the girl if this is part of her plan. Song Moa gives a thumbs up. Song Moa quickly jumps onto the bed where her mother is sleeping under the covers. Heroine crouches on mom's finger and uses a teleportation scroll to teleport her with her. Song Moa's mother teleports to the shore of the lake near the girl's house. The woman is very surprised and does not understand what is happening. Mom notices something and is very surprised. Song Moa says that she forgot that she left it in a prominent place. Song Moa's mother finds the girl's clothes and is very sad because she thinks that she has been bullied. Sun Moa tries to deactivate the transformation and turn into a human. In a moment, a very surprised mother notices the girl and cannot believe what she sees. Seo Jae-hyun is very surprised that the mother realized that this flea is her daughter. Here is the real, superhuman intuition of the mother. The mother thinks that the girl turned into a flea after death and came to her mother. Song Moa panics, mom cries, and Jihan tries to calm the women down. Sun Moa stops pacing from side to side and deactivates the transformation. The woman stops crying and watches the flea transform. Song Moai, scratching her head and smiling awkwardly, asks if mom was surprised. The mother cannot believe her eyes, because all this time she thought that her daughter was dead, and she was sitting right in front of her. A woman panics and starts beating her daughter, saying that she was very worried, and the daughter did not even say that she was alive all this time. Song Moa asks her mother to stop because she will tell everything now. The beaten heroine holding her shoulder, begins to tell what happened to her during that time. She talks about everything from going to the dungeons to meeting the leader of the dark sky and her victory over the boss. The woman listens with interest. The woman listened to Song Moa's story and asks if the girl can teleport Seung Ju-han here so they can escape together. Song Moa replies that she can do it, but the search zones can expand to the entire world, and no one knows what these people can do, such as taking loved ones hostage. Song Moa reassures her mother and says that she will solve everything, and also asks that in case of danger, her mother uses the items that the girl gave her earlier. Also, the heroine says that her mother's phone is tapped, so they cannot communicate in the usual way. So the girl gives the woman an object. Sun Moa hands the yugwa to her mother and says that if the woman wants to contact her, she needs to take a small bite and they will communicate. The mother does not quite understand what her daughter is talking about. Song Moa says the woman will understand, but now she needs to go back. Mom stops and asks Mo to wait. The woman looks at her daughter again. She feels better after talking to her. The woman smiles and prepares to teleport back. Song Moa places her hand on her mother's shoulder as she tears the teleportation scroll. The girl hugs her mother tightly and says that she will be back soon. Song Moa is a little upset, but she is relieved because she was able to talk and calm her mother down. Ji-han puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and supports her. Sun Moa receives a notification that her mother has established a yugwa connection for 2 minutes. The woman starts talking to her. Song Moa is very happy and smiling gently. She has fulfilled her plan. Night, the heroine suddenly wakes up and screams. Daehan, in doll form with a dustpan brush, asks what happened to Moa. Sun Moa says that she felt as if someone was calling her in her sleep. The girl is holding her head. Daehan, assuming the form of a ghost, says that no one came here. Sun Moa, wiping her eyes, is surprised because she heard some loud noise. Song Moa notices that the Southern Connection effect is working on her. Now she understands what kind of voice was calling her. Song Moa summoned Yu Ying Dam, who is now dressed in black. Yu Ying Dam wonders if the girl is okay, because she didn't pick up the phone when he called. Song Moa replies that she was asleep, but sees one missed call. Yingdam apologizes for disturbing the girl's sleep. Ji-han continues to clean up in doll form and says that it was just in Dam. Song Moa says that everything is fine and asks the boy why he called. Yu Ying Dam asks if the girl can teleport to him after he drops the photo of the place. A girl receives a photo and asks what kind of place it is. She thinks it is the sea. Song Moa remembers Ji-han telling her about the dungeon's opening frequency and thinks it's time for a new rift. Yingdam assures the girl that a new dungeon has opened and he needs to get there. Song Moa hesitates and doesn't know if she should take the risk because she's pretending to be dead and other people will be there soon. Yingdam says that the dungeon has just opened. No one knows about it yet, so the risk is not that great.
Song Moa asks the boy how he found out about this dungeon. Yingdam says that this is his stash.
Yingdam continues to persuade the girl to go to the dungeon and kill the boss before the other hunters get there. Song Moa, getting out of bed, thinks that something is still bothering her. She has no desire to go there at all. Song Moa muses that she doesn't like all of this, but after what happened last time, it would be better to stay friendly with Yu Ying Dam. Song Moa gets dressed and tells Indam that she is ready to go with him. Seo Ji-han doesn't understand where the girl has gone. Song Moa explains that a new dungeon has opened, and she and Indam are going to kill the boss, and asks if Ji-han will go with them. The boy, having assumed the form of a ghost, says that the girl must understand that she cannot expose herself now. Ji-han says he doesn't like the idea either and asks the girl if she's tired. Song Moa is surprised because the boy used to always push her forward. Song Moa imagines a twisted scene where Ji-han literally forces the girl to kill the boss. Song Moa says she told Yingdam that she might be exposed, but the guy said that this dungeon is underwater, in his hideout. Ji-han asks if the girl is talking about the sea. Seo Jae-han ponders and says that he remembers hearing about the boy's intentions to build something like that. However, Ji-han wants to warn Seong-mo-ah that her potion poisoning hasn't gone away yet. Seong-mo-ah, sadly tearing up the teleportation scroll, confirms Seo Ji-han's words. Seong-mo-ah and Seo Ji-han teleport to the seashore. The girl thinks that the sun is already setting. Yu Ying-dam calls out to the huntress Seong-mo-ah. Yu Ying-dam, smiling widely, says that he is happy to see his friend. Seong-mo-ah greets In-dam, while Ji-han walks around the boy and notices that he has sprayed himself with perfume. The white-haired man asks if he had tipped the girl off with an unexpected call. Seo Ji-han laughs and says that the guy dressed like he went to the theater with a girl. Seong-mo-ah thinks that the entrance to the dungeon is in the middle of the sea. Seong-mo-ah looks at a whirlpool in the middle of the sea. Ying-dam confirms that there is a dungeon there. Seong-mo-ah says that Bargas's dungeon has been well explored, and the danger here is unknown. Ying-dam supports the girl's words and says that they will just look around in the dungeon. Seong-mo-ah notices that Ji-han and In-dam are very similar, since the two are confused in different battles. Ying-dam says that they will enter the battle if it is worth it, because monopolizing the dungeon is a very rare chance. Seong-mo-ah sighs and asks how he can get inside, because it will be quite difficult to swim through the water. Yu Ying-dam says the girl won't get wet. Yu Ying-dam explains in detail how they will get to the dungeon. The boy stretches out his hand and makes a path of ice right in the middle of the sea. Seong-mo-ah is surprised and enthusiastically says that this is very cool. Yu Ying-dam closes her eyes and says that these are small things. Yu Ying-dam says that before they go into the dungeons, he has something to say. Surprised Moa does not understand what is being said. Yu Ying-dam says that the girl is right about the danger of the dungeon. The guy will be careful, but the boss can literally appear out of nowhere, and the return stone cannot be used against the boss. Yu Ying-dam says that he decided to call someone for help. Thebur skunks der, uitstibors diriwax, ikroferikas gene. Shichatres, boy blows away the magic veil that hid the vault. Seo Ji-han explains that the boy removed the magic veil that was hiding him, because the skills of hunter mages are incredible. Seo Ji-han is very surprised to see the person In-dam called for help. Yu Ying-dam represents the head of the Sky Guild, Bang Seo-hu, because this is the best way to protect yourself. Seong-mo-ah is very surprised. Seong-mo-ah doesn't understand why Bang Seo-hu is here. An awkward silence hangs between the company. Hui-adam introduces the hunter Seong-mo-ah Bang Seo-hu. Seong-mo-ah reasons for the boy to steep and not introduce her to her husband. Seong-mo-ah looks at the man from under her forehead. She can't help but feel unfriendly towards the man. Ying-dam asks the Sky Leader not to frown so much. Seong-mo-ah reasons that this scum kicked Seo Ji-han out of the guild, framed him for his own gain, an enemy who could be at the head of the conspiracy of the great guilds. Seong-mo-ah concludes that after all, Bang Seo-hu cannot know that the girl is alive. Seong-mo-ah looks at Yu Ying-dam with a creepy look. In her mind, she doesn't understand why the boy brought him here. In-dam tries to convince the girl that Bang Seo-hu is on their side. To prove her point, Yu In-dam hugs Bang Seo-hu and smiles. The white-haired man says that Ban Seo-jin, the hunter, is the man's sister. Ji-han thinks that he heard that the leader of heaven has a younger sister, but the boy didn't even think that Bang Seo-jin is the leader's sister. Seong-mo-ah thinks that if you think about it like that, they do look alike, especially with their eyes. Seong-mo-ah starts to wonder if they're all on the same side, and if they're trying to catch Bang Seo-hu as well. Seong-mo-ah thinks that there is no mention of Bang Seo-hu in the Korean news. She thinks that the boy is trying to deceive her. Yu Ying-dam, sweating, says that all his words are true because the girl was hiding the boy, so his conscience will not allow him to frame the girl. Yu Ying-dam asks the heaven leader to keep quiet and says that they are waiting for the press card to use later. White-haired says that the gloomy Sky Guild has been disbanded. Seong-mo-ah is shocked by this information. The boy also adds that he is now wanted. Seong-mo-ah is even more surprised. Finally, Yu Ying-dam says that the leader of heaven is also being watched and can be hit at any moment. Song Moa can't believe what she's heard in the past few minutes. Huiying Dam, raising her hands, says that Bang Seo-hu has no reason to defect, and the white-haired boy is now unemployed, which the girl can congratulate him on. Song Moa claps her hands and greets the boy. Sun Moa realizes that she was distracted and comes back to normal. In Dam asks Bang So-hu to at least say hello. Bang Seo-hu folds his hands and asks why he would. Since they can just leave, he says he's here to help with the raid, not make friends. Sun Moa is indignant and reasons that the man can think about her as he wants, because she doesn't care. Yuan Dam apologizes for Bang So-hu. Seo Jihan says that everything will be fine because Bang Seo-hu is not one to take advantage of weaknesses. Song Moa recalls that she has video proof that Seo Jihan is not guilty and about the big guild's plan. Yuan Dam makes it clear that Bang Seo-hu will have to listen to the girl since she has the video. The company stops talking and goes to the dungeon. Yuan Dam goes first and uses his ice magic to freeze the sea. Yuan Dam froze the water vortex, and now the heroes can enter a new dungeon. Yuan Dam, Bang So-hu, Song Moa, and Seo Jihan prepare to duck into the rift that has formed in the middle of the sea. Bang Seo-hu gives a hand to a girl and asks if they are dating. Song Moa thinks it's nice of the man, even though they're not even at the entrance yet. The company amicably, holding hands, leads to the entrance to the portal. Landing on the dried seabed, the company of heroes is greeted by an open portal. Song Moa thought that the dungeon gate was sucking in water, but it was actually just moving in a circle, which was suspicious. Sir. Hunters are preparing to enter the dungeon. The bright sun blinds the heroes who have just come out of the portal. Song Moa, holding hands with Bang So-hu, squints and covers her face from the sun. The girl looks into the distance and sees a big palace ahead. Yuan Dam also looks at the palace and says that it is the first time he has seen anything like this. Seo Jihan supports the boy's words and says that there were no such traces of civilization in any of the dungeons in which the ranker was. Song Moa wants to leave, but Bang So-hu holds her hand tightly. The girl returns and doesn't understand what the man is doing. Yuan Dam asks her brother what happened. Bang Seo-hu says clearly and menacingly that he doesn't trust the girl. Yuan Dam doesn't understand what happened to Bang So-hu. The Sky Leader asks what the girl did with Seo Jihan. A man catches a girl's hand and points to her ring. Bang Seo-hu says, with a cold look, that this is the Azure Apocalypse stone ring. Song Moa is very surprised that the man recognized the ring. Yuan Dam tries to calm her husband down, saying that the Azure ring is not one for the whole world. Bang So-hu replies that he does not know the number of rings, but this ring is unique. Yuan Dam continues to reassure Seo-hu's brother. With a cold and angry look, Yuan Dam orders the man to let the girl go. Bang Seo-hu throws a girl away from him. Song Moa stays on her feet. Jihan asks if the girl is okay. Bang Seo-hu indignantly says that Yuan Dam was also taken away. He believes that the girl arranged the rescue of the white-haired man. Yuan Dam asks where the confidence in Bang Seo-hu's words comes from, or if he thinks the boy wouldn't notice if everything was set up. Yuan Dam folds his hands and tells Bang So-hu to admit that he might be wrong too. Yuan Dam says that it was not enough for the man to sacrifice brother Jihan. Bang Seo-hu says nothing like that. Dam interrupts the man and says that if Seo-hu had listened to Jihan, the latter would not have had to leave the guild. Seo-hu can't stand it and tells the guy to shut up because he doesn't know anything. The blonde continues and asks why he doesn't know why the Daihan Guild decided to support the Sky Guild instead of killing the bosses. Yuan Dam doesn't stop and asks if he doesn't know how Seo-hu's brother submissively obeyed because he was told so by the elders in the Bang family. Bang Seo-hu puts his hand on his face and says that everything is wrong. Dam says that the boy can repeat as much as he wants, but the truth cannot be changed. Bang Seo-hu is a coward. Ban Xiaohu can't stand it, and shouts angrily that if he closed all the dungeons like Seo Jihan wanted, what would be done if new ones were opened? Many hunters would not be able to survive without the support of the great guilds in the world. Yu Yingdam keeps up with the man, and says again that the man promised to keep one dungeon open. How about now there are 5? The boy asks what the big people do. Is a gragurfs, I can trollergstria. Yu Yingdam says that he only agreed to take over as the leader of Dark Sky at Seo Jihan's request. Bang Xiaohu is surprised by these words. Yu Yingdam tells how Jihan asked for help because people can target Xiaohu's brother, so help is needed not from within the guild, but from outside. The white-haired man, looking away, says that even Seo Jihan didn't expect the extent to which Bang Xiaohu would become attached to them and soil his own name. Yu Yingdam finishes and asks Bang Xiaohu to stop saying that the boy was cheated when Xiaohu's brother was divorced. The white-haired man ends his conversation with Bang Xiaohu and turns to Song Moa. Yu Yingdam asks because he is very curious if this ring really belongs to Seo Jihan. The girl says that this is his ring. Seo Jihan looks at the girl and asks her to tell him the truth. Song Moa is scared and hesitant because she can't even imagine how they will react to Jihan's death. Seo Jihan puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and asks her not to be afraid. Jihan continues to support the girl and says that even though the boys look scary, they can be trusted. Song Moa listens in silence. Song Moa sighs. She thinks that if Jihan himself wants everyone to know the truth, then she will tell. Song Moa, raising her hand and showing the ring, says that it is a parting gift from Seo Jihan. Bang Xiaohu and Yu Yingdam are very surprised. Song Moa, looking away, tells that the boy saved her in the dungeon of the Insect Lord. Yu Yingdam wants to question the girl, but the girl interrupts the boy and says that Jihan is dead. Song Moa goes on to say that Seo Jihan fought against Kyrgyz alone, so the boy was mortally wounded and died. Yingdam is very scared and says that it turns out Xiaohu's brother didn't know about it either. Yu Yingdam looks at Bang Xiaohu with tears running down his chin. Bang Xiaohu stands and cries. He can't believe the death of someone important to him. Everyone is very surprised. Yu Yingdam says that he didn't know Xiaohu could cry. The man, wiping his tears, asks if the girl is absolutely sure that the boy is dead. Song Moa says she is sure because she was with him in his last moments. Ban Xiaohu can't hold back his tears. Muttering to himself, he says that he asked Jihan not to climb alone. Seo Jihan looks at Xiaohu silently, feeling sorry for the man. Jihan asks Song Moa to fulfill his request. Seo Jihan asks to make it so that Ban Xiaohu can see Jihan's ghost. Song Moa recalls that she accidentally learned while shopping that if one touches the soul stone, one can see a ghost. Song Moa says she can arrange a meeting for the boys with Seo Jihan. Yu Yingdam is surprised and does not understand how. Song Moa points to the ghost beside her and says that he is standing next to her right now. Yu Yingdam says that the girl means that Seo Jihan will stay in the heroes' hearts forever. Song Moa says that he is literally standing next to her. Thinking it would be better to show than tell, Song Moa walks up to Bang Xiaohu and takes his hand. After placing Bang Xiaohu's hand on the stone, the man notices Jihan's ghost behind the girl. Bang Xiaohu can't believe that he sees Seo Jihan's soul in front of him. The first ranker explains that the man's finger rests on his soul stone, which is why he can see it. Song Moa asks Jihan to speak a little more kindly, because Xiaohu is about to cry again. Yu Yingdam also wonders what the soul stone is. Yu Yingdam touches the stone and is surprised to see Jihan. The ghost says that they haven't seen her in a long time. Jihan and Yingdam are talking to each other. Song Moa turns her head away in discomfort, and Bang Xiaohu continues to stand and stare at one place. Jihan briefly tells that he died while killing the boss. Also, the guy didn't plan to show himself, but Xiaohu started to blame himself a lot. Jihan asks his friends to come together and help Song Moa because she is a good person who continued to care for the boy even after his death. Ban Xiaohu, not letting go of the stone, says that he has heard of similar cases. Song Moa doesn't understand what happened. Theo Jae-han asks what the hell Bon Seo-hoo is doing. The man continues to talk about the fact that the Soul Stone is full of power. Bon Seo-hoo continues. He says that the boy will become the world's best shield. Seo Ji-han and Song Moa are scared and ask the man to come to his senses. Song Moa does not understand where the man has so much strength, because he is a means of protection. Yu Ying-dam does not understand what is happening. Ban So-hoo asks Ji-han to become his shield and fight him forever. Ji-han doesn't like the man's words and asks him to stop. Song Moa asks Ji-han if he wants to become a great sword or a shield. Ji-han folds his hands and says not a drop. Song Moa turns to Bang Seo-hoo and says that Seo Ji-han doesn't want to be a shield. She understands the man's feelings, but he better let go. Seo-hoo doesn't give up on his idea. Bang Seo-hoo slowly focused on his idea. It is clear from the pupil that he cannot reach the man. Seo Jae-han says he wants to stay with Song Moa. The girl puts her hand on her face and thinks that the man will not change his mind. Bong Seo-hoo starts aggressively asking if the girl really doesn't understand. Song Moa says she doesn't understand. Song Moa, while charging the insect lord's lightning, repeats that Ji-han does not want to become a shield. Song Moa shoots from one finger and pushes the man 10 meters away. However, this does not cause any harm to the man. He stands up and says that the girl chose this path herself. Song Moa rages. Ji-han asks to hear him that he will stay with Moa. Ying-dam says now is not the time to fight. Bang Seo-hoo, standing up, says that if the girl doesn't want to give the soul stone like this, then he will take it himself, thanks to the power. Ji-han thinks the man's roof is gone. Bang Seo-hoo, covering himself with an aura of protection, runs towards Song Moa. Seo-hoo's attack is stopped by Yu Ying-dam's icy defense. Seo Ji-han, calling the guy a scumbag, says that he is really ready to kill Song Moa. Song Moa panics because she has never met a hunter of the defensive type before. Seo Jae-han tells the girl to kill Bang Seo-hoo because he is no longer a friend to the boy. Song Moa, charging up her skill, accepts Seo Jae-han's request because words won't work. Ban Seo-hoo creates a large magical shield and slams it into the ground. Sun Moa realizes that she will have to use her strength. She gets into a fighting stance. Before Song Mo's eyes, a system notification about the onslaught effect pops up. A system notification with the same effect pops up before Bang Seo-hoo's eyes. Before the eyes of the sweating Yu Ying-dam, a system notification about the onslaught effect pops up. Everyone is very surprised that the boss is already here, because they only recently entered the dungeon. The company forgets about the recent dispute and they prepare for battle. Seo-hoo defends. The main damage will be from Ying-dam and Song Moa. Bang Seo-hoo says they will go back to fighting after they deal with the boss. Song Moa is getting really annoyed by all of this. Sun Moa opens the system while waiting for the boss. The girl is surprised because before she could barely breathe, but now everything is normal again. Maybe the pressure is no longer working for her. Yu Ying-dam notices that the onslaught is gone. Yu Ying-da, turning his head, wonders why the boss is nowhere to be found. Seo Jae-han says that he doesn't know where the boss came from, or where he disappeared to. He can be invisible, so you have to be careful. Song Moa relays this information to the boys. Yu Ying-dam, using ice magic, says that if they cannot see him, then let the moisture settle on the surface of the frost. Song Moa thinks the boy is Mr. Inventor. Bang Seo-hoo says he doesn't think the boy is resourceful. Song Moa wants the man to shut up and asks why he doesn't think so. Seo-hoo points to two people walking along the path to the heroes. One is a blonde boy in knightly armor. The other is a man with blonde hair, of mature age. Sun Moa thinks they are hunters. Ying-dam says that it is still too early for a hunter. Besides, the clothes are very different. Sun Moa begins to realize that this could be Boss Elphanus, the ruler of the people. Dam says that if the girl is right, then it is most likely a monster. Bang Seo-hoo asks to be ready because people are almost there. Our heroes met face to face. Blank Kwaina Stamfoi Durex Stas Moestes Kekstrums, Thain to Fife Tuith the local people. Yingdam whispers and says that this is just some grandfather, and the boy next to him looks like a grandson. Song Moa supports the boy's words. Son Moa notices that the grandfather does not resemble a monster, but some saint. Sun Moa bows to the local people. The armored guy is surprised, as is Jihan. Sun Moa says she doesn't know why she bowed. She was just taught the manners of elders. Song Moa notices that the local grandfather is quite nice and friendly. Sun Moa thinks that she has at least lightened the atmosphere a little. But is there really a boss in front of them? Grandfather raises his finger and points to Song Moa. The girl is a little worried. Bright grandfather begins to communicate in an unknown language. Yingdam and Seong Moa are whispering and not understanding Grandpa's language. Seong Moa suggests using the Yugwa. Yingdam thinks that the local people are unlikely to agree to eat Yugwa. Song Moa looks for something in the inventory. The blonde and the grandfather begin to communicate with each other in their own language. After the conversation, the blonde puts his hand on his face, and the grandfather waves his hand. Song Moa thinks they are done talking. Grandfather gestures to invite the company to the palace. The company is in shock. They do not understand why the local people invite them to their place. They hope that it is not monsters that are capturing people. Song Moa, to lighten the tense atmosphere, says that she personally likes the looks of them, but it is unlikely that the four of them have the same tastes. Song Moa clarifies that she doesn't find Grandpa attractive. Indam, sweating, says that neither does she. Bang So-hoo snorts. They like stir. The company goes after people. Seo Jihan tells the girl to keep the apprentice ready. Song Moa and company arrive at a large marble palace with various statues and fountains. However, the local palace looks like ruins. Everyone is very interested in what happened here before. Grandfather and the blonde open the door. Yingdam notices that they are asking them to follow them further. Huge stone statues, which are very similar to Roman ones, decorate the entrance to the palace. Grandfather and a blonde bring company to a round table. Sun Moa is surprised by the local cafe and thinks that it is possible to immediately post this on social networks. Grandfather, holding a kettle, gestures for the heroes to sit on chairs. Ban So-hoo sits down first and is immediately poured tea. Song Moa and Yuindam are hesitant about the older man's offer. Song Moa and Yingdam sit down. They are surprised that the local world also has tea. Song Moa reasons that if everyone has sat down, then she will too. Bang So-hoo and Yu Yingdam drink tea at once. Song Moa is surprised because they don't know what kind of tea it is, because there might be poison in it. Sun Moa, looking into the cup, says that he doubts that they are enchanted, and Sun Moa, closing his eyes, decides to drink tea, and thinks that it will be, and it will be. The heroine, after drinking tea, realizes that she now knows the local language. Grandpa asks if Sun Moa liked the tea. The happy girl says that the tea is very tasty. Grandfather joyfully says that he is happy that he pleased the master with tea. Song Moa, pointing her finger at herself, asks if she is the master. Yu Yingdam is surprised and asks her sister if she is the master. Moa says that she is hardly a master and asks why the boy called her sister. Yingdam, clapping her hands, says that they are in the same boat now, so she can call him by his first name. And if the girl doesn't like sis, then he can call her by another name. Ban So-hoo, while continuing to drink tea, tells the girl and boy to stop talking and get together. Yingdam snorts back. Sun Moa decides to ask his grandfather if he is Elphanese. Seo Jihan stands by and looks at the girl. Sun Moa asks if the boss of the monsters, the ruler of the people, Elphanus, is a man. The grandfather replies that it is so among the locals and calls the girl a master. Song Moa starts saying that she is not the master, and it is a mistake. Grandfather is very surprised and says that this cannot be because the girl is wearing a crown. Sun Moa points in surprise at the blue crown on his head. The girl tries to explain that this is her horn, not a crown. Grandfather says that the Lord doesn't need to renounce because the man hasn't seen such excellent crowns. Songmoa tries to continue to explain that this is not a crown, and she is not a ruler, but gives up and covers her face with her hands. A blond man says something in a fair man's ear. Grandfather says aloud that he did not consider such a possibility. The man turns to Songmo again and asks if he can ask her something. Grandpa asks if it is possible that in Songmoa's world, the result hall is not yet open. The company falls silent and looks at the old man. Songmoa, raising an eyebrow, does not understand the question from his grandfather. The old man laughs and says that now everything is clear to him, and he understands why the girl doesn't know what he is talking about. Grandfather explains that the ruler is the one who can participate in the hall. The symbol of participation is the crown. The old man interrupts and says that this story will be considerably longer. Can he continue with Songmoa's permission? Songmoa says that the man can continue to speak without any worries. Grandfather, taking a sip of tea, says that you need to go back to the very beginning. The old man tells that the lords of the worlds gather in the Hall of Results and fight there for a place on the throne. When the time comes, the hall will open its doors to the lords. Banzio Hu asks the man why he is fighting for the throne. Grandfather continues the story and says that the one who will lead the place on the throne, Edestaur, Iris Tura, will be able to determine the fate of all other worlds. Sunmoa, sweating on his cheek, thinks about the words about the fate of all worlds. Grandfather says that he should think that nothing has started yet, and asks Songmoa if other lords are found in their domains. The girl does not understand what the man is talking about. Sunmoa says that Grandpa is asking about dungeons, spaces of the world, like this, that are cut off from the outside world. The old man says that everything is correct. It turns out that in Songmo's world, the domains of the lords are called dungeons. Sunmoa says that if Elphanis asks if the bosses are in their dungeons, then they are. They are inside them. Elphanis, looking down, asks what the dungeon is for people. Huying Dam answers that it is a hunting ground inhabited by monsters and devours their land with its appearances. There are also many treasures and items. Elphanis understands that everything is repeating itself because earlier they also thought that these were lands condemned by God, the abode of invaders. Huying Dam, leaning on his arm, asks Elphanis if they are not the same. Grandfather replies that they will understand everything themselves when he tells everything. Elphanis tells them that they are not monsters from other worlds invading their world, but refugees fleeing with the master. Refugees are people who leave their homes and flee from troubles and war to another land. Sunmoa thinks that all those monsters she killed in the dungeon were just refugees. Elphanis says he understands how difficult it is for companies to understand. Elphanis continues the story and says that when a wormhole inhabited by monsters appeared in their land, the treasury, and among the people, appeared the possessors of special powers. For them they were called the chosen ones of God. Holding a cup of tea, the grandfather says that everyone could use magic and the power of God, but only the skills of the chosen ones worked in the possessions of evil. Zhao Jihan says that everything happened to them in the same way. At first, when the hunters were considered ordinary people, the military went on raids. However, ordinary weapons did not work in the dungeons, grenades did not explode, machine guns did not fire. Sunmoa thinks that only hunters started cleaning dungeons, so it turns out that without skills and a system, it is impossible to fight normally in a dungeon. Elivanus continues and says that there was a lot of evil at that time. Therefore, the locals were very lucky that they did not go beyond the boundaries of their possessions. The old man says that then they attributed everything to the fear of God. Then Elphanis relaxed and let go of his restlessness, fell into delusional self-confidence. Elphanis, putting his hand on his chest, says that he has told about the past, so now he will tell about what happened next. Elphanis had no doubts about protecting their borders, but soon it all started. Monsters in local domains cast off their shackles. Unrestrained monsters brought destruction and death. Elphanus sought help from allies, neutral nations, and even enemies. However, the sent troops arrived with a delay, and the urgency was ignored, and the locals were abandoned. Elphan says that he's ashamed to admit it, but their minds were filled with objects from the domains of evil, so much so that most of them only waited for the fall of other countries. Our discord increased. Sunmoa thinks that the locals' past is very similar to their world's present, so it will be very bad if the monsters cross the border. Haenis continues. When the Hall of Results opened, the chosen ones of each country, instead of uniting, fiercely clashed with each other. Among those who entered the hall, only a few were able to survive, and as a result, Elphanus and his people began to flee. Elphanus says that after leaving their world, they ended up here, although they visited other worlds along the way, traveling from one land to another. Elphanus explains that they fled, not only because of the monsters, because they were a small shock before the result hall. There is a more serious disaster. Songmoa excitedly asks what Elphanus is talking about. Elphanus answers that the calamity came after the Hall of Results. The grandfather tells that the main disaster is a monster that devours everything, starting with the soul of the world. Sunmoa and the others listen intently. Elphanus continues and says that the Hall of Results is after all an initiation ritual for those who have to face the monster. However, what our company and their world call a system, the locals took as a sign from God, is actually an act of mercy for poor, small creatures who are doomed to meet a fierce monster. Banzio Hu, with his hands folded on the table, asks what kind of monster it is. Elphanus, raising a cup of tea, says that it is about a cosmic predator. Elphanus goes on to explain that it is about the devourer of worlds, the devourer of souls, the yaping black maw that will appear in the sky. Sunmoa and company are in shock after hearing from Elphanus. Sunmoa understands that it is about such incomprehensible things that the girl cannot even believe in the reality of what is happening. Banzo Hu asks why everyone ran here from that monster. The man shaking his head says, "That's right, because what our heroes call dungeons is a new home for refugees. The Lord of the Throne has a choice, to fight the monster or escape." Thehu doesn't understand what it means to just run away and asks Elphanus about it. The man is silent at first and then says that it is an imperfect escape due to the strength of the hall. Elphanus says that the power of the hall allows him to take some of his world and transfer it to another. Banseo Hu notes that in other words, it is impossible to save everyone. Elphanus says that everything is like that, only the servants of the master and those whom he chooses himself. Sunmoa, lost in thought, she thinks that this is how the fate of the world will be sealed. Yuhyingdam, looking at the girl, says that he thought ruling the world offered much more power. Elphanus, to whom the blonde pours more tea, says that the moment when the ruler sits on the throne, all the resources and power of the world pass to him. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest at that moment. However, a great responsibility is placed on the shoulders of the ruler. Banzeo Hu, looking at Songmoa, says that if a lord and his servants can go to the Hall of Results, but how do they become a lord? Songmoa doesn't understand what the man is up to. Elphanus asks Seo Hu if he is subordinate to this girl. Bang Seo Hu, indignant at such words, says no and asks for an explanation. The old man says that the first way is to cleanse the domain of evil and take possession of the crown of the Lord who hunts there. It is possible to get the crown intact in very rare cases. After all, most crowns simply fall apart, which makes it difficult to get a whole one. Seo Ji Hain is surprised. Seongmoa is also shocked and thinks that in her case she got the horn. Banzo Hu asks about the next way to take the throne. Elphanus is silent. Afterwards, the older man tells that the second way is to see the past lord and take his throne. Elphanus tells that the previous leader was extremely strong, but the result hall was cruel. In the end, Elphanus and the paladin Rodran remained too. Elphanus says that he saw no point in fleeing to other worlds, but Rodran is still young. Songmoa sighs sadly. The older man looks at the blonde and says that Elphanus ended up taking the throne. Bang Xiaohu wonders why the old man is telling all this to our company. Elphanus answers questions about whether our heroes have seen on the way here. Elphanus begins to say that their world. Bang Xiaohua listens intently. The old man continues and says that their world has long gone. The company is thinking. Elphanus continues the story and says that their civilization burned to the ground. There is no one left to remember and glorify their past. What is the point of owning a territory that there is no one to defend? Elphanus thinks and remains silent with sadness on his face. Elphanus adds that he simply does not want to allow another repetition of this tragedy. Song Moius, bowing his head, is silent. Elphanus stands up and leans on the table. He says that he knows why the heroes came here to the dungeon. The older man and the blonde bow their heads. Elphanus says that if the Lord pardons Rodran, they will become his loyal subjects and hand over the domain. Song Moa is very surprised. Elphanus removes his golden crown from his head. He holds it in his hands and carries the crown to Song Moa. Jihan watches it all. Elphanus kneels before Song Moa and offers her to take his crown. Song Moa is very surprised. The girl tries to refuse and waves her hands. She does not want to accept such a gift. Seo Jihan gets up from the chair and asks Moa to ask what will happen if she accepts the crown. Maybe the girl won't be able to leave the dungeon or something. Song Moa asks, what if she becomes the local monster boss? Will she be a target for attacks or something? Elphanus, kneeling and holding the crown, says that won't happen. Elphanus says that if they do not believe him, they can take the crown in another way. The blonde leans anxiously towards the bent man. The man smiles and says that everything he does is for young Rodran. Elphanus says that they obey a young girl. Song Moa looks at her husband with sadness in her eyes. Song Moa says she will accept the crown. The old man on his knees is surprised that he managed to persuade the girl. Elphanus hands over the crown to the girl and thanks her. Song Moa asks not to say thank you. Song Moa says that she is the one to thank in her mind. The girl thinks that she might be deceived. Song Moa wants to put the crown on himself. Jihan stands and thinks about what happened. Elphanus wipes away tears of happiness. Song Moa thinks that the crown should be eaten and starts to bite it. Elphanus does not understand what the girl is doing and asks if she is hungry. Song Moa is very surprised and says that in order to inherit the monster's horn, one must eat it. Yu Yingdam bursts into laughter and Bang Xiaohu looks at Song Moa in surprise. Jihan has the same reaction as the girl. Elphanus explains that if it is a part of a dead lord, then it is necessary to eat the horn, but it is a different matter when the lord himself agrees to become a servant. Song Moa blushes in embarrassment but is comforted by Jihan's surprise as well. Elphanus asks for a crown to help the girl figure things out. Themers Kreitemwex, Akuzadesas, Ubri, Hanarain on top of a girl's crown. Moa's sleep is engulfed in a golden aura. Elphanus kneels to greet the new mistress. The system notifies the girl. The system reports that the human lord Elphanus offers to become her servant. Song Moa accepts. Two crowns merge into one single one, which acquires a new form. Sun Moa gains 2 S-rank skills, Holy Dignity, passive skill, and Shrine Barrier, active skill. Sun Moa is surprised by this situation. She reasons that the transfer of the dungeon is one thing, but at the end of the subjugation ritual, everything Elphanus said turned out to be true. Elphanus and Rodran kneel. The girl understands that they are subservient to her. Sun Moa is still shocked that Elphanus gave her an entire dungeon. Plus, the girl can create an unlimited number of gates in her own dungeon. Elphanus says that the servants belong to their master, and the man also says that he can take the girl to the treasury. Sun Moa is nervous and asks to show her the treasury later. The girl is curious that Elphanus mentioned that before the result hall opens, monsters break out of the dungeon. Song Moa asks if there is a chance that the predator will not appear. Elphanus says that the predator appears without exception. He necessarily follows the dungeon. Elphanus says that the result hall steals some of the predator's power, and the monster in turn follows this trail. Yingdam approaches Songmoa and asks Elphanus how he knows all this. Yingdam says that if you close all the dungeons, the predator will not be able to come. Elphanus says that in another world they tried this method, but it did not work. The bent man adds that if the dungeon is opened at least once, the monster will appear. Even after the master escapes, traces of the used power still remain. Elphanus wonders how many dungeons are open in Songmoa's world. Yingdam, lowering his head down, understands that the process of the predator cannot be stopped. Bang Xiao-hu replies that there are more than 60 dungeons, and the frequency is less than a month. Elphanus says that in such a case, there is a little left. The man thinks that in the world of heroes, there is a decent number of lords of men. Songmoa, smiling awkwardly, says that she is only one. Yingdam says that there aren't even a few lords to enter the result hall. The guy ironically thanks Bang Xiao-hu for not allowing bosses to raid. Bang Xiao-hu looks away. Elphanus says that in conclusion, a man can say that soon the lords will leave their domains and will seek allies and kill each other. Songmoa doesn't understand because the insect lords aren't smart enough to become allies. Elphanus, exhaling, says that in the face of mortal danger, instincts prevail over reason. After all, we should not forget that the lords of the dungeon are the same lords who won at least once in the Hall of Results. The man continues and says that the lords are able to recognize the threat and are also wise enough to make profitable decisions. Songmoa says that if the situation escalates, then something must be done. Vader's thoughts, a determined Songmoa with a crown on his head says that he must hurry. Elphanus confirms the girl's words. Songmoa, lowering his head, realizes that time is very short. Anis asks his mistress to find out something. Songmoa asks what the man wants to know. Elphanus, pointing with his hand to Jihan's ghost, asks who the girl is possessed by this spirit. Jihan is surprised that the man is aware of his presence and thinks that he can see him. Songmoa excitedly asks if Grandpa can see Xiao Jihan. Elphanus replies that he does not see, but feels the boy, because he used to be a priest. Elphanus notices that the spirit takes care of the maiden, because he doesn't leave her for a single step. Xiao Jihan says the old man is talking nonsense. Songmoa, reaching into his pocket, says that in the past a boy saved her life, but somehow the circumstances do not allow the boy to find peace. The girl takes out the soul stone and asks if the man is familiar with such a thing. Elphanus says that it is a variety of magic stone. Songmoa is very surprised. Yingdam asks Jihan if he was a monster, because that's why he thinks he has that power. Ihan is indignant and says that the boy can't even see him. Elphanus shows his magic stones and says he has some too. The man says that it is possible to make weapons out of stones, but they decided to give souls peace. Songmoa is surprised and asks if a man can give peace of mind. Xiao Jihan looks at the girl in silence. Elphanus says that this is possible. All consciousness and energy dissipates, passing into a state of non-existence. Songmoa happily looks at the boy, because she will be able to calm his soul. Songmoa, scratching her cheek awkwardly, says that after all the spirits can rest in peace. The girl is a little sad because she will not see Jihan again. The girl doesn't show any sadness and says that it's really great. Jihan will finally find peace. The ghost looks at the girl in silence. Elphanus is surprised that the girl wants to calm her soul, because Xiao Jihan's soul stone is very powerful. Songmoa says she doesn't understand what the man is up to. Elphanus says that it will be more useful to materialize Jihan by making him a servant. Songmoa and Jihan are very surprised that they can materialize a boy. Xiao Ruhan asks Elphanus how to revive him. The girl begins to excitedly ask about how to materialize the boy, whether he will survive, and so on. Elphanus says that if you give a soul stone a high-ranking magic stone, the soul will materialize for a short period of time. The more stones a guy swallows, the longer his physical form will last. The man adds and says that the soul will serve and belong to the girl forever. Moa wonders if Ji-han wants a similar fate. Ji-han begs for the girl to do it mesmerized. Moa is surprised that Ji-han agrees to this without thinking. Moa anxiously asks if the boy would mind becoming her servant and belonging to her forever. Ji-han bows and says he doesn't mind and calls her master. Moa, putting her hand on her face, asks the boy to stop fooling around and think normally, because it is not a fact that the boy's body will turn out to be perfect. The girl says that the guy should understand that this is literally a slave contract. Ji-han has thought everything through, and with a smile on his face, asks what the girl is worried about. Moa asks the boy if he is sure. Dam asks the girl if the boy really doesn't want to go on vacation. Dam happily offers his rank magic stone. Elphanis says that A rank is suitable, but S rank is better, because the higher the quality of the magic stone, the more power it will have after materialization. Moa gets an S rank magic stone. Dam is very surprised and does not understand where the girl got such a command. Elphanis notices that his mistress is sufficiently foresighted. Moa begins to carefully combine the soul stone with the S-rank magic stone, and they begin to merge. Ji-han proudly says that he accepts the offer to be the girl's servant. The system reports that Ji-han has agreed to belong to Moa. Thanks to the magic stone, the boy can materialize. 2924. The system reports that Ji-han's personality is absorbing the energy of the magic stone. The estimated time is 48 hours. Ji-han's materialization time depends on the absorbed energy of the magic stone. Moa notices that Ji-han's current materialization time is 1 minute, and the cooldown is 6 hours. Moa gets upset because they won't even have time to eat ramen together. The system reports that the procedure for creating a link with Ji-han has been completed. Moa, throwing the soul stone, asks how Ji-han is feeling. The guy says he's back to normal. The guy says that he has a profile inventory, feeling like he's really alive. The girl asks about materialization. Ji-han says he will try now. The guy closes his eyes. Ji-han begins to materialize into a living person. In parts, starting from the head, the boy takes the form of a living person. Moa, Bang Seo-hu, and Dam stand completely shocked. Ji-han materialized into a human. Ji-han examines his living body and can't believe it. Everyone happily welcomes Ji-han back. Moa looks at the boy and thinks that here he is, a person who can scare people with his presence. So much time has passed that she has forgotten about it. Moa says she is a little embarrassed. She asks with a smile on her face how Ji-han is feeling, if there is any discomfort. Ji-han turns his gaze to the girl, which scares Moa. Ji-han silently walks to Moa with a smile on her face. The girl begins to panic and ask if everything is okay. Ji-han hugs the girl tightly, pressing her head to his chest. You can understand from the boy's face that he is very grateful to the girl that she took care of him in the form of a ghost and made it possible for him to still be alive. Moa blushes a lot and thinks about hearing Ji-han's heartbeat. Moa turned red as a tomato. She does not understand why the boy climbed up to hug her. She tries to get out of the hug. Ji-han, looking into the girl's eyes, says that she has no idea how much he wanted to hug her. Moa blushes even more and holds her face with her hands. She doesn't understand how she could have known. Dam turns to Bang Seo-hu, who cries again that he said Ji-han is the girl's lover. Bang Seo-hu turns to Ji-han, who moves closer to him. Ji-han smiles and raises a clenched fist. With all the strength he had, the boy punches Bang Seo-hu right in the face, sending him flying a few meters into the wall. Bang Seo-hu makes a hole in the wall with his powerful body. Ji-han, shaking his hand, says that he was talking to Seo-hu, so from now on let him listen normally and don't go to Moa again, because Ji-han warned him. Ji-han materializes back into a ghost and goes to Moa, who realizes that this is Elphanis's house. The rest of the company approaches Bang Seo-hoo and checks to see if he is okay. Song Moa is very surprised that the boy is acting so calm after hugging her. Ain't sir. Song Moa thinks it was just a friendly hug. Song Moa reasons that everything is like that, and she already thought otherwise. Seo Ji-han's attractiveness is very impressive. Seo Ji-han wonders what's wrong with the girl's face and why she's so red. Seo Ji-han asks if the girl is hot. Song Moa, waving her hand, says that she was just surprised but is already leaving. Seo Ji-han makes sure everything is okay and says that he will do this more often from now on, so Song Moa will have to get used to it. Song Moa is very surprised and doesn't understand in what sense the boy is saying this. Seo Ji-han smiles and pretends not to understand what the girl wants from him. Ji-han makes the girl blush and blush a lot. Song Moa decides to change the subject and asks the boy to say or make any changes. The girl doesn't like that the guy makes fun of her. Seo Ji-han says that he no longer feels the distance limitation, the one that kept him from moving more than 3 meters away from the stone. Song Moa asks if it is completely removed. The boy says to check. Song Moa, looking at his inventory, says that as he said, the system and inventory have reappeared, although the specs are a bit lower. Seo Ji-han says that everything is great, but it's a shame that he can only materialize for a minute in 6 hours. Song Moa says that she can give the boy his items back because now he can take them. Ji-han replies that right now it is unlikely to come out because it will only come out in physical form. Indam tries to bring Seo-hoo back to his senses. Seo Ji-han leans towards the girl and asks if the girl gained new skills with the crown and asks the girl to speak more quietly. Song Moa replies that she gained 2 skills. Song Moa thinks that her new passive skill helps to either intimidate people or get them close to her. Seo Ji-han thinks this is a pretty useful skill. Indam succeeds in bringing Seo-hoo back to his senses and he begins to stir. Song Moa says she will give the items to Ji-han later. Indam asks Bang Seo-hoo, with a dent on his face, if he is okay. Bang Seo-hoo, holding his head, slowly rises to his feet. Bang Seo-hoo reaches out to the boy and tells him to give him what he promised if he goes with them on the raid. Seo-hoo threatens Yingdam and says that he will take Elphanis and asks if the boy is going to give him away. Yingdam says that Elphanis is under Song Moa and now he is also for them. Bang Seo-hoo is outraged because he wants to get his reward. Yingdam does not understand what the boy is talking about, because Seo-hoo not only did not help, but also attacked the members of the group. Bang Seo-hoo starts to get angry and aggressively asks Yingdam if he is tired of living. Yingdam tries to avoid aggression and says that he just asked for help and did not promise anything in return. Song Moa doesn't understand what the boys are talking about. Yingdam returns to Song Moa and says that in return for helping with the raid, the chap said he would help Seo-hoo rescue Ban Seo-jin, the huntress. Song Moa asks what exactly they need. Bang Seo-hoo says, with a menacing voice and a cold look, that he needs a video. Song Moa is surprised that Yingdam made such a promise without even talking to the girl. The boy apologizes for this, and Song Moa decides to be gentler, because Indam is the same age as Seung-ju. Yingdam, sweating, says that he is really sorry. Just releasing the video will not betray Mo's sister in any way, and the Song family will not be harmed. Yingdam, in order to avoid conflict, changes the subject a little and says that he found out who their main enemy is. Song Moa says that she has a rough guess that it is most likely the Dihan Guild and the Dungeon Management Center. Song Moa also thinks that there is still support from abroad. Yingdam says that he doesn't know how, but a foreigner went to the raid together with the Dihan Guild, and he also took the items. Song Moa says that she will not be able to live peacefully even if she sends her family abroad. Yanis says that if a girl needs shelter, why not use this possession? Song Moa is surprised because many hunters will soon come to the dungeon. Elphanis explains that a virgin can block the entrance to the shrine with a barrier. In such a case, they can only get inside with the permission of the Lord. Song Moa reasons that shrine barrier is a very useful skill. Yoying Dam says that if they have decided everything here, then they can go, and Song Moa needs to hurry up with the barrier. Bang Seo-hu takes the boy's shoulder. Bang Seo-hu asks the boy to show him the video. In Dam, pushing Seo-hu's hand away, says that it is not his and he cannot dispose of it at all. Bang Seo-hu glares at Song Moa. Song Moa asks, with a determined look, what Seo-hu is looking at. Song Moa reveals that she cannot give the video to Bang Seo-hu. The girl folds her hands and says that she understands that Bang Seo-hu wants to release this video to the media, but there is no guarantee that it will work out. Bang Seo-hu can't stand it and puts his hand on his forehead and asks the girl to just give him the videos and he'll figure it out himself. Song Moa says that assuming everything went well, the heathens have other ways to threaten, like killing Bang Seo-jin or torturing her if the video is released. Bang Seo-hu is silent at first, and then asks where the girl has such radical assumptions. Song Moa says that she was on the same team as Bang Seo-jin. They didn't get along well, and she knows everything about how things went. In the thoughts of Song Moa, he understands that the girl tried to kill her in general, but their maiden secret. Song Moa understands that this is their last resort, the only weapon capable of winning over public opinion, so the girl cannot take such a risk. Song Moa says she will help Bang Seo-jin escape. Seo-hu doesn't understand why the girl was called to help. Song Moa says, with a determined look, that she cannot allow an innocent person to be falsely accused. Bang Seo-hu can't believe what he's hearing, and thinks that the girl has really become friends with his sister. Bang Seo-hu thanks for the offered help, but he doesn't know where his sister is being held. Dam is surprised and asks if the girl is in jail. Seo-hu says he checked all the jails, but she isn't there. Theo Jihan says he can help, but Song Moa doesn't understand how. Jihan explains that the 3-meter limit is no longer there. It's easier for him to sneak in and learn, and if anything, he can materialize. Bang Seo-hu is shocked that Jihan offered his help. He asks to get out of here and search. Yingdam distracts her colleagues to say something. Yingdam says that if everyone is committed to the plan, then time is running out, because soon the hunters can find the dungeon and come here. Song Moa asks when they are getting together. Song Moa turns to Elphinus and says that she will be back soon, as she has a lot to learn. Elphinus says he will wait. The girl uses the shrine barrier skill and creates a gate to the outside. The system reports that the master has the right to create a gate connected to the outside world. Song Moa, opening the gate to the outside, is surprised that it turned out so easily. Yingdam stops the girl and hands her a mask. He tells her to put it on so she doesn't get pierced in front of other hunters. Song Moa thanks and puts a mask on her face. The company goes to the gate. Yingdam enters first, followed by Song Moa, and Bang Seo-hu is the last. Song Moa thinks that if they went to the dungeon in the evening, then it is night here. Yingdam, giving the girl her hand, says that they are going up now. Song Moa, Bang Seo-hu, and Yingdam fly up. Song Moa thinks that they spent about 4 hours in the dungeon. Bang Seo-hu says he's coming back first because the longer the man's seat is empty, the more likely they'll notice. Yingdam is surprised and says that Seo-hu is always in a hurry to escape. Bang Seo-hu asks the boy to stop. The man tore the scroll of teleportation, but it did not work, and everyone was very surprised. Yingdam asks everyone to hold on tight as he is speeding up. Song Moa doesn't understand what happened and why the teleportation scroll didn't work. The company of heroes almost flew out of the whirlpool in the sea. The company takes off. Yingdam immediately freezes the water vortex and blocks the entrance to the dungeon. Song Moa looks down and is very surprised by what she sees. A huge number of ships flooded the sea in search of a dungeon. Theo Jihan notices that the ships are clearly not fishing, or these fishermen are completely crazy. Song Moa counts and sees that there are about 200 ships, and judging by the magic, every person on board is a hunter. Dam notices that the heroes have been casted with a field that prohibits teleportation. Songmoa now understands why his magic in this area is breathing so hard. Dam says that they will fly to the island first. Also, the guy thinks that they are under surveillance. Songmoa agrees with Dam. Having landed on the island, the heroes do not understand why they were already waiting for them from outside. Sunmoa says they thought it would be better that way. The company stands on the island and looks at the many ships. Dam says she thinks it's him, and Bang Seohu, Songmoa says it's okay because the guy didn't do it on purpose. Dam, charging the icicles, says that it is necessary to deal with those hunters in order to destroy the barrier, because only then will they be able to escape. Dam begins attacking ships and people on them. Eidos, Arsturi. Thunderous hunters on a ship repel a boy's attack. One of the men on the ship orders to prepare for the next attack and to prepare for the long-range mages. Dam understands that such a weak attack cannot defeat them. Songmoa is very surprised. Dam decides to freeze the ships to make it easier to hit them. In an instant, the navy is frozen by Dam's skill. Songmoa notices that the ships are frozen and can run away. The girl is surprised by the strength of the third ranker. However, the hunters on the ship were prepared for such a thing and use their magic. These ships are released from ice captivity and continue the battle. Dam starts to get nervous and angry. Bang So-hu asks the boy to calm down. Dam does not understand what kind of peace we are talking about and charges a new attack. Dam says he would be calm if those hunters weren't here. The guy uses ice magic and attacks. The ship, with the help of long-range mages, repels the ice attack again. Sunmoa realizes that such attacks will not harm the enemies and will eventually tie them in a battle of attrition. Tidori, Axkaras. Munsi ban Saik Steikenjorkagathrowers, Herr Ban So-hu uses his absolute shield. A blue beam comes from the ship and attacks the company of heroes. Bang Seohu's powerful defense prevents the heroes from being hurt. Seo Jae-han asks the girl to be careful. Songmoa covers her face. Jae-han says it's just getting started. The ships begin to attack more aggressively, time after time, trying to break through Ban Seohu's shield. Jae-han reveals that Bang Seohu's absolute defense blocks more than just physical attacks. The guy adds and says that the shield blocks poison, elements, and curses. For a while the heroes are safe. Seo Jae-han asks to look under his feet because the magic of the plants is advancing on the island. But Dam instantly freezes the plants. Songmoa understands that because the hunters do not know their weaknesses, they use all the skills they have. The girl thinks that she will go crazy because of this. Seo Jae-han now regrets that he wasted his materialization time, because he could have helped his friends right now. A huge magic circle of pink color is directed above the ships towards the heroes. Ban Seohu understands that such a blow can damage absolute defense. A pink beam of energy shot out from the magic circle, a powerful beam, almost breaking through Ban Seohu's defenses. Ban Seohu, holding absolute defense, says that very few and others can withstand such attacks. Everyone is shocked at how strong the attack was. The girl thinks that Bang Seohu still has enough for several such attacks, so you need to turn the situation in your favor. Songmoa remembers that she has potions that increase the power of magic. Songmoa decides to try. She gets an S-rank magic potion. Jihan asks what Songmoa is up to. Songmoa, while drinking the potion, gestures to Seo Jihan not to disturb her. The system asks what version of the potion she wants to get. The girl chooses temporary and says that now she will learn what it's like to be a hunter with more than 300 magic. The system reports that Songmo's stats are too low. The temporary increase in magic power may harm the girl. Songmoa doesn't understand the damage the system is talking about. The girl decides that she has no choice and time to think and accepts the effect of the potion. Song Jihan asks the girl what Songmoa's magic score is. The system reports that thanks to the potion, the magic power is 596 units. Moa's dream is enveloped in a pink aura of power. Son Moa is surprised that the gain is far beyond 300. The girl is getting very hot. Hailey is very worried about a girl. Song Moa is tearing up some kind of scroll at this time. Sun Moa is literally seething with power. The veins are washed out of the skin. The heart is breaking. But the girl has neither time nor choice. Huying Dam sees the girl's determination and asks if she is going to use the same skill. Song Moa approaches the edge of the protective barrier. Song Moa, overflowing with power, says that she needs to hit as accurately as possible while killing fewer people. The girl has only one chance. The girl decides to use the thunder of the insect lord. She prepares for a strong blow. Song Moa breaks through Ban Sohu's protective barrier. A blue beam of energy flies straight up. Bang Xiaohu, looking at the sky, thinks that the girl missed. Yuxing Dam says everything is going according to plan. The hunters on the ships do not understand what a bright beam is, shooting straight into the sky. Strong rays begin to fall from the sky and destroy the ships, along with the hunters on board. Huying Dam gazes up at the sky, mesmerized by Song Moa's limitless power. Song Moa, full of power, stands and looks at her powerful skill and its result. The girl tried not to kill people. Most stay afloat thanks to shipwrecks. Bang Xiaohu is very surprised and doesn't understand how the girl could do such a thing. Lao Yingdam is mesmerized by the girl's powerful strength. Song Moa's body cannot stand it, and she can barely stand on her feet. Song Moa is surprised that she is in so much pain and discomfort. She did not expect this from the potion. Huying Dam, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, says that this is enough, they have won. Huying Dam wants to stop the girl, but she knocks his hand away and prepares to finish what she started. Huying Dam seriously asks Sister Song Moa to stop because she might not be able to stand it. Song Moa says that she only understands one thing. The girl understands that the enemies are still here, and the time of the potion is almost over, and the girl doesn't understand how much longer her body will last. Sun Moa, charging up another attack, reasons that she should squeeze the most out of her body. Song Moa uses the insect lord's thunder again and emits a beam into the sky. Xiaoji Han can't stand watching a girl mutilate herself and begs her to stop. The hunters are surprised that they are being attacked again. The people swim in the sea and notice that Song Moa was able to break through the barrier. Sun Moa breaks through and destroys the barrier that prevented him from teleporting. Huying Dam happily says that Song Moa has completed the task. She destroyed the barrier. The white-haired man adds that everyone is running away with the teleportation scrolls in panic. The boy praises Song Moa and calls her well done. Sun Moa, removing the mask from his face, looks at the sunken ships and how people are fleeing. Song Moa is very tired. She looks like the living dead. The girl says that everything is over. The heroine, raising her hand, says that now it is necessary to install a barrier to the shrine. Song Moa successfully sets up a huge shrine barrier and nearly collapses. Huying Dam looks on and wonders how big the barrier is. The system informs Song Mo that the effect of the potion has ended, and the girl is also subject to the effect of getting used to the potion. The girl thinks that if she has figured it out, she can go home. Sun Moa sweats a lot. His eyes are yellow, and his face has many veins. The girl thinks that she will throw up now. Song Moa quickly takes out the teleportation scroll. Huying Dam asks her to wait. Song Moa doesn't listen to the boy. Turning to him, the girl says that they will talk later. The girl successfully teleports to her house by the lake. Song Moa can't stand it and falls to her feet holding her face. The heroine sees that her nose is bleeding. The girl is very surprised by this. Sun Moa says it's just a side effect of the potion. She'll be fine. The girl begins to cough hard and struggle with white blood. Seo Jihuan is very worried about the girl. Song Moa is surprised that her nose and mouth are starting to bleed. The girl is indignant that the system didn't write that the side effects of the potion will begin after the potion wears off. Seo Ji-han doesn't know what to do. He says that the girl is bleeding a lot. Ji-han orders the girl to drink the healing potion quickly. Song Moa opens the inventory. A girl drinks a potion. The system informs that due to addiction to the potion, the girl receives less effect from the B rank healing potion. Ji-han asks the girl to get another teleportation scroll. Sun Moa starts turning blue and faints. The girl would love to get the scroll, but she can't. The girl barely speaks, but no longer feels her body. Seo Ji-han doesn't understand what to do. He thinks that the girl got the scroll. Moa's sleep falls. She reasons that Ji-han misjudged the girl. The guy says that if the girl disconnects, she will get sick, and her body is already weakened. Song Moa realizes that her eyes are closing by themselves. She forbids herself to sleep, because soon the monsters will break out of the dungeon, and she needs to hide her family. The girl wants to rest a little and immediately follow them. Dam did not have time to stop Sister Moa for a few words. Bang Seo-hoo doesn't understand why a guy should talk to a girl, because the situation is exhausted. The barrier has been put up. There's nothing left to look at. Dam returns and says that she envies Seo-hoo's lightness of mind. The man is outraged by these words. The white-haired man, putting his hand on his face, explains that Moa is gone, and the most difficult situation is with Seo-hoo, because his sister Bang Seo-jin needs to be saved. The man in the suit now understands. Dam says that if it wasn't for him, Seo-hoo would have died a long time ago. Bang Seo-hoo, sitting down on a rock, says that the boy is talking as if he has figured it all out himself. Dam squats and says that he is not about the hunters who attacked them. Dam reminds the man of the situation. In the dungeon where Moa hit Seo-hoo, he asks what would have happened if the boy had not intervened. Bang Seo-hoo replies that he is able to stop such an attack, especially since it is a square attack. Dam says the girl has a point attack. Dam says that the skill that Moa used when she hit the man is not all of her mighty power. Bang Seo-hoo is surprised and thinks that the girl is very abnormal. Dam folds his hands and says that he also did not expect anything like this. The white-haired boy tells that everything was different in the dungeon of Bargus. At that time, the girl could not be called irresistible in many respects, but still, the boy continues to recall how the girl defeated the boss with one attack. Dam thinks that the skill rank must be high for such a one. Dam, going up, says that the skill rank should be S. Bang Seo-hoo listens carefully to the boy. Dam continues to analyze Song Moa and recalls that Elphanus called the girl a master. Dam, holding his hand to his chin, thinks that the girl killed another boss, not Bargich. The boy thinks that everything he saw after waking up was only the tip of the iceberg. In any case, if she gave Dam an entire horn of a boss so easily, it means that the girl has either defeated many bosses or is just a generous person. In her mind, Dam calls Seon Moa Seo Ji-han's girlfriend and thinks it's pretty cool. Bang Seo-hoo doesn't understand what the white-haired man is thinking about. Dam says that the man should not even ask what the boy is thinking, because he still won't understand. Dam, looking away, continues to think and analyze Song Moa. At first, the boy thought that Song Moa was just short-sighted, but in the end, everything turned out to be quite the opposite. Now it is clear that the girl is simply hiding her strength. Dam thinks that the girl was extremely strong, and therefore she did not need to prove anything. The young third ranker looks into the distance and wants to finish thinking about Song Mo. In the end, the boy says that it was Song Mo's gentleness that was a sign of her great strength. The boy's thoughts are interrupted by Bang Seo-hoo, who asks if Dam knew. The white-haired man turns to Seo-hoo and asks what the man is asking about. Bang Seo-hoo says that he is talking about that girl and Seo Ji-han. Dam says that he assumed that they were acquaintances, but did not know of such a degree of intimacy, although there were suspicions. Seo-hoo asks what the suspicions are. Dam explains that when they talked, there was always a big time difference in their communication, which gave the boy a feeling of déjà vu. Usually a girl answered a boy at night, and Seo Ji-han hid in the same way. Bang Seo-hoo asks if it is possible that it was just a coincidence. Ying Dam says, with a smile, that this is why he called the girl to the dungeon to check his suspicions and the girl herself. Hin Dam says that in a world where everyone is desperate to protect the dungeon, it's safe to assume that everyone behind closing the dungeon could be related to Seo Ji-han. Bang Seo-hoo, after listening to the white-haired man, says that he understood everything, but it's time for him. Ying Dam doesn't understand where the boy needs to go. Bang Seo-hoo says that he is at the Heaven Guild because he hasn't been there in a long time. Ying Dam covers her mouth and laughs. Seo-hoo doesn't understand the boy's reaction. Ying Dam, with his hands behind his head, says that if Seo-hoo appears in the Heaven Guild now, he will have to wait for salvation with Bang Seo-jin. The white-haired man explains that Seo-hoo's shield is very famous and bright, and the night was all around. Therefore, it would be possible to note that Bang Seo-hoo was present in any case. An outraged Bang Seo-hoo, clutching the teleportation scroll, says that Dam made this up from the postman himself. The white-haired man says that, in fact, it is not so because he himself did not know that such a loud reception would await them. Dam welcomes Bang Seo-hoo to the club. Bang Seo-hoo is very angry. Ying Dam says that the boy can go wherever he wants, but he won't be able to come back here. Ying Dam explains that the barrier will not allow the boy to enter because Moa installed it and left without giving him the right of passage. Ying Dam says he plans to stay here because he has shelter here. The white-haired man asks what the man is up to. Bang Seo-hoo is outraged by the outcome of this situation. Realizing he has no choice, Bang Seo-hoo asks the boy to open the shelter so the man can rest. At the end, the man asks if it is easier to call the girl and ask her to give access to the barrier. Ying Dam says that Moa is not answering. The action shifts to Daehan's office. Sejong asks if their mission failed. The secretary answers that yes. Kim Sejong, golf club in hand, asks how the mission failed if they were able to follow up. Secretary bowing in front of the head, says that it was possible to follow, but they say that an unexpectedly strong enemy appeared there. Sejong bangs loudly on the table, clutching a piece of fabric in his hand, and aggressively asks why the boy is reporting this only now. Sejong is indignant. He asks if the 300 best hunters who were able to stand against the 3 best guilds were unable to apprehend Ying Dam alone. The secretary confirms the chairman's words. Kim Sejong asks for details. The man believes that Ying Dam managed to break through the barrier and escape thanks to the teleportation scroll. Secretary swallowing his saliva, says that everything is not quite right because it was not Ying Dam who ran away from him, but Dainao's people. Sejong can't believe his men have lost. The boy says that there were other hunters with the hunter Ying Dam. The man asks the number. Secretary clears his throat and says there are at least 2 more. Sejong clarifies and says that there were 3 of them in total. The man asks for their names. The secretary, bowing still lower, says that one of them was Bang Seo-hoo. Sejong, looking away, realizes that the second ranker has intervened after all. Sejong says that it is unlikely that Seo-hoo has shown such power, since he only has defensive skills. The secretary confirms the man's words. The secretary explains that their raid was forced to retreat by a third unknown hunter. Sejong does not understand why they could not identify the third hunter. The secretary, raising his head, prepares to tell the reason. The boy says that the third hunter hid his face behind a mask. Sejong, leaning on his club, thinks because he does not understand why he should hide his face when there are only 3 of them. Sejong says that Ying Dam is far from being a stupid guy. On the contrary, he is too tough because the strong hunters could not stand his torture and blurted out all the information. However, while his power is accurate enough to defeat bosses, a flattened group of people is a different matter. However, Kim Sejong cannot believe that only 3 people were able to defeat an entire army of hunters. Chairman Daehan thinks that it is Seo Ji-han, which means that the top 3 rankers are doing their business as before again. Secretary notices that Seo Ji-han is a melee hunter, and the third hunter used area magic. Kim Sajin asks the boy to turn on his head and think that Seo Jihan has somehow gained new skills or strengthened them somehow. The head of Daehan believes that the reason for Seo Jihan's strengthening is the raid in the dungeon of Kyrgyz, which rapidly raised his rating. Zaejan, after thinking, asks if the abduction of Yu Yingdam was on Tokto Island. The secretary confirms. Chairman Daehan, holding his forehead, says that it is most likely that Indam reported the new dungeon, it will disappear soon. But it is worth sending people again and increasing the surveillance of Bang Seo Jin. Also, the man orders the secretary to call Bang Seo Hu and offer him a good relationship. If he is a traitor, they will kill several problems with one shot. Zajan gets up from his chair and thinks that trust must be shaken in order for a crack to appear. Zajan thinks that it is necessary to settle distrust between the three rankers, and everything will become easier. Zajan says that's all, and lets the secretary do his bidding. The secretary was about to leave, but the man asked him something again. Zajan is interested in whether information about Luther has appeared, and how his search is progressing. The secretary says they are still looking for Luther. Zajan says that as soon as something is found, then let them tell him. It is necessary to show the best attitude so that Luther will want to join Daehan. The secretary says he can go. Zajan lets him go. Left alone, Kim Sajan fell silent and thought. Analyzing all the news about Luther, Sajan thinks that this hunter is Korean because he accepted payment in Korean currency. Zajan, holding the potion in his hands, thinks that it would be better if he tried to silence them because the less people know about the treasure, the better. One day it will become Sajan's trump card, as soon as power and strength are in his hands. Looking at the potion, Kim Sajan thinks that the whole world will be in his hands. 31-96. Meanwhile, Seo Jihan was able to materialize again and carries an unconscious Seong Mo to bed. The guy carefully puts the girl on the bed so that she does not get worse. Seo Jihan gently looks at the girl and addresses her. The boy, turning back into a ghost, caresses the girl and asks her to wake up. Sun Moa wakes up. The bright sun illuminates her room. Sun Moa writhes from the sun. The girl has a bandage on her forehead. Jihan asks if the girl is awake. The girl barely comes to her senses. She does not understand anything. Song Moa wakes up to see a frightened Jihan. Jihan explains that he transported the girl through materialization. She has been out in the cold for a long time, so she might feel bad. Song Moa remembers that she vomited blood after she moved from Tokyo. Now she understands why her whole body is throbbing. Sun Moa, kneading her body, asks how much she slept. Jihan, having moved into the doll, says that the girl slept for 9 hours. Sun Moa says that she failed so well. The system reports that the habituation effect of the potion will last another 15 hours. Jihan tells the girl to keep resting. Song Moa asks if anything happened while she was sleeping. Jihan says that it's nothing and asks the girl to lie down and rest. Seo Jihan asks the girl to sleep more because she had a fever all night. Song Moa lies down on the bed and realizes why she feels so sick. Song Moa says she can't rest because it's daytime and she has a lot to do. First, she needs to contact the hunter Yu Yingdam. Jihan asks the girl to calm down. Seo Jihan can't stand it and starts to tell the girl what she's going to do with this condition. The guy says that the girl is acting like this on purpose to see the guy angry. Song Moa realizes that she has no other choice and says that she will rest. Seo Jihan puts a wet cloth on the girl's forehead to beat the heat. Seo Jihan regretfully asks why the girl should sneeze at her health. Even the effect of the treatment disappears due to addiction to the potion. Song Moa grimaces and turns away. She says that her conscience is tormenting her. Song Moa thinks that she should at least send a message to Yu Yingdam. Otherwise, she was in such a hurry to return. The girl sends a message that she woke up and asks to contact her as soon as the hunter sees the message. Picking up the phone, the girl says that she will contact her mother and Sungju as soon as she is back to normal. They need to be taken from the dungeon of Elfinis. Sun Moa is lying in bed looking sick and looking at the ceiling. Because of the predator, the girl now somehow does not care who is behind the attack on the raid. Everyone already thinks that it is the work of the Daehan Guild. Song Moa muses that until now, people consider dungeon explosions to be the only threat, as if dungeons are not dangerous if you don't go there. Song Moa understands that if the predator is not dealt with, then the end of the earth will come. Sun Moa realizes that the Daehan guilds will be angry at such a thing, because everyone is only concerned with sending a message to their boss. Song Moa gets up and reasons that she still has time. The first thing to do is spread the word as widely as possible so everyone can prepare. Sun Moa also understands that it is necessary to close all dungeons in the world, including Korean ones, if possible. 3-224. It will take like-minded people to get Bang Seo-hoo's support. You need to help him get Bang Seo-jin out. Song Moa realizes that he is not only the head of the Sky Guild, but also a member of the Ban family, who has influence in the political and business arenas. Such a person should definitely be encouraged to join the team. The heroine, covering her mouth, reasons that they don't have time to quarrel with each other. They need any help that can be found. Loud noises are heard behind the door. Song Moa thinks it's Seo Ji-han. Seo Ji-han stands in doll form in a bowl of water and says he almost got burned again. Song Moa is mesmerized that Seo Ji-han makes such sacrifices to cook. Seo Ji-han cooks soup and is happy that he only got a little scared. Song Moa quietly walks back to bed. She thinks that Seo Ji-han wouldn't want the girl to see anything, so she pretends that she was lying in bed the whole time. Some time passed. Seo Ji-han calls the girl to go eat. Song Moa sits on the bed while Ji-han brings her a plate of soup. Song Moa offers to help serve the soup, but Ji-han refuses and says that the patient should lie down and not move. Sun Moa, lowering her head, says that she has almost no pain anymore. Ji-han asks the girl to just sit. Seo Ji-han scoops up a spoonful of soup and pulls it to Song Mo's mouth to feed her. Sun Moa says that she is normal, and this is too much. Seo Ji-han doesn't want to listen to the girl and keeps trying to spoon-feed her. The heroine realizes that she has nowhere to run and eats out of Seo Ji-han's hands. Song Moa, actively chewing, blushes on her cheeks and says mesmerized that it is very tasty. Song Moa, while eating soup, asks that Ji-han can materialize every 6 hours. Seo Ji-han confirms the girl's words and adds that now he can materialize for 15 minutes. Seo Ji-han says that materialization is more useful now, but the cooldown should be removed. Song Moa, chewing his food, says that once the boy absorbs the stone, the girl will give him another. It would be good to materialize for at least an hour. Song Moa says that the rescue of Ban Seo-jin, the huntress, needs to be done, so we need to start from the dungeon control center. Ji-han says he will handle it himself. Seo Ji-han says that the girl's horn has changed shape. Song Moa is surprised, and Seo Ji-han says he will bring a mirror now and show. Song Moa turns on his lordly crown. Sun Moa looks in the mirror and feels his horn. Ji-han says it looks cool. Song Moa says it looks like that because it glows. Song Moa thinks about something and snorts. The guy sitting on the girl's knee asks what happened. Sun Moa says that the boss's horns are the same as hers, only hers are several in one. Seo Ji-han confirms the words. Sun Moa is wondering if she dies, and the horn after death remains in the form of an object. Then whoever eats it, how many skills will he get? Seo Ji-han, who took care of Song Moa all night, looks at her with pity. Seo Ji-han moves out of the doll and asks the girl not to say such things. The guy looks at the girl with a pitiful look. His face shows that such words are unpleasant to him. Song Moa is surprised at this reaction because she just asked out of curiosity, and the boy immediately became so serious. Ji-han, putting his hand on his head, says that he watched the girl starve and vomit blood all night. Seo Ji-han says that he couldn't do anything. Just keep watching, and that's it. The guy was shaking that the girl might die. The borsker streich, I crisis via. Oish, so the boy says that he has never been so scared in his life. It was not so scary, even at the moment when the boy thought he was going to die. Sunmoa, smiling awkwardly, says that she is not the same as before. Jihan turns to Moa. The girl looks a little scared at the boy. Jihan tries to touch the girl's hair with his phantom hand. Theo Jihan smiles and narrows his eyes a little. He says he will save the girl. Songmoa blushes and is very surprised by Jihan's words. Theo Jihan continues to ponder with his hand on his chin. Songmoa keeps blushing and trying to say something. Sunmoa, putting her hands on her head, does not understand why the boy is behaving like this. She begins to think that the boy is courting her. Jihan asks the girl not to use the rank enhancement potion. Sunmoa is confused and surprised. The boy explains that the effects after the potion are very serious, and he has no skills to treat them. Songmoa, bowing her head, says that she is all right. Mo's thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. Jihan asks who texted the girl. Songmoa says that Yu and Dame texted her that he woke up. Jihan, putting his hand on his head, is indignant that Indam has been writing since morning. Songmoa explains that she wrote it earlier. Yingdam writes that he is all right, but because of the girl's barrier, he cannot go anywhere because he will not be allowed back. Songmoa tells Jihan that Yingdam doesn't risk leaving the barrier. Jihan, moving into the doll, tells the boy to sit there because it is not safe now. Songmoa takes out the teleportation scroll and smiles. Jihan starts to resent and get angry that Indam asked the girl to teleport. The boy, full of rage, tells the girl to write to him, to come here himself, and Moa not to take a step until the potion's conjuration passes. The girl, stammering, agrees with Seo Jihan. Indam and Bang Seo-hu teleport to the girl. The white-haired one happily greets. Yingdam is fascinated by Songmoa's place of life. He likes that there are few people here. He plans to move here someday. The girl laughs awkwardly. Songmoa notices that Ban So-hu teleported along with Indam. She doesn't understand why he's here and what's wrong with his face. Yingdam, taking out the fish in the ice, says that he took it to the girl for dinner. The boy is glad that he did not come empty-handed because he saw a barbecue. Yingdam runs to the barbecue and asks the girl to rest while he prepares everything. Songmoa wanted to say something, but the boy had already run away. Seo Jihan tells the girl to leave breakfast for him. He is good at cooking, because Seo Jihan taught him personally when they went to the dungeons. Songmoa watches and agrees. Thigur squai kreng skro, oitster. Harias. Weng's the girl catches Bang Seo-hu's eye and doesn't understand him. Songmoa dares to break the silence and ask her husband if something happened. Bang Seo-hu asks if Seo Jihan is around now. Songmoa says yes, but asks if she can get the soul stone so they can talk. Bang Seo-hu, after a little silence, says that there is no need to get the stone. Songmoa thinks she doesn't understand anything. Jihan is disgusted by Bang Seo-hu. Yingdam is already frying the fish and asks Moa's sister if she needs to fry anything else. Songmoa says she will get the ingredients now. The company had breakfast. Songmoa, leaning back in the chair, says that she has eaten too much and calls Yingdam a real master of cooking. Yingdam is happy that the girl liked everything. He says that if he sees anything else, he will definitely catch it. The guy also offers snacks, and Songmoa wonders how much Jihan has in his inventory. Yingdam asks if Jihan will be back to eat. Songmoa says that the boy doesn't want to, because he doesn't feel like it right now. Jihan says that he doesn't need to waste materialization on something like that. Also, the guy asks not to talk about the fact that it has a recharge, because it's better not to reveal your weaknesses. Bang Seo-hu, after listening to his colleagues, asks to go to the point of the meeting. Songmoa is indignant and says that she issued the rights to the barrier, and without any haste, on Seo-hu's part. Yingdam says that she feels this atmosphere again. Sunmoa snaps his fingers. A crown appears on the boys' foreheads. Songmoa wonders if Hunter Bang Seo-hu didn't return to the Sky Guild. but came here because of the situation with Bang Seo-jin. Huiying Dam replies that Seo-hu is here for that reason, but there is something else. Huiying Dam tells that everyone saw Seo-hu's skill, so they will accept him if he comes back, so the man's hands are now tied. Bang Seo-hu says he asked to stop talking nonsense. The man wipes his shoulder and asks when they start saving his sister. Songmoa turns on Jihan, who says they start tomorrow. Bang Seo-hu notices this and asks if Jihan is saying anything. Seo Jihan says that the most suspicious place they haven't been to is the dungeon control center. Once Songmoa gets used to the potion, Seo Jihan will search him on his own, and then they'll start the rescue as soon as the next materialization will be ready. Songmoa explains the plan, saying that tomorrow they will go searching, and they will go to the rescue immediately after the preparations are completed. Bang Seo-hu wonders why they are leaving tomorrow, since there is nothing stopping them from leaving today. Seo Jihan says that his conscience won't let him until Songmoa's body is back to normal. Until then, Seo Jihan will stay by and materialize when the girl needs help. Songmoa blushes and doesn't know how to explain this to Bang Seo-hu. Huiying Dam says that if Seo Jihan planned it, it's not that simple. Bang Seo-hu agrees and thinks that Jihan has his own reasons for doing this. Bang Seo-hu, returning to the girl, thanks her for her help. Songmoa is very surprised that Bang Seo-hu knows how to say thank you. Jihan asks the girl to tell the boys to go. Songmoa is surprised and asks why now, since they only recently arrived. Jihan says the girl needs to rest. Huiying Dam asks what the first ranker is talking about. Songmoa, smiling awkwardly, says that Jihan is asking the guests to go home. Huiying Dam says that is very rude. Seo-hu exhales silently. The next day, Seo Jihan looks at Songmoa worriedly and asks if she's sure everything will be okay. Songmoa happily tells the boy not to doubt because nothing bad will happen. Besides, the habituation to the potion has passed. Seo Jihan worries that he will have to leave the girls alone and leave. Songmoa says everything is fine. Bang Seo-hu and Dam wait for Jihan and ask if he is coming. The boys say that the boy cannot be reached. Jihan is very protective of the girl and asks her to be careful. The girl, sweating, says that everything will be fine. Jihan keeps telling the girl to hide if someone suspicious comes so that she doesn't fight and go after Seo Jihan. Songmoa asks not to mistake her for a child. Seo Jihan closes his eyes and begins to materialize. Songmoa mentions the apocalypse rings and gives it to Jihan. The girl says the guy said he could use the inventory. Seo Jihan asks the girl to keep the ring because he gave it to her. Songmoa says she will do as the boy says. The girl is surprised to feel Seo Jihan's warm hand. Seo Jihan gently looks at the girl and smiles lightly. Seo Jihan hugs the girl tenderly and tightly and says that he will be back soon. Huiying Dam says that by the time the boy gathers himself, the sun will set below the horizon. Bang Seo-hu hurries the boy and asks him to go faster. Seo Jihan tears up the teleportation scroll while smiling and says it's fast. Dam and Bang Seo-hu are very surprised at this. The boys are outraged by Jihan's behavior, and they also teleport away and say they'll be back soon, leaving a blushing Songmoa behind. Songmoa hugs her knees and sits on the sand in front of the lake. Hugs with Seo Jihan made the girl very embarrassed and thought, "Ira, light through story." 3 rankers stand in front of the dungeon control center. Seo Jihan looks at the center and says they are starting. Asekresks suicides. Songmoa is lying in the house on the couch. She wonders how long she has been here alone. It is already very unusual for her without Seo Jihan. Songmoa thinks that the boy will be fine, so she doesn't need to worry. It's better for the girl to think about what to do next. The heroine thinks that after Ban Seo-jin is released, she needs to prepare for the result hall. First of all, she needs to close many dungeons so that monsters don't crawl out of them. Songmoa thinks that it is necessary to tell as many people as possible about preparing for the hall. Songmoa understands that it is unlikely that they will believe her, that crowds of monsters will come to Earth, and then a huge worm will eat the universe. Sunmoa decides to take up raiders. Songmoa notices that the price of healing potions has gone up a lot, at the price that C-rank potions are sold for Manhwa. The girl was buying B-rank potions. Songmoa is surprised that there are very few high-level healing potions at the moment, and that there are many orders hanging on the board. The heroine understands that at this rate the hunters will not be able to fight normally when the monsters come to the ground. Due to the shortage of healing potions, they will soon begin to die from their injuries. Songmoa realizes that she has no choice. She needs to buy a potion, so she decides to sell some of her potions. With the increase of goods in the market, the price will be more balanced. Sunmoa begins to actively deal with potions that she wants to sell. In front of the heroine are many open system windows. The girl stretches and says that she has everything ready. Sunmoa looks at the graph and thinks that due to the increase in goods on the market, prices have returned to normal. Songmoa gets out of bed and thinks that the shortage of healing potion is very strange. This has never happened before. It looks like someone did it on purpose. The heroine looks at the clock and realizes that she has been sitting for a long time and dealing with objects. The girl decides that she needs to cook some food until the boys come back. After some time, the girl cooked delicious liquid food. Sunmoa looks at the return of the three boys with a ladle in his hand and is a little surprised. Theoji Han, with someone tied on his shoulder, runs happily to Songmoa. The hunter throws the bound man to the ground and quickly runs to hug Songmoa. Jihan says it smells delicious. The girl blushes again and says that it's the hot kimchi that Jihan likes. Theoji Han hugs the girl even tighter and says that he likes everything the girl cooks. Songmoa can't stand it. The girl mentally asks the boy to stop smiling and snuggling to her ear. Songmoa looks at the securely bound person and asks if it is Bang Seojin. Seo Jihan says that she is alone. Songmoa is surprised and asks how the boys managed to pull her out. Seo Jihan says that he first went through the building in ghost form and then went down to the prison and found Bang Seojin. Seo Jihan says that he would never have thought that there was such a prison under the control center. Emo's dream says that shouldn't criminal hunters be in a prison for the awakened? Emo's dream says that it would be logical to imagine that something is wrong here. Very suspicious. Hyun Dam says that Bang Seojin must be hearing voices if her ears are not plugged. Bang Seo-hu asks if Seo Jihan found the key. Jihan says that he couldn't find it. Songmoa examines the shackles and guesses that these are the same shackles that Yuying Dam was bound with in the dungeon. Hyun Dam crouches down next to the bound Bang Seojin. Songmoa is surprised that the guy is so calm because he knows that the girl can break these chains. As er Frank curries, oiter fois, a rank skill anyway. Bang Seo-hu asks the girl what she wants to do, because she can't destroy the shackles if she doesn't have an S-rank skill. Sunmoa will destroy the shackles of the Insect Lord's lightning. Bang Seo-hu is very shocked, and in Dam claps her hands. Songmoa says she's done well. Bang Seo-hu is so surprised that he can't say anything. Songmoa takes off the cover from Bang Seojin and is met with a woman's murderous gaze. However, after removing the covering from her face completely, Bang Seojin calms down. Songmoa says with a smile on her face that Bang Seojin has been through a lot. Bang Seo-hu is happy that his sister is okay. Songmoa gives a plate of rice to Bang Seojin for her to eat deliciously. Bang Seojin sits in front of a table with a pile of food, with his arms folded. Songmoa says he doesn't know the girl's tastes, but she can eat as much as she wants. Songmoa remembers that she forgot something and takes something out of the inventory with a smile on her face. The heroine gives the girl a healing potion and asks her to start with this because she had a hard time. Bang Seojin says nothing about the potion and disrespects Songmoa. Bang Seojin points to her brother and asks if they know each other. Seo-hu tells the girl to drink the potion. Songmoa, sitting on a chair, says that they have only recently met. The heroine notices something. Songmoa notices that the relationship between Bang Seo-hoo and Seo-jin doesn't look like they are related. The woman does not even look at her brother. Songmoa decides that this is not the main thing now. The girl invites everyone to the table so that everyone can eat deliciously until everything cools down. Everyone starts eating deliciously. Jihan thanks Songmoa for the food. Bang Seo-jin drinks the healing potion. Songmoa also starts eating and blushes. Hyung-dam, after eating a spoonful of kimchi, turns to the girl. Songmoa asks what happened. Hyung-dam, sticking out her tongue, asks if the food is too spicy. Songmoa says she didn't know they don't eat spicy, because hot kimchi tastes better when it's spicier. Hyung-dam says he eats a little, but it's too much. Seo Jihan, with tears in his eyes, says that it's incredibly delicious and spicy. And what's needed? He praises Songmoa that she cooks deliciously. Dam is surprised and asks if Jihan is okay, as his eyes are watering. Jihan is outraged by Hyung-dam's behavior and says that the boy feels sorry for being fed such delicious food. Seo Jihan thanks for the food and says that he was in a hurry because he is pressed for time to materialize, but he chewed everything thoroughly, that everything was fine. Bang Seo-jin asks what it means that Jihan is pushing time. Seo Jihan is currently returning to spirit form. Bang Seo-jin stands up suddenly in surprise. Songmoa says that she will explain everything now and asks the woman to sit back at the table. Bang Seo-jin shakes his head and asks why everyone is so calm. Songmoa tries to calm the woman down. Songmoa explains to Bang Seo-jin about Jihan and the predator and says that she kept their girl secret. Bang Seo-jin still doesn't understand why the girl is acting so calm. Songmoa says that she was also shocked at first, but it's been a while. Bang Seo-jin, leaning on her arm, is silent and then says that she understood everything. The woman asks the heroine what she plans to do next. Songmoa is surprised by such a question. Songmoa, pointing a finger at herself, asks why she should do something. Bang Seo-jin asks who else but the girl. Songmoa is embarrassed. She says she doesn't think she has to decide anything. Bang Seo-jin says that Elphanis called her a master because who else but her. Bang Seo-jin says that he shouldn't listen to Seo-ho, who only needs to be commanded, or the very young boy Indam, and not half-ghost Jihan. Bang Seo-jin, leaning on his arm, says that maybe the girl wants to find someone with experience in destroying the world. Or is there someone who has recently done it? Or is it Songmoa's plan? The girl says that this is not her plan. The woman asks not to burden herself like that. Songmoa says that she can't, because all the responsibility lies with the girl in case something goes wrong. Bang Seo-jin says that destruction threatens. In any case, you just have to try, because there's no point in being afraid until nothing happens. Songmoa is thinking. Bang Seo-jin, straining, says that the woman's words will make her sneeze at the words of others, besides Songmoa. Songmoa asks if the woman is going to help her, and Seo-jin says she has no choice. Hyung-dam smiles and looks at Songmoa. Bang Seo-hoo looks at her sister, with her fingers crossed on the table, who says that it's a girl's role because Hyung-dam and Bang Seo-hoo are now bankrupt without guilds. The woman continues and says that the girl is the master and also has her own dungeon now. Jihan listens and smiles. Bang Seo-jin finishes his speech and asks the lady to tell about his plan. Songmoa is very impressed by Seo-jin's words, and Lady Lord stuck in her head. Songmoa asks not to call her master, because master is not a leader in a team project, and she doesn't want to be a leader. Bang Seo-jin remembers what kind of leader the man was in the previous raid group. If Songmoa continues to shrug off the title of leader, then a similar person may become him. Songmoa is turning blue at the thought of having such a leader again. Bang Seo-jin, with a smile on her face, says that what's what. But she knows how to understand people because the position of leader is not always occupied by the most talented. But Songmoa is a very promising girl. Bang Seo-jin believes that position hardens a person, so the heroine should at least try to be a leader. Bang Seo-jin says that she feels in her gut that the girl will make an excellent leader. Sungmoa thinks that she is not the best leader, but she knows for sure that there are worse leaders than her. Sungmoa straightens her back and thanks Bang Seo-jin for her speech. Bang Seo-jin wonders if this will be enough to save the world, but at least it's not Bak Daeman. The woman thanks Sungmoa for her decision. Woo Sungmoa is asked how they will proceed. Yun Dam and Seo Ji-han smile and look at the new leader. Sunmoa, clenching her fists on her thighs, says that she has some thoughts about all this. The heroine, with her hands folded on the table, says that she wants to start by trying to negotiate. Bang Seo-hoo questions the girl if she really said about the negotiations. Sungmoa confirms the words. The girl continues to say that Bang Seo-jin correctly observed that if the land loses, everyone will die. So it is necessary to inform and ask for help. Raiding the dungeon will be a joint effort. Ying Dam looks away and says that people are unlikely to listen. Sungmoa says they should at least try. Sungmoa says that they need to talk not only to Korean guilds, but also to foreign ones, as well as the hunter industry. Ying Dam rests her chin on her hand and says that even if they listen, they will waste time getting an answer. Sungmoa says that they won't just wait, they will take care of the dungeons themselves. The only problem is that the monsters will crawl out of the unlocked dungeons, and that's why a line of defense is needed. Sunmoa continues and says that Elphanis said that there is very little time left until that moment. Even if they put their maximum strength into closing the dungeon, they still have to be ready for the monsters to attack. Bang Seo-hoo asks what these conversations are for. The heroine says, to prepare for all possible scenarios. Ying Dam says that he needs to stock up on a lot of items, because going to the dungeon in the best shape as before will no longer work. Bang Seo-jin says that the white-haired man is right. Both weak hunters and wounded will have to fight without a lot of items. It will be difficult for ordinary people to protect. Bang Seo-hoo supports his sister and says that walkers are a more important element in any battle. Seo Ji-han says, with a smile on his face, that they are with Mo at the address. Sunmoa, getting up from the table, asks to be allowed to show something. The heroine, with a smile on her face, points to the door and says that it is there. Everyone is very curious about what Moa has in the secret room from which the sounds of the hammer are heard. Sungmoa shows the soul of Kim Yong-gil, who makes items. Everyone is very surprised and enters the room. Recognizing the hunter, Kim Yong-gil, Songmosi says that all consumables will be made here. Bang Seo-jin makes fun of Kim Yong-gil's soul. Indam wonders if it turned out the same as Seo Ji-han's soul. Sungmoa says that it's not quite like that, because they are just memories in a form. Sungmoa reminds his friends of the story of how Seo Ji-han was blamed for Kim Yong-gil's death. Sungmoa, scratching her head awkwardly, tells how she used the collection skill on Kim Yong-gil's body in the morgue and de-iced his sprue. Yun Dam, examining Yong-gil's soul, asks how it is necessary to investigate in such a way that everything turned out the way it did. Bang Seo-hoo asks what the girl said that Yong-gil's soul will deal with consumables and can use all the skills that the hunter had in life. Sungmoa confirms the information. Sungmoa thinks that she's feeling a little uneasy because she doesn't know if it's okay to use Yong-gil like that. She says that not everything is so good because the memories only work with the ingredients that the girl collects. Ying Dam looks at Sungmoa with interest. After a while of silence, Ying Dam understands what the girl means. Ying Dam, embracing the girl, says that she is doing the right thing. Seo Ji-han is outraged by the boy's behavior. Yun Dam continues to praise the girl and calls her the best of all. Seo Ji-han is outraged because he thinks the guy is just flirting with the girl. Bang Seo-hoo says that despite Kim Yong-gil's great skills, he is still human. There is a limit to the number of goods. Sungmoa says that it is, but memories don't need to eat and sleep, so he can work day and night. Bang Seo-jin, with a satisfied face, says that this is a full-fledged potion slave, a wonderful fate for Kim Yong-gil. Bang Seo-hoo says that if there aren't enough items, he'll get them. Song Moa smiles and says that's fine. Theodorus, Hiwinks Tariside. The time is moved several hours forward. Song Mouk wants to take stock. The girl tells the plan again, where the first is conversations, the second is dungeon raids, and the third, if they don't have time, together with other hunters, they will kill monsters that crawl on the ground. Song Moa says it's the most she can think of, but it should work. Bang Xiaohu, with his fingers on his chin, wants to say something. First of all, the essence of planning is not let's do it, but let's achieve it only in this way. In other words, a leader must be a realist, but strive for the ideal. Ban Xiaohu continues and says that Song Moa's plan is simple, but marked and most realistic, since the concrete means are already prepared. Bang Xiaohu finishes his speech and says that he accepts the plan. Song Moa is very surprised. Theohu, putting his hand on his waist, says that he is ready to act on the girl's strategy. Song Moa is very surprised. She thought Seohu would resist, but everything is going very well. Song Moa thinks that Seohu will stop the girl from making the wrong decision. He will be the safeguard in her plan. Yu Ying Dam also agrees with Song Moa. Yu Ying Dam also asks when the girl will take her relatives to the dungeon. Song Moa is sweating and silent. Ying Dam says that the girl was most worried about this. Probably Song Moa needs to hide as long as possible, because they can harm her family. Song Moa thinks that her relatives are interested, but she doesn't know yet. Song Moa didn't think that the first thing Yuan Dam would ask about the girl. The heroine considers him caring. The girl asks about the white-haired man's family. Yu Ying Dam, smiling, says that he is the only one in his family, a free person without worries. Bang Xiaojin laughs and says that the boy is the first groom in the modern world. Bang Xiaojin, closing her eyes, says that the boy is young, doesn't smoke, handsome and also awake, which is not ideal. Ying Dam asks if the woman has her eye on him. Bang Xiaojin is very surprised and doesn't understand why the boy would say such a thing. In response to her compliments, Yu Ying Dam withdraws from the awkwardness of the situation. Song Moa asks what happened to Bang Xiaojin's family. The woman thinks that they will manage, although they have not seen each other for 10 years. Azertsi. Ban Xiaojin, bowing before Song Moa, apologizes for his brother Skohu and wants to ask something. Theorui Han is very scared and says he has a bad feeling. Bang Xiaojin asks the girl to let her live with her. Song Moes is a little confused by the woman's words. Seo Jihan is very surprised and scared. He doesn't want her to live here. Bang Xiaojin says that she won't stay long, but will just use this place as a semblance of a base. Seo Jihan, sweaty and scared, asks Moa to think carefully because it's about living with a stranger. Zong Moa reconsiders. Seo Jin says that her subordinates don't even have a place to sleep. Seo Jihan asks not to do this. Sun Moa, smiling widely, allows the woman to live here. She hopes they can get along well together. Song Moa and Bang Xiaojin hug, the latter saying that they will definitely get along. Jihan is shocked. Seo Jihan says that, of course, if the girl wants it. Song Moa wonders why the boy didn't like her so much, because she's a good person, albeit a bit cheeky. Bang Xiaohu clears his throat and says that if they get it sorted out, the man will get down to business. Seo Jihan continues to stand with her head down. Bang Xiaojin went to unpack. Yuan Dam and Bang Xiaohu talk to each other and discuss hunters they can trust and who will immediately take their side. Sun Moa begins to smile, because while she waits, she will walk and close dungeons. Everyone is distracted from their affairs and very surprised. Song Moa doesn't understand why everyone is so surprised. The girl shakes her head and asks if she said that in Seo Jihan's style. The guy is outraged by such words. Yu Ying Dam, scratching her head, says that a girl can do such a thing. Bang Sohu also agrees with this idea. Bang Xiaojin is surprised that the girl is so strong. Bang Xiaohu and Yuan Dam say goodbye and teleport away. Song Moa asks everyone to take care of themselves and says goodbye. Bang Xiaojin challenges the girl to a duel. 3 days later, bright sun, snow-white clouds. Song Moa sighs. Sun Moa drinks the last S-rank potion for today because of the force. Seo Jihan emphasizes that drinking 2 potions a day is safest. Sun Moa says she agrees, even though she only gets plus 10 points a day. Seo Jihan is shocked by Moa's words. He says that the girl has a golden shovel to row skill points. Song Moa waves her hands and says that plus 10 points a day is great. She will drink them every day. Song Moa says that she feels like after becoming a hunter, she has become very lucky, as if she gets everything for nothing. Zhao Jihan says with a smile that most people just train for years to get stronger. But here it's all about luck, so a girl should enjoy herself. Song Moa is a little embarrassed that everyone is trying to train hard, and she is just lucky. Zhao Jihan says that opportunity depends on luck, but what happens next is different. Song Moa doesn't understand what Jihan means. The boy replies that it is literal. Jesus, ein Mori, fai krur. Seo Jihan remembers the fools from the White Light Guild. Jihan says that he wouldn't give advice to a girl if she was like them. First Ranker says they wouldn't even take his body to bury. Jihan also reminds the girl how Indam and Seo Jin sided with them. If the girl did not treat them with all sincerity, would they listen to her? Seo Jihan will finish his speech and turns to Song Moa. Jihan smiles sincerely at the girl and says that everything she has is the result of her prudence, so the girl does not need to doubt. Song Moa blushes a lot at Jihan's words. She thinks that her heart will explode now, and she will lose her mind. Jihan laughs and asks if the girl is ready to go to the dungeon. Song Moa asks if they are going to the next dungeon of the Insect Lord. She thinks that they only go to those. Seo Jihan explains that the Insect Lord dungeons are the most common. However, this dungeon will be the last of its kind in the country. The Insect Lord is Churgis. Seo Jihan notices that they've already gone through all of their cunning attacks, so the trek will be very easy. Song Moa asks what the boy's materialization time is like. Seo Jihan proudly says he already has 6 hours. Song Moa wonders about the recharge. Seo Jihan falters and sadly says 6 hours too. Song Moa tries to cheer the boy up and say that in 48 hours, the boy will be able to materialize for a full 9 hours. Seo Jihan is still down. Sun Moa hopes that in the future, they will be able to increase the time to several days of waiting. Song Moa says that she will be able to roam the dungeons freely. Jihan says that while the girl is wandering around, the guy can easily kill the boss, take a selfie with him as a memory, and then also talk about his impressions. Song Moa notices that the boy quickly regained his mood. Sun Moa thinks, because this is the first lord they will try to talk to. The girl thinks that this raid is important for several reasons at once. In just 3 days, Yuan Dam and Ban Sehu began to act more actively. 2 days ago, Bang Xiaohu examines the blueprints. Yuan Dam notices that recruitment is going faster than they expected. Yuan Dam says that this is the total number of people against the Daehan Guild. Yuan Dam says with an evil look that he is better. Song Moa notices that sometimes the boy scares her a lot. The girl asks if she can help with anything. Yingdam says that no help is needed yet. Bang Xiaohu says that he is going to involve Xiao Jin. Ban Xiao Jin hears his name while drinking water and asks why her. Ban Xiaohu, while tying up his sister, takes her somewhere with the help of a teleportation scroll. Song Moa notices that the woman's telekinesis helps a lot in construction. Seo Jihan defiantly asks how he should cut Churgis into cubes vertically, horizontally. Song Moa asks if the boy has forgotten that they will try to talk first. Song Moa repeats that you can't kill the boss right away. It's more important for them to talk first and make them servants. Seo Jihan, scratching his neck, says that he does not believe that it will turn out like this because he and Elphanus were of the same species. But here they are completely different. Seo Jihan says that now the enemy is the Insect Lord. Does the girl really think that they can fight together on the same side? Song Moa says that it is necessary to try everything, because if they succeed, they will win a lot. Seo Ji-han says that the girl is right after all. First of all, the girl hopes very much that she will not have to eat horns anymore. Sun Moa thinks that if he convinces the master to become a servant who will immediately transfer, then it will not be necessary to kill him. Sun Moa says that she herself does not believe in success, but she must try. A girl and a boy are preparing for the dungeon. Song Moa tears up the teleportation scroll and asks for everything to work out for the sake of her stomach. Dungeon Control Center. Seong Moa, in the form of a flea, is scurrying on the floor. Ji-han notices that the transformation has reached the ideal. Song Moa says that she has become faster and can talk now. Song Moa thinks that she doesn't want to be proud, but she is proud all the same. Seo Shane says that no one would think of such penetration. Song Moa says that Indam would have guessed, since he saw the boss's transformation. Song Moa wonders if Yu Ying-dam thought the girl had 2 horns instead of 1. Seo Ji-han says that if the guy forgave such an option, how would he know that this is the way you use the girl to penetrate? Seo Ji-han notices that the whole company is very interested in Song Moa's skills, so it's best to hide them until the last. Song Moa says that's what she wants to do. Seo Ji-han tells the girl that the portal is on the right. Song Moa comes out and sees a dark-haired man. Seo Ji-han recognizes the man. Song Moa asks who it is. The girl takes a closer look at the man with the cigarette and begins to remember. Song Moa remembers that this is the same man who kicked her mom out of the rally at the control center gate. Song Moa is very angry and indignant. She notices that there is only one man. Seo Ji-han begins to think menacingly that the man can be killed and no one will most likely find out. Song Moa is very surprised and scared.